Hello, everybody, and welcome to the TI-11 qualifiers for North America. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Nice of you to show up today, Cinderin.
Yeah,
Great to
you
see your
too.
face.
Yeah,
Good
you
to see
too.
you.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing today?
Pretty good. I went to the gym. That's right. I started gymming, Shannon. Again.
Wait, what do you do at the gym?
I lift weights. Can't you tell?
What kind of weights? Do you do bench press?
That's one of the exercises I do, yes. That is one of them.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I would. Uh, how much would it cost for me to pay you to stream this in some capacity?
Oof, I don't know.
Cinderin, please.
I think I'm trying to make a segue into today's match based on bench press, and I'm just not getting it right now, Like, what
No,
what
that's
could I say about this? Sonics are going to show some muscle today, Shannon. There you go. There it is.
what does that to do with it? No. Sonics, it's a Sonics are fast. They're like a hedgehog, you know? Uh sure. Sure. That is true. So NADPC works a lot like or I guess it technically is still part of the DPC because this is the qualifiers for TI. We have, let's see, we have 12 teams, if my math is correct. Everything is going to be best of three. Some teams actually start in the lower bracket. Teams like Arkosh, not a big surprise. Anything Slack's involved in has to start at the bottom of the heap, if you will. And everything is best of three. Winner goes to TI, basically.
Grand Finals
And
best of
then
five,
Grand
as
Finals
usual.
best of five. That is true. Second place and third place get a last chance qualifier, which for NA, I don't want to be pessimistic, Cinderin.
Mm-hmm.
It means they're just going to probably show up and not going to do super well if things hold to form as we have come to kind of get used to, because China and other regions are extremely strong. The teams that won't be making it uh, will be extremely tough to take out. But at
Yeah.
the very least, one more NA team will go to TI.
It's a very dangerous tournament, right? It's going to be 12 teams for 2 slots. And yeah, I would say just based on history and based on what we've seen from the teams this season, I think it's not like it's a must win here, but it's a huge relief not having to play in that qualifier because getting second place or first place in the last chance one is, you're definitely one of the least favorite teams going in if you come from NA, I think. But we'll see. There's a lot of things that can happen. I think it's fair to say that as far as NA goes, the two big dogs, or well, the three big dogs usually are EG, Sonics, and TSM. And EG and TSM, fortunately for the other teams, have qualified through points, and that means that um, based on what happened in the DPC season so far, it's mainly going to be Sonics and Nouns that are the front runners to win this whole thing. Um, and then after that, it starts getting a little bit tricky. I think one of the big surprises that could happen here is who gets third, right? To me, that is totally up in the air. But either Sonics or Nouns not finishing top three would be a huge surprise and a really big disappointment for either of those teams, I think.
Yeah, I
So,
think third place. Last season was kind of weird, I feel like, for NA, but if you're taking into account other seasons, Wildcard would clearly be the third team.
mhm.
But they did not look super great this last season. Uh, but I would still put them as
They're
probably one of the
still,
favorites
yeah,
to
they
get that
are.
third place.
But it's definitely possible that they could lose a set to the cut, or they could lose a set to 5 rat 4 staff. Or who knows, there's also, the promotees Alpha that we're going to see later today coming from first place in Division 2. Like, maybe they've got what it takes to take down a team like Wildcard because we don't really have that good of a reference, right? Some of the names on Alpha, especially, like if you remember NA Dota from the previous few years, someone who was very close to getting to TI but just didn't make it, Flea, playing for that
Mm.
team, could be his experience in playing these really important qualifiers could be a big help for Alpha. And then you have Rises as a carry who has had some standout performances in previous tournaments. So, there's the possibility for it. But yeah.
All right, so we're going to look at the bracket now so we can see which teams face off against whom. Obviously, Sonics and Nouns are on opposite sides of the bracket entirely because
Yeah.
They are considered the top 2 dogs, if you will. Um, the cut versus wildcard will be an interesting one, though. The cut made some. I
Yeah.
mean, Little Nick is back on the cut again, so I can root for them. Any team that he is a part of, I will immediately root for. But that's
I
going to
like
be a
Little Nick
tough
too.
opening best of 3. Any of these matches look juicy to you? Arkosh versus the loser of wildcard and the cut should be entertaining in the lower
Yeah,
bracket.
I think looking at the upper bracket in general, Nouns and Sonics are expecting to coast through their first matchup, more or less based on seeding. So I think definitely wildcard versus the cut is the one for me that has the most potential to go 3 games and for an upset, which would be cut winning. Alpha against 5 Rat 4 Staff, also kind of tough for me to call. 5 Rat 4 Staff did not look that great in the last season. They barely stayed in Division 1, I believe, on 6th place. But Alpha coming first in Division 2, this could be a really close game. There could also still be a massive class difference. It's very hard to say, especially in NA between Div 1 and Div 2, like how big is the magnitude of skill between those divisions. But yeah, definitely the 2 middle matches are the 2 most potentially close ones. I would be very surprised if Felt or KBU take a game off their opponents, but we'll find out soon enough. Lower bracket, hard to say. Like you said, Arkosh is a fan favorite, right? People love watching their games, so I'm sure no matter who they face, it will be fun. But yeah, as the bracket progresses, that's when it gets more interesting. I think in the beginning here in the upper bracket, it's going to be pretty crushy from the beginning for top and bottom.
Yes, I do believe that I agree with what you're saying, and this is the schedule for today. So we'll be casting the first 2 best of 3s. Sonics versus Felt will be the first one, and then followed by Alpha versus 5 Rat 4 Stuff. And like you said, Alpha have yet to cast any of their games, although with some of the names on their roster, like Rises, Monster, Flea, as you mentioned, Pingu, these players have played a lot in the NADPC.
Yep.
I mean, that's just kind of the state of NA, where players will kind of just team hop from one to another. We talked about Little Nick. He was on the original cut roster when they came out with those first bundles, and that's how he became the most famous NA player outside of Arteezy, of course.
Love that
Uh,
voice line.
then he was not on their team last season. Now he's back. So, and he's going to be coupled with B God, and I love B God. So this
Yeah.
is going to be. I'm really excited for the cut. That's going to be my dark horse to get third place, Syndrin.
Yeah, I could see it. And I mean, the something that we can't forget. I don't know how close of an eye you've kept to the other DPCs or the other qualifiers so far, but the biggest favorite in both of the other qualifiers that are now completed lost in the grand finals 3-0. Like those finals weren't actually even close, which is very, very surprising. And who knows, maybe we could have a similar story in NA where some team, looks dominant in the upper bracket, but then some team picks up steam in lower and go all the way. And that does mean that if a team like the Cut or Wildcard Gaming start looking promising in comparison to a team like Nouns or Sonics, then this is not like just, okay, who's going to win between Sonics and Nouns. I don't think that's a guarantee. I have my personal favorite in Sonics to do this, but I don't think it would be an absolute shocker if they end up taking second or third. So definitely plenty of options for the Cut or 5 Rat 4 Staff to make it. And keep in mind, like for these teams, even just getting third would, I think, be a huge experience for them. To go to that last chance qualifier and play that event, I think is something that, if you look at it, if you take a step back and look at this position that you're in right now, that would be a really, really good experience for all of these, especially younger players like Little Nick and B God, right? To go there. So, and for
Yeah,
all the wild card.
that would be really cool to see. I mean, there
Yeah.
is going to be a third team going to
Yep.
the last chance, and it's a team that we're not going to be super familiar with because, I mean, Wildcard have kept their roster relatively the same, but
Yeah.
everybody else has kind of flip flopped a player or two. Would it surprise you if Sonics got second? Okay, obviously it would surprise you. How much would it surprise you if Sonics got second and Nouns got first?
I think if you ask me right now for my like percentage of Sonics winning the whole thing on the spot, I'd probably say like 60.
Really, that low?
Yeah.
Holy shit! Okay.
I think somewhere between 60 and 70 because I think there's a chance that, it's the TI qualifiers. Sometimes players have a bad day or you choke when the stakes are high.
Mm.
And all it takes is one or two series, right, where things go poorly. And I don't think Sonics are just miles ahead of Nouns or Wildcard based on what we've seen in the DPC. You know, Sonics could have not had to be here if they had been more consistent, right? Like they could have gone through on points, but they didn't. Like sometimes when it was crunch time and they were looking super strong, when it was the most important best of three, that's when they played their worst. So you look at that in the perspective of what's at stake here, and I feel like there's a possibility that when they get to a potential grand final or even lower bracket final, if they somehow lose in the uppers, then there's not like a clear cut, okay, they're just going to stomp, right?
Hmm.
So yeah, I would say like 60 to 70 for them, and then probably like 10 to 20 for Nouns, and the rest is on wild card for me, probably. And then a very, very small percentage on the cut if you had to pick a fourth team, I think, for me. But very unlikely from my perspective that anyone else than these three get
I think that would
absolute first
be,
place.
yeah, if these two do not get first place, I think that's actually extremely good
That
for
would
the
be,
region
yes. Yeah, for
because
sure.
then we have some other competition. Because right now, and again, we've cast a lot of NADPC, so I'm going to be a bit. I mean, is that considered bias or is that just informed? I have an informed opinion that
Right.
Sonics have like an 85% chance, in my
Okay.
estimation, to
Yeah.
take this. And
I
it's
mean,
not
maybe
just
I'm
because
selling
they're.
them short. Maybe
I
it's
don't.
closer to that.
It's
It's
not
closer.
because they're that far ahead of Nouns specifically. It's because they have more experience and they crush Nouns specifically. That is the team that they dumpster
That's fair.
every single time. Now, we have seen these redemption stories where the opposing team who has lost so much finally comes back and gets some revenge and some
Hmm.
respect. But will that happen here? I don't know. It is online, so there's less pressure, which Sonics, they have crumbled under pressure. Let's be real. They
Yep.
have not done well on land. Online, they're kings, though. So,
I do think last season, though, we saw Nouns kind of improving quite a lot. So the question is if they've kept that trajectory, right? I think we were pretty impressed with, specifically in the last season, how much they improved from the previous one. So if they've learned some more, if this new patch has stuff that works for them, right? That's the other thing. We haven't really talked about the meta of this, where teams are picking like maybe more hard carries or whatnot, but perhaps someone like Zfreak can really stand out, who has had these games on fours that scale where he can really shine, right? Perhaps he's going to come into more of his own. We'll see. But yeah, when you put me on the spot and you say it like that, I don't know, like maybe I'm too short on Sonics with 60 to 70. Like maybe it's closer to what you said, like 75, 80 or something. But I want to keep an open mind because I feel like, again, watching the other qualifiers, I've kind of been surprised with how things turned out. And if you compare that to the relative strength among these teams in the region in general, then maybe locking a team in on first place with 85% chance sounds really, really high until we even see them play their first series. So,
yeah,
but
and we don't know, like you were mentioning the patch, and obviously,
yes.
uh, we don't know how teams will react to that. Some teams coming out of these patches that don't seem that massive. I mean, the patch was pretty big,
Hmm.
but it, if you're a coach, maybe you'll have insight onto something like this. But for us, there's not going to be any chance for us to
Right.
know if a team is just going to be objectively worse on this patch. Uh, but obviously, these teams are going to be practicing a lot, so we'll see. Obviously, there's been a delay. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking. Or well, maybe we would be. uh,
We'll probably still be talking.
yeah. So player camps need to get fixed, and then the draft will be ready to go very soon. But I'm really interested to see what kind of heroes we're going to get in the NA region. I haven't gotten to watch a whole lot of other Dota because I've been actually playing Cinderin.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to Grubby, who's been streaming a lot of Dota 2. It's actually reinvigorated my love. I don't know if love is the right word. I've been wanting to actually play more instead of just watch. So kind of flip flop now. But
I wish I could inspire you, but I guess I'm just not
no,
happy enough.
all you do is complain about stuff that's in the game. So I'm like, yeah, I don't want to play then. Actually, I don't want to play anymore.
Uh,
And watching Grubby, it's like, oh man, just the
it's
aura of
it's
positivity.
it's
You know?
so nicely, innocent. Just give him 1,000 hours, okay? Then we'll talk again.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that is
it's
true.
wonderful. It really is one of the things when you get into a really overwhelming and complex game, it's the experience of learning and growing and figuring things out is very rewarding. I can totally relate to that. Also, the feeling of that when you got into Dota originally, like many, many years ago, or Dota 2 when that came out, and you were like adjusting to the different feel of it and the vibe and the map and everything. So it makes a lot of sense, and it's super cool. And I think it's really good for the game that we have someone of that, pedigree showing interest. It's very, very nice. As far as the heroes go, like you said, kind of a question mark. I think the standout hero for me for this patch compared to the previous one that we've seen in the qualifiers in particular has been Death Prophet. I think a lot of the teams in, especially Eastern Europe, were favoring that very highly, and the team that ended up winning the qualifiers in BetBoom were running it on Suneko as a 5 in I think 2 of the 3 games in the grand final, with great success. So maybe that's a hero to look out for.
So, yeah, if the player cams can't get fixed, apparently we're going to go to a break, but we'll see. We can talk. I don't really mind.
Yeah.
Now, Cinderin, Primal Beast.
Oh, true. Yeah, that hero as
I
well.
need to know more. This is one of my favorite heroes right now. Very fun to play. How is it to watch? Are these? I've seen it first 2 picked a few times.
Yeah, teams are running it now.
Is it successful?
I don't know its win rate off the top of my head, but I think I've seen quite a lot of the like post game just breakdowns of games. I've definitely seen it win quite a few as an integral part of the draft. So, maybe that's a kind of a curveball hero that some of these teams play way better than others. Obviously, a lot of teams, this is what happens when a new hero comes out, right? Like some players just jump on the new hero and spam it a lot and get really comfortable. And others are like, yeah, but it's not in CM, so I'm not really going to spend a lot of my practice time playing this hero when I could play stuff that's more relevant right now. But then at some point, it's getting added. And then how prepared are you? As a team like Quincy Crew, do you play this hero, or Sonic, sorry, as they're called now? Do you play this on Quinn mid? Do you play it on MSS? Or
Mid, really?
is it just not in your pool? I think 1 or 2 teams played it mid with pretty good success in Eastern Europe, I believe. I want to say, I'm not sure if it was, I don't think BetBoom ran it, but I definitely think it's been run in. I saw a few of the drafts, that's why it's coming to mind for me that it was played mid in. But yeah, that's a big question mark as well. He got buffed and he's playable now. He was basically ignored before the buffs and after getting added to CM. Teams tried him a little bit in Malaysia with very bad success, and then it just stopped being run.
Yeah, I saw that, and then
better now.
I figured that teams would not be picking it during the quals, but that has thankfully not been the case. People
The
have
buffs
been
are pretty
picking it.
meaningful.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Trample got better. He got a new scepter, or he got a scepter
Okay,
in general.
I want
right?
to talk about let's talk about this stuff. Okay, so the shard, their scepter, and then I want to talk about the boring one first. Okay,
Okay.
the 10 talent.
Yeah.
Can you tell me why this is considered, or is it considered good? Because I consider it to be one of the worst talents in the game. 20% magic resistance during trample.
Is that what players are prioritizing,
No,
or
no,
are they
no.
prioritizing?
I'm not saying they're prioritizing. I just saw the talent,
Yeah.
and it has to be like top 5 worst talents in the game. I feel like.
I don't think it's particularly good either. But against some lineups, I can definitely see it being meaningful. The 90 onslaught damage is just generally going to be stronger because that's always good, right? It's one of your primary spells. You use it. You can use it to farm waves. You can use it to farm camps. You can use it to fight. I think basically every player will be taking that talent most of the time. So yeah, that's new. And then he got the shard upgrade where instead of throwing 1 rock, which was pretty bad, now you throw a rock that splits into more rocks, so it's less bad, or bad times 3, which is better than just bad.
I think it's good though. I think it's actually.
It's pretty good now.
Right?
I think so too. Based on what I've seen, it's quite valuable, and it doesn't only split. It also gives it more range, right? Because you throw the first rock, and then the splits happen in a line behind. So ultimately, you just have more range on the rock you throw. And then the scepter, which I've not seen too much in play, but sounds really interesting on paper as well. It just gives you more options, right, when you run the hero. So yeah, it's definitely going to be one to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, I haven't seen the actual ags in a pro game or anything like that, but in pubs, it has not inspired confidence in Aghanim scepters in general. It's the when you the thing I like the concept behind it though, because you're taking all this damage from Uproar, and then when you activate it, it just literally takes the skill from Aghanim's Labyrinth, which is this.
Yeah.
It's actually just a Requiem of Souls, isn't it? Basically,
Uh,
the closer you are to the middle, the more damage you're going to take. It's very similar to Requiem. Uh,
Yeah, I could see that. But yeah, instead of fearing it breaks,
yeah.
but it's also not one cast. And the big difference between this and Requiem is that Requiem is a channel, right? This is actually just something that you run around with. You just toggle it, and then you can do your other stuff. You can even cast it during your ult because it can be used while you're channeling. So
Hmm.
it's pretty interesting. I don't know how good it is. I agree. We'll have to wait and
So
see.
we're
But
definitely going to see
it's
it
more
today
options.
because this is NADPC. Uh, Teams like to experiment in very,
Yeah.
very important games. I think the team that is known for that the most is Nouns. So I would expect a
Yes.
Primal Beast mid by Gunner going Ag's first
Oh,
item. Well,
if
it,
anyone runs it mid in this tournament, it's probably him, actually.
yeah,
That's very
100%.
true.
And the thing that makes me sad about the hero, though, is that you have to get BKB as the literal first item, which
Yeah.
doesn't feel good. That never feels good. But
You know,
yeah,
I was just looking over the hero roster, and another one came to mind that I wanted to mention. Omni Knight has become really big in other regions too, and that is the type of hero that you would probably see a team like Nouns play on Husky, and Fata also likes playing these weird fives, right? So, there's some potential to see some stuff. If you guys have been following the DPC, there's probably going to be stuff you haven't seen before. So be
yeah,
on the
should
lookout for that.
should be an exciting day of Dota. But we're gonna have to wait because somebody can't get their webcam to work, is what I'm understanding at this point. So probably MSS. Let's be real, it's always him. But we'll be back after the short break with the first best of 3 of the day.
what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Hi, we're back. Suns fan with
It's us.
Cinderin. We got the NA TI11 regional qualifiers between Felt and Sonics, best of 3. I can hear myself in game. Can you hear me in game, Cinderin?
I cannot.
Okay, go
All
ahead
is
and
well.
talk because I'm
All right.
hearing the echo.
Voice jamming yourself sounds like a great time. Yeah, so off to the races here. First game of the qualifiers, and it's going to be the grand favorite of the whole tournament, Sonics against Felt, who got kind of absolutely annihilated in Division 1 last season. So we have a very clear favorite here with this starting series. Curious to see what Sonics bring to the table and what Felt do as a massive underdog. Like sometimes underdogs will just do crazy strategies, or sometimes they will stick to something stable and just play their best, and then if the stars align and they're really in good shape, they can take down one of the top dogs. But for all intents and purposes, this is a heavily Sonics favored series to start. So let's see what Felt have to bring to the table and what strategies Sonics are going to show in their opening series of the qualies here. Obviously a lot to play and a lot to play for before you get there.
Hey, there's those player cams. Look at these. Man, Quinn has a very different angle than we're used to seeing. Obviously, this is a boot camp
That
situation.
is intimidating.
Yeah, he's pulling out the Arteezy cam, it looks like. Trying to get as little of his face on the camera as possible. And
Have you heard of this? Have you heard of this thing called pareidolia? Do you know what that is?
No. Sounds pretty
It's
hardcore.
where you see faces in something, right? You look at a house and it looks like a face because it has like two chimneys that looks like eyes, and then the roof will look like a mouth or something, right?
Yeah.
I immediately got that reaction when I looked at his cam because there's these two blaring lights, and then the ceiling was the mouth. So he's got a little bit of that going
I like
there.
that.
Very good. Yeah.
Seeing
A little bit of
faces
a
everywhere
face.
you go. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, I do want to
You
talk
make it
about.
sound like an illness.
Yeah, it is. Certainly. I actually have that problem as well. So
It's
a
not a
condition.
problem. It's just it's a thing.
No, it's a condition. Felt open up with a Clockwork Death Prophet. Sonics take out or bring in the Chen. I want to talk about the changes in the last patch. With Chen specifically, the Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but the 8-second Hand of God on creeps is conceptually crazy. Is it as good as it sounds?
I think it becomes conceptually truly crazy on 25, but Chens haven't really been getting there, right? You need to get all the way to 25, yeah, to get that strongest spell so that you can just strongest build allies all the time. But even without it, obviously still very, very powerful to just be able to heal allies more. I don't think I've really seen Chens opt for it much so far, though. It's still generally, you know, the direction of like Wraith Pact, maybe drums, you know, some sort of items for having more impact in team fights. Just auraing it up, basically. And if Chens do get the point of luxury, historically speaking, what Chens would often get if they get really rich would be Scythe of Ice. And I think in this patch that item is very appealing. So maybe you'll see Ags if it's the perfect game for it, but the problem once again is Chens are not going to reach level 25, right? And that's what you really want to get to. So.
Yeah, well, Sonics will take a Queen of Pain, so that's going to be, in all likelihood, Quinn's hero. This is another hero that got some changes. I think a lot of people were focusing on the Aghanim Scepter, which is the Shadow Strike applying Scream of Pain, but nobody has really gone for that, Cinderin. It feels like the hero is still strong, though.
Yeah, I don't really... I'm not too sold on that Scepter. After I read the text about it, I thought this is just not particularly good, and I think some players experimented with it, probably found that okay, it doesn't really do that much, so they're probably getting something else. But yeah, we're through the first phase of the draft here. I can't say I'm too surprised with what Sonics have got their hands on. You know, Chen, Quap, two of the really strong heroes of the patch, and they close the phase with Queen so they can start banning out mid matchups they don't want. They're banning out the Lina here. Imagine they might ban out Puck as well. And Felt grabbed that DP that I talked about pre-game that has really been picking up a lot of steam in this patch. Also flex pick, can play at 5, 3, 2. Obviously options are plenty for them if they... We'll see where they choose to put it in the end. I don't think they want to put it mid against Queen, though. That doesn't sound like the best place to go.
I'm going to keep bringing up irrelevant things. Clockwork Ags is amazing.
Yep.
What a cool Ags change, Cinder. It used to be the overclock would just give you a refresh of all your skills. It was very uninspired. But now it's an actual overclocking situation. Your battery assault will proc on everybody. Your cogs will give you a shit ton of attack speed. Your rocket flare will have a ridiculously low cooldown and spread to 2 other rockets. You can use it like 3 or 4 or 5 times. And the hook shot will be wider. I think it stuns for longer as well, I believe.
Wait, it makes the hook shot wider?
Okay, maybe I made that up. I might have made that part up. Hold on. Let me look.
Wait, does it change hook shot at all?
It does change hook shot. All right, hook shot stun radius and duration by 50%.
I actually
so I was
didn't know
correct.
that part. Yeah, all right. Well, it doesn't make the hook shot wider. It makes the stun AoE bigger,
yes,
right?
Yes, poor wordage.
Yeah. Yes, so was poor wordage.
No, that's true. That's not true. But, I mean, that's something that you'd have to farm as an Aghanim Scepter, but it is, I think, way better than the old one. You still get stunned, but I think the stun duration on yourself is 3 seconds instead of 4, I want to say, the old one.
Yes, it's 3 instead of 4, exactly.
I want to see clocks get more farms so we can see this item, but it's probably not going to happen.
It's pretty cool when you play it as a core in any position, but I think on support block it's still not too appealing because when you get it, it's going to feel like you kind of missed the timing that you probably wanted to have it, so you probably still see these clocks, you know, go like Force Staff or Drums or Earn into Vessel, these kind of things, but it's not out of the question that we could see it this game. Obviously the triple rocket flare is really good against Chen, as an example, so... but yeah, it'll be a while before he gets there.
All right, and second phase bans now from Felt. We're going to have the TB, Void, and Marcy removed. And for Sonics, it's going to be Lina, TA, and Punka. So
triple
trying to
bans from mid.
Exactly. So Quinn not feeling comfortable playing us as 3 heroes. Although Queen of Pain, I feel like, I guess Kunkka makes a lot of sense because you get that catch, but so like for the most part, she will be fine mid, regardless of who she goes up against. She's kind of a lane dominator to some degree, especially against TA. I feel like, doesn't that just destroy refraction with the Shadow Strikes?
It forces you to have sentries, right? Because you just melt dodge it. And
10 seconds.
I guess TA also contests you pretty well on CS with refraction, right? Like you don't want to get out denied. You can see the TA ban. I think the worst matchup overall for Queen and mid is probably Lina, which they banned first. I would probably put Puck up there though. Maybe they're not too worried about it either because of the player that they're facing not being too strong at Puck, or because they feel like, okay, if you go Puck, DP, Clock, your lineup is a little bit too pigeonholed into magic damage, whereas Kunkka, TA, and Lina have a physical component. So maybe that's why. But I mean, DP is still pretty physical, right? So I don't know. It's
5 seconds remaining.
not sure what the logic is. Another stable follow-up here from Sonics with Willow Mars into Witch Doctor, who I think they specifically only picked because of Chen. Haven't been seeing this guy too much.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the Voodoo Restoration does damage now, Cinder, and don't forget, very
True.
important. I think the biggest thing for that is canceling Blink Daggers, but I guess that's only going to be relevant against Mars in this case. As PL will be the pick. Okay, so still no mid hero unless DP ends up being the mid somehow, for Felt and Solji specifically. PL feels like an okay PL game actually. Maybe not against Mars, but
I mean, even against Mars, when you get strong enough, one of the upsides to PL against Mars is that the spear doesn't toggle, or how to say it, it considers the illusions a hero. So if you send in a bunch of PLs in a team fight with Doppelganger, chances are Mars is going to spear an illusion to the wall, and you just get to go ham with your main hero.
wait, it works like that for his regular illusions, or the
Any
big ones that you
illusions.
get from Doppelganger? Any illusion, really?
Yes, you spear illusions instead of the main hero. So PL, once he has an army of illusions, feels pretty safe against Mars in fights because it's so difficult. Like, even if you get shard on Mars, so you spear 2, it's still, if PL has like 8 copies, right? Like, are you actually going to hit the right one? And if you do, are you even going to identify it? So um, it's a matchup that's been decent against Mars, historically speaking. And in lane, you also, your hero has pretty decent base stats. You're good at contesting CS, but it's Mars Willow though. So even if you do inside the arena avoid the spear, you're still fighting against the terrorize into the wall, right?
Yeah.
And the Sonic Wave has overwhelming magical AoE damage, so it's a little bit concerning still as a
10
PL game.
seconds
If it gets farmed enough, though, I could see this being a game that PL can carry completely.
5
But
seconds remaining.
need to get there.
Yeah, I mean, they ban out the troll, so the whirling axis blind against PL won't be a thing this game. So expect them to target some more bans to help PL have a good game. And then
Radiant
Sonics, on the other
team
hand,
ban.
are taking out pseudo mid/off laners because they're not 100% sure about the DP position. So Viper, obviously a lane dominator. Timber just really hard to deal with in mid or in the off lane as well. And so Sonics is looking for a hero for Yawar. And
10 seconds
what is a good
remaining.
hero against PL? Olden days, I would say any
Sven.
Radiance
5
builder.
seconds remaining.
Sven. Is Sven still a hero?
He's been getting some play, I think. He's not the greatest, especially now when you don't have overall last pick, right? Pudge would have been really nice, so I like that ban a lot from Felt.
Does Yawar play Pudge?
I don't know, but just conceptually, it's very good this game.
I guess everybody plays Pudge, right? So
I mean, I wouldn't say hopefully is the right word, but I think they should, because this hero has its games nowadays.
5 seconds
Amazing hero against PL. Obviously, you pop your Flesh Heap and you take like no damage from the illusions. You deal very well with Spirit Siphon as well while you have that running. It's not percentage-based damage anymore either for later in the game, so you're tankier against DP.
that's true. Yeah.
So this matchup would have been really, really nice. But yeah, I think the Troll also a solid ban. So Sonics, there's like the problem with picking a hero like Sven is that you don't know the last pick, and they could put DP mid and just put a hero bottom that just really messes with Sven a lot. So
How's Juggernaut?
Jugger's fine. I'm trying to think about like carries that don't get exploded too much. Here, this is another one that's solid, right? Monkey King against Peel is nice. It's a bit trickier to counterpick in lane, I think, than Sven. You have like more options. You're a little bit more ranged. You have the Chen with you as well to cover your weaknesses early on. If Chen has a good creep, you just need to get those 4 Jingus up and then you go to town. Sven is a little bit more dependent on the right circumstances. So I think it's very, very solid looking from Sonics in this game 1.
All right. And Felt still with a mid or an off lane, depending on what they want to do. I would assume they go maybe off lane just because so many mids have been banned. But who knows?
Kind of like the look of Venomancer, but I don't know if they play it. Very good hero against Monkey King. I don't think he's very good at like stalling out the game as well, which is what you want for your PL, right? You want this like really annoying hero that defends towers and just deals damage over time, so Sonics can't get the job done. I think he has good synergy with Clock and with Maledict, so that could be an angle. If they don't play that and they want something more standard in the offlane, I guess something like any ranged hero with Clock 4 that they could be looking at. I mean, they're kind of running out of time. I think they're going to pick a mid. Yeah, they'll just put DP off
Okay.
with Clock, and then Invoker will round it out. Pretty good Quas Rex game, right? Monkey King and Mars, very mana dependent as cores, and they lose their entire pool to 1 MP. MSS is playing Chen. Interesting. I thought that was going to be Fata, but Fata will be playing Dark Willow in this game.
Okay.
Surprising.
All right.
Don't know
but
if that's a telling.
outside of the team names, delete them from your mind. You
Right.
still like Sonic's lineup more, based on what you were saying. Although, does the Invoker change that?
I think I like them more mainly because I think the Chen is going to make Clockwork feel very tough to play in the mid game. I actually think that's the deciding factor for me. Because aside from that, like there's options for both teams. I guess the Invoker last pick here looks nice too. I guess, yeah. I think it's pretty even, but I do like Sonic slightly more from the pacing they can put with Chen against their Clockwork lineup.
All right, so Sonics versus Felt, game number 1 of this best of 3 of the upper bracket for the TI-11 quals. Obviously, Sonics are the favorite going into this entire qualifier. They are the online champions. They've struggled a bit on LAN, but we'll see if they're able to take game number 1 or not. Now, we talked about the hero. I mean, what hero changes do you think will actually make a difference this game? Like the Death Prophet Spirit Siphon you brought up. I'm a little sad they got rid of that because it was one of the very few HP percentage based damage that we had in the game. Like I think Underlord, Firestorm, and Phoenix Sunray, and maybe one more. There's not many anymore. They got rid of a lot of them. But if you don't include items or anything like that, like how big of a nerf was this to Death Prophet? Is this like a buff early game and a nerf late game?
I think it should definitely be a nerf late game, right? Because when heroes get big enough HP pools, the percentage is better. But I think the buff early game and mid game is actually quite overwhelming in certain matchups. Like it's a very big buff in those situations. Keep in mind, to begin with, it got nerfed to 2040, 80, 2040, 60, 80, and then immediately after in the B patch, it got bumped up to now draining 100 per second on level 4. At the time that you hit this, you are amazing in the game. I think there's very few heroes that this is worse against than the old one right as you get it, right? So at that point in time, DP is one of the strongest heroes on the map, and then it's about making use of that to snowball the game. And that's also, I think, part of why we see DP coming back to mid, because she was played almost exclusively as offlane and a support for quite a while and not really favored in mid, but I think with the changes, she can really set some tempo out of the mid lane. Not going to be the case this game, obviously, but yeah, definitely something to look out for in the DP series that we get.
Okay.
The battle begins.
Game is now underway. Bounty runes have cometh. And what kind of a difference would you say as we're going to see some action onto, what are we going to call him? UGD or UGD?
UGG, I guess.
UGD taking some damage here. What difference have the terrain changes made in terms of win rates? Do you know? For the Dire?
I don't know. I don't know how meaningful the sample is yet either. I mean, it's been 2 full qualifiers, so probably quite meaningful. I would imagine the Dire win rate is down, but it might still be higher than the Radiant one. I'm actually not sure. But yeah, the intention with these changes were to nerf Dire. So if they weren't successful with that, they would probably change something again already, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. What if it made it worse somehow? Do you think they would
Yeah,
actually
that would be
patch it
crazy.
to change it before TI?
I mean, we had 32B, right? So if it was,
How
this
often do
came
you
in
see-
32.
How often do you see terrain changes as a B or a C, right?
That's true. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if it's egregious, like let's say Dire just has like a stupid 65% win rate in all games, right? Like, obviously you can't go to TI with that, but I don't think it's that extreme. But I mean, it might still be slightly Dire favored. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't think it's anywhere near the 60% we saw at the last major, whatever it was.
When you're going to take a full EMP in the mid lane, as early on 6-2 CS versus the 3-1 from Soldi, which shouldn't be that big of a surprise because Quaswex, in terms of the right click, not going to be too fearsome. Hey, are we going to be seeing like the exact same Invoker build that we've been seeing for years, which is the Spirit Vessel into Midas?
Pretty likely. I think the Midas and Invoker is even more valued now, but something we've started seeing more is also Invokers going Exort, even to start. Obviously, he's not doing that this game, but he could go for the hybrid build, where you go 4-4-4. You get the early Tornado EMP build to set tempo, and then you start leveling Exort, so that when your Midas starts giving value, you have a lot of damage to offer. I could see that being good this game, because I think there's 2 ways of looking at it. Either you can go the full Quaswex path and you really play actively and then you fall off. But you could also think, okay, can we actually accomplish enough? Or do we want to not put all the eggs in the PL basket to carry and cover our own bases a bit more there as well? Nice damage bottom here from Shu and Paradise onto Leslau, but Paradise has skilled Doppelganger instead of Phantom Rush. Pretty unusual to see that. Probably using it to dodge Brambles, but with a point Phantom Rush, you actually pose a major threat to Mars together with Maledict. It's a lot of damage.
UGD in the top lane trying to take out the pesky Harpy Stormcrafter, but it will survive with 50 HP. That's basically a hero at this stage of the game, the amount of damage that he's able to dish out. You were saying that the Midas for Invoker makes even more sense these days. Why is that? The only thing that was changed was the neutral items drop, right? If they're guaranteed to drop.
Yeah, it's about the flow of the game, right? I think you, in a lot of games, want to I think playing full-on tempo drafts that need to win, as First Blood is happening bottom here, Fata finds Shu. I think full-on tempo drafts, maybe if you're playing something like Chen or whatever, they can still be pulled off, but I think mostly some of the changes to defense that have happened in this patch with like slower leveling, more glyphs when you're defending, and more, you know, even if you want to go that far, more armor on the Ancient or whatever, like to try to stall out the game, you have more ways. I think Midas just makes more sense, right? We also see players picking it up a lot more than they did in the last patch because games are just, whether or not they're going a lot longer, the way they go into the later stage seems a lot more favorable for Midas. So I think Invoker wants that item a lot of the time.
Leslau and the rest of Quincy crew, in terms of just pure CS, they're slightly ahead right now. I say that it's already a 1K lead for them. And this is something
And that was
we
before
saw.
the first blood, even.
Yeah, that was that is true. That just made things worse, I suppose. But this is something we see a lot of the time from Sonics in the NA DPC. They just dominate the laning stage and they kind of just snowball. So the question is, what can Felt do to stem the bleeding here? Because if it just continues at its current pace, this is going to be pretty hard to come back from, like 5-6 minutes from now if they at this pace.
Yeah, it's concerning when you're playing against a Chen lineup and you lose all 3 lanes, right? Because then the flow of the game can very quickly get out of hand. So I think a lot of it comes down to Invoker and DP in tandem making successful moves. These 2 heroes are very, very strong in a 10. Oh, bottom lane.
And he's going to survive.
Serious damage onto
Fairy
Leslau.
Fire. Bottom lane, though, like you said, Leslau with the Maledict. And end up taking a couple more procs of damage here, but he will survive. In mid lane, it was a lot of back and forth right-click action between Quinn and Solji. Just waiting for one of these 2 heroes to die. Full snap is there, but Quinn going to blink out now. Has no bottle charges, and first power rune comes up in 50 seconds as Fade in the top lane. Getting some cover thanks to UGD and his good old battery. So that is something we didn't really mention. The Shu in the bot lane is going to get up a nice paralyzing cast on the 2 with the Maledict as well. Shu taking damage, will not fall to Fata's right click from the Shadow Realm. Maledict, you can see just ticking them away. Fata, one more proc will do it, and Paradise ends up getting credit for that one. But something you want to mention, obviously Witch Doctor, you mentioned this earlier, really good against Chen because of the paralyzing cask and the creeps and whatnot, but Clockwork Battery Assault does a lot of damage now to these creeps. See the jump onto Fade in the top lane. They get blocked by this Mud Golem. And the Balance Strike is there. There should be an easy one for Yawar. And the body blocks continue, actually.
That took the kill.
I mean, he did all the work there, let's be real.
Oh, okay. I mean, fine. Yeah, the whole Clock versus Chen matchup, the perspective that I gave it from was the old one, where it really sucks that you can't isolate heroes in fights because your battery assault is just going to keep hitting random stuff, right? Chen creeps. You're also playing against a hero that has a global save, which is very annoying for Clock a lot of the time. So yeah, even though Battery Assault is now double damage against creeps, I think Chen still just tanks too much. So I still think this is a bad matchup for Clockwork in general. But they choose to pick it into Chen, so they must be pretty confident that they can, you know, it might just be a comfort thing, that they're very strong in this Clock DP lane, they have a lot of experience with it. But so far, not really gone too impressively, right? Monkey King is 38-16 against DP's 18-2, so
yeah,
they have been full out just destroyed in this top lane.
And look at these body blocks again. Double Mud Golem surprise. Boundless Strike from Yawar. Fade can barely move. These Mud Golems are absolutely decimating him. MSS with the great micro. Leads to yet another kill for... It still says Quincy Crew, doesn't it? How have they not gotten that fixed yet? That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're called SQ, right? They're called Sonics, but their logo there is still a Quincy Crew in the top.
And their names, everything. Oh yeah, you're right. In the name it does say SQ.
It's coming soon, I think.
Part 2 of the Battle Pass will include the name change for Sonics, as UGD dies in the top lane. So Yawar sitting at 2-0-1. And from a net worth perspective, he is top of the charts. Although, the next 2 are from Felt. So the movement coming out from Sonics, perhaps putting them a little bit on the back end from what we were expecting.
How is Invoker 400 net worth ahead against Queen? I guess Quinn has had to buy quite a bit more regen to sustain the lane. And Soldier, obviously, by virtue of being Quaswex Invoker, just keeps regenerating health for free. But looking over the CS overall there, Quinn with a 5 CS lead, but still 250 net worth behind is quite a bit from...
Oh, he hasn't gotten that precious Quinn power rune. I think he's missed that
That's
on
true.
both of them. That would help put him at a back end.
Oh,
Here.
Fata's in huge trouble.
Lots of TPs coming. He's going to position himself onto the bottom here, knowing that he is clearly dead. Just trying to stay alive as long as possible. That did require 4 members of Felt. I mean,
Yeah.
Quinn can just right-click that mid-tower.
I think require is not the word I would go for there. I don't think Solji had to be there, but at least he gets earn charges from that rotation. So he really wants to be there to get that running. But yeah, he was definitely hoping to find a Mars there instead of just a Dark Willow as part of that movement. And like you said, Quinn got some damage on the tower, top lane fade. Again, he's getting dove in the tower.
Yeah,
oh
more
God,
mud
so
golems, and this time we got the Hurricane to work in favor of Sonics again. And they're going to use this momentum to likely push this tier 1 tower. We did see a smoke from Felt, but it didn't materialize into anything for them.
I feel like the skill build on DP is the wrong one for this game. I think you have to go 3 in Siphon against Chen, right? So that when they start running you down, this healing is really meaningful. You get an additional charge and it scales by 50% more than on level 2. So in that situation, you can put one on the Monkey King and one of the Chen creeps, and you probably live and just run away. So they're definitely taking advantage of that. I don't know if the 3rd point in Crypt Swarm is necessary for him to ensure CS or to push out the wave. But at least in that instance, would have been very, very nice to have a bit more in the way of Siphon.
Yeah, Fade
You
has
don't
had,
want your DP to be 0-3 in this game.
yeah, he's had a very, very rough start, to be sure. Quinn, he's about to get ganked, but Fata ends up breaking the smoke as UGD. He's going to get spotted by MSS. You can see the battery assault, like you said. You know, it does a lot more damage to creeps. These things are just super tanky, and that is just soloed from 100 to 0 via MSS and his creeps.
Goodness. Yeah, so gets the Mud Golem stun, he gets the Purge from the late Satyr, he gets the job done. And oh no, this cask is actually going to kill the Golem.
Oh boy, Shu is dead. When the Mud Golem dies, you get the little baby shard boys.
Not really sure what he was hoping for, to be honest with you. Like, that was not a possible play. Even if Invoker rotates over, I still think MSS just doesn't die. He has mech. He would have been totally fine.
Lesla, I mean, this has created so much space for Lesla to hit this bottom tier 1 as well. You can see that Yawar is going for the Battle Fury. He's relatively close, considering that it's only 11 minutes, and he almost has Broadsword, so just a Claymore away, essentially.
And that's with Treads and Orb of Venom and a Wraith Band.
Yeah,
so
not a rush
plenty
at
of
all.
build-up items. Yeah.
But I have to say, despite all of this, Paradise, he has been farming pretty damn well himself. He's getting close to finishing the Diffusal Blade. UGD. Not going to get stunned. I still think he's here.
The concern here for Felt is that the next 3 minutes are super dangerous, right? Like, Chen has mech, and he's closing in on level 7. So there's Hand of God and Mechanism coming up in a fight. You would imagine Sonics want to start crushing this mid tower and just take control of way more than half the map. So I like what Felt are doing here with putting the Exo to use immediately top to try to open up and mirror the map at least with the tower they lost bottom. But here we go. Here comes Chen mid. And this is the first big test for the Radiant lineup. How do you stop this?
Well, they're going to start by
don't
keeping
do that, I
into
think.
a ton of damage, and just like that, Fade is dead. That is
Faded.
not the way you want to say. He faded into oblivion, no doubt about that, as Soldier's going to get clipped by the Terrorized, which should create enough space to get this arena off for Leslau. Doesn't get 2, but he'll find Shu. It rhymes. It all works out in the end for Sonics. EMP makes them position a little bit differently, but this will still be a tier 1 tower for Sonics. And a 4K lead at 12 minutes. Can't say it's the most shocking development, but I think the one saving grace for Felt, potentially the silver lining, is this Phantom Lancer.
I'm sorry, I just... You know how the win probability is bugged right now, right? In all your pub games, when you look after the game, you're like, what is this graph? I was looking at the win probability now, and game is like, alright, it's Sonic's 100%. It's just literally just completely broken. That's pretty funny.
Very nice.
But yeah, 5K lead. Yeah, that mid tower was an instrumental part in Sonic's looking to take full control of the game. And I like DP's thought process of coming to defend this tower because I think it had to happen, but they just didn't do it correctly. She can't TP alone in front and just get blown away like that. They need Clockwork to cover, they need Witch Doctor to cover, and they at the very least need a Tornado EMP to cover when she does get gone on, and not just let her die to Chen creeps immediately.
Yeah.
The moment DP dies, that tower is gone, and it's a really, really big loss and a very important moment. The silver lining was Invoker at least did not get killed, even though he got terrorized, because the Mars Arena just barely missed him. Maybe they could have dove that with a Sentry or a Dust.
Yeah, he
But it's
is
still all
about to get
Sonics.
his Midas, so that will help. But say it helps, but then you're going against a Chen, right? Obviously, you can use it on the creeps, but that's not really a counter, I would say, because the fact that you're getting a Midas means it's going to slow things down a bit, and that is exactly what Sonics wants, because they're going to push big time.
It feels like this might be the kind of game where you actually need the Vessel before the Midas, just because of how valuable it is against Chen and Monkey King, right? Like, if you get the Vessel, then you can try to take fights where you can isolate and kill heroes, but the problem is you've made 2 kills in 14 minutes, so you're probably not very hopeful on that front, and you're already starting to enter Plan B, which is, alright, we're going to get big on Invoker, we're going to get big on PL, and we're going to win this late game, which, from a theoretical standpoint, I think their lineup is probably a lot of the time going to be stronger in the late game, but it's very, very dangerous, based on what I've seen in this patch so far, to take that path against Chen.
Leslau.
Nice sidestep.
Yep, uses the Tumbler to get off the Mars Arena, but not really going to find much here. But you can see the stun lock applied to the Invoker, and the stun's coming out from Fata on top of this with the Sonic Wave set up. But the silence comes out immediately, so Quinn has to reset, as it looks like the Invoker will live. The Sonic's now on the back foot, but the hook shot there from UGD. They will get the kill onto Fata as the Centaurs continue to stomp away, but here comes the cask that will likely stun. Actually, there's a full wave there, so they actually dodged most of the cask there overall.
Oh.
Tornado coming in onto Quinn. Cold Snap as well, but he gets Hand of Gaben. But the Sunstrike, it's very little damage. I made that way too exciting considering he took about 50 damage, Cinderin.
That was such a big opportunity for Feld. They just didn't coordinate that correctly. They silenced with DP on top of the Tornado. If those 2 spells are lined up correctly with NATO into silence, they get the Quinn kill there, which would have been really, really big. But in the end, they have to just settle for only getting the... They only got the Dark Willow and they used Exorcism, right? It's not... I mean, sure, it's not a tragedy, but Monkey King was never involved. So effectively, that was a 5v4, and you got a 5 position when the enemy team killed off. It's not great.
And that was without Blink Dagger on Leslau. He tried to set it up with the Vault from his little horsey. Didn't end up working the way he wanted, but now has the full Blink. He shoot. He's going to find Quinn. Instantly canceled that Death Ward, Yawar, coming from the tree line. That feels real bad. That was
Did
a
it even attack once?
No, I don't. It did not.
I think they literally cast the spells at the same time.
Yeah, it was impressive. Now that's on cooldown. Not that that matters a whole lot, but Yawar obviously has had this battlefield for quite some time now. Already the Mithril Hammer into his BKB to come. MSS and Quinn grouping up to try to take out Fade, but could just go for the good old-fashioned power push. Or just get control of the jungle, which is what they're doing right now. Looks like they're pinging the bottom tier 2. Might be a little safer for them to take.
They're very well set up down here. They've already pushed out the wave. They have the Chen army that can just scout. They play some defensive Observer World as well. And they're actually going to just look for a UGD kill as well, just trying to take more out of the map. No problem for Yawar to finish that off together with Quinn. They have shown 2 cores mid now, though, and that could mean that Felt could try to defend this bottom tower. But guess what? Chen is almost soloing the tower before they even arrive.
Yeah,
they might
MSS is doing a
finally be
lot
able
of
to
work.
get him here. Nice tornado play.
Nice Midas play too, Cinder, and the cast.
Yep.
Creeps are dying, but Leslau jumps in with the arena. It's going to be Creeps for Shu, the trade. Kill comes out from MSS, but all his
He
creeps are
mech
dead.
after all his creeps died. Yeah. Like, oh well. There was nothing really left to heal, but they still got the job done. They forced a rotation, they almost got the tower, and they lost absolutely nobody to kill this Witch Doctor. Except the Chen army, you know, you need to rebuild. It's going to take a little bit of time. Let's see what creeps he manages to find for himself. Currently, the jungle is full of golems, if he wants those. Definitely grab a Centaur here. Don't think he meant to take a small one, but maybe. Maybe he wanted the magic resistance aura first. Seems to be on purpose. He's killing the big one. So
People love this creep. I
it
mean,
is good.
It did get buffed, right? It used to be like 5% magic
Radiant's
resist. Now
bottom
it's
tower is
15.
under attack.
And it's 30 for creeps, which is really big, actually.
I mean, against creeps, right?
No, for your own creeps. The aura is 15% for
Oh,
allied heroes
man,
and 30% for allied creeps.
I always read that horribly, apparently.
Radiant's bottom tower
Okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah, having this as one of the creeps in your army, I think, is really strong. I just thought he was going to take the big centaur as well, but he only wanted the courser this time.
Oh, we got the Bramble, but the hook shot counter initiation. Looks like Fata's going to be taken out inside the cogs.
Dire's middle tower
And
is under
gonna
attack.
create a
about
little
to
bit of
say.
space here as Lazlow jumps in with the spear. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 for the supports. The tier 2 taken out already in the bottom lane. It feels like Sonics are just slowly trickling this lead more in their favor. It's now 6K for them.
I was about to say, I feel like they're only killing Fata, and then I looked at the scoreboard, and yes, they're only killing Fata. Literally, all 4 kills are on the enemy position 5. So, I mean, yeah, you're finding picks, but it's on the lowest net worth hero every single time. And this time around, you're trading. At the very least, with this mid tier 1 gone, perhaps Felt have a little bit more wiggle room on the map, and their PL is going places. I'm really impressed with Paradise's farm so far, rivaling that of the Monkey King, who had a total free lane and rushed Battle Fury. It's still pretty even between the two.
Yeah,
So that is,
really
if you're a Felt fan here, you're looking at this guy. If anyone's going to win this game, it will be the PL. He needs another item or two, and then they need Invoker to get to a meaningful place for late game as well. I think DP's ship has, I wouldn't say it's fully sailed, but a huge part of why you grab this hero is over. We're 20 minutes in now. Spirit Siphon is going to start falling off compared to early game, and all you had to show for it was a couple of tier 1 towers and some lost fights. So, not the greatest. Quinn will break a smoke and get out.
He still gets his precious rune, and the Aegis goes to Yawar,
Radiant's middle
Yep.
tower
who has the
is under attack.
BKB to go along with his Battle Fury, and now Ags looks to be next for him. And I want to talk about the Dagger of Ristul, but it might have to wait because Fata is approaching. Yawar's going to get the Boundless Strike. Looks like this is going to be a freebie onto UGD.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Mid lane, though, Fade attempting to TP out. Will they spot him? Not in time.
Nice escape. They didn't have a stun ready either, so he was actually pretty safe. The spear was on cooldown from the bottom move, so
All right, for
He was gonna get out.
the new neutral items, Dagger of Ristul. It's the 10
Yeah.
attack speed, so by default, it's probably one of the worst ones. But when you activate it for 100 health, it's not mana, you gain 40 damage for 8 seconds. I feel like this one is more often than not great. Would you agree with that?
I think it's very hero specific.
Yeah.
Which kind of, I guess, is the same as what you said, right? Like, it's situationally good, but it's situationally good primarily because of the heroes you've drafted rather than the game state. There's like a small handful of heroes that this would be really good on. The primary example for me is probably going to be PA. You know, you
gonna
lose
say
the health, but
Huskar.
yeah, Huskar too, but like PA, you sacrifice 100 health, but you immediately get it back with the change to Phantom Strike, right? Because you lifesteal. And it makes your crits a lot stronger at that point in time. 17 minutes in, 40 damage is no joke.
Radiant's top tower
And it's
feel
part of a
like,
burst, right? You have it for a moment. You have it for one go, and then it's weak. But I also think, like, the thing about this neutral item compared to others is that it's like it's an activation one, right? So you can have it, use it, and then backpack it for another item after.
Shoot is deleted.
Yeah.
Fata will be fine. Does take a lot of EMP there, though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
After
I-
the Sunstrike, he stood still to drop mana boots and use mango.
Of course, very important
So-
to be efficient.
Yeah.
They are pro players after all. That's what they do. Sometimes it doesn't work out in their favor, but when it does, it just looks very, very nice. This is an item, as we're going to see Wukong's command. I really want to talk about this item, apparently. It's Mars
is a
Arena
huge
comes
kill.
in. Paradise, the top net worth for
Get him,
Philip
though.
right now. The hookshot coming in to buy some space, but no. Paradise does die inside of the arena, and Yawar pops the BKB now. He's kind of left to
As
his own
Aegis.
devices. That ends up wasting basically the whole BKB, and now the reinforcements are here from Sonics. Lazlow with the rebuke. Fade looks to be mega dead, but a nice cast coming in, stunning 2 heroes repeatedly. Yawar gets off the boundless strike, and a nice terrorize coming in as well to buy him a little bit more time, but they do find the Monkey King in the end. It's a 2-for-1, and Felt, I think, are actually happy with this. As you can see, a little bit of damage being done now. As Quincy Crew, aka Sonics, looking to try to finish this off. They find the 3rd kill. Not able to find any more.
Are fortified.
And you can see during that stage, the bottom lane was being pushed, and it forced out a fortification via MSS.
Classic Chen things. As that Black Dragon from courtesy of his Shard. Once he hits level 12, he can have 2 Ancients. We'll see what his second Ancient of choice will be. But yeah, it was nice for Felt there to get the Monkey King, but paying 3 heroes and a Glyph bottom is not a good enough trade for them. They needed to get that kill and get out, but couldn't really get the full-on reset. Even with a great cast, like you pointed out, from Shu, and no Sonic Wave ready from Quinn, it was still not enough, and that's kind of just showing the state of the game for them right now.
Yeah,
Just
if
not
they
enough
were
in the tank.
if they were a couple K net worth closer in that fight, it could have made a big difference. I think it was actually pretty close to being a
I
turning
mean, if
point.
DP had her BKB, right, as an example, that would have made a huge difference, and he will get it now.
Yeah, she just melts in these fights.
Yeah. BKB is a huge help, though. I actually don't think DP will die during BKB against this lineup. There's Monkey King, sure, he's going to do some physical damage, but I don't think there's nearly enough between the Monkey King and the Sonic Wave and 1 Mars Rebuke. You pop BKB, you get some drains going. This is a timing for Felt that they need to take advantage of when EXO comes online in 30 seconds. They need to win a fight. But
Smoke is here.
Sonics go
Lazlow.
first.
Well, Quinn actually jumps in first. Shu, he's going to take the full arena. I think Felt will actually be okay with that. It was just the Witch Doctor in the end, but now you got the Triceratops to work with in this tier 2 tower push. Meatball is going to be avoided for the most part. PL illusions you can see are just the bane of MSS's existence right now, or specifically his creep's existence. Especially with that shard, so the Spirit Lance ends up bouncing. Extremely annoying to deal with is they're going to take this outpost now. Go with a 9k lead for Sonics. X-Roche, we won't know for another 3 minutes still.
I wonder if this is a Scotty game on Peel instead of Heart, because of the healing reduction being that powerful. Like, this is the default path you usually take on PL because you want just more health on your illusions, you want the constant regen in fights, but I think Scotty has a really strong case here. Obviously not going to be going for it, as we can tell. He's just holding the cookie cutter build, if you will. Man to Diffusal into Heart. Hook shot. Okay,
Yep,
guess
again,
who it is?
It is Fata. He will die first. That is 6 kills now for Fel. Wait, who died? Oh, that's right. Yawar ended up
Another
dying,
one.
so that was the first non-Fata
this
death
could be
of this
dangerous,
game.
though.
Man from Yawar. Going to the high ground, Fate pops the BKB, so not able to do too much against him. As MSS stuck inside the corner, but UGD, he's going to get stuck inside his own cogs via Quinn. He uses a Sonic Wave to delete him swiftly. 1-for-1 as Fata actually buys back into the game, thinking they might be able to expound on this lead a little bit. Now that the Exorcism is down, if Quincy Crew want to try to reinitiate.
They could definitely get mid-tier 2. I don't think there's anything stopping them. When EXO is down, the Radiant just don't have enough in the tank. This is such a crucial part of their lineup to have DP available with that. And it's just not there anymore. Actually cancels her TP mid, so now Fate is even stuck bottom lane. But Quincy, or well, Sonics will yield, or rather just not go for the push at all in the mid lane and just gonna chill. And keep building. So, yeah, just continuing their path, which is slowly but steadily leading them into a very favorable position. I don't know what their timing to try to end this game with Chen is, if they want to get the second Roche for the Shard as well. A free Shard for Queen of Pain would be very nice. And Monkey King will probably get another item by that time as well, looking up as Scotty currently.
Yeah, Yawar is going to be very tough to deal with. Elven Tunic, I thought that was for Quincy Crew. God, this logo. The logo is ruining me. But Quinn, like you said, Shiva's is close. What do you think of the Ogre Seal Totem, by the way?
I thought it was really... It sounded pretty broken to me when I saw it. And now I've seen it played. I've played with it a little bit myself. I don't really know how good it is. I thought it was going to activate a bit faster and just effectively be more or less a free force staff, but there's a little bit of activation delay. The travel time is longer, but then it also gives some nice stats, right? And it does damage if you connect it and slows.
And the distance is pretty good.
Yeah, it's I would still say it's a good item, and it's way less situational than Dagger of Vistal, as an example. Like this just is a good item on every hero in the game, right?
Yeah.
It gives 200 health and it gives you a mobility item. You could argue it's too good still, because of that aspect. Obviously, beforehand you had the what were they called? Why can I not remember the item it replaced? Wow,
Oh.
they gave free padding. Where's that?
The spider legs.
Yeah, wow. Oh my god, I couldn't think of spider legs. Like a really iconic item.
This is what happens when we get old.
Yeah. So it kind of replaced in that aspect the mobility part in the tier 3 section. And this is a bit more. This is less situationally dependent than the spider legs were, because you can use this when you're fully slowed, right? And I think you can also travel across terrain with this.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's a much more balanced item for sure. It'll be interesting to see what they do for like before TI in terms of trying to balance some of these new ones, because I think the Dagger of Ristul will have to get changed in some respect to make it at least usable on wider variety of heroes. Otherwise, it's just going to be one of those. If you don't have one of the few heroes that can really take advantage of it, it's a dead item, which they've tried to kind of get rid of, right? They've toned these down a lot to make them usable in almost every game, seemingly. So I think that's the #1 item for me that I look for getting changed. Haven't
And
looked
then
at the
if
rest
they
of the neutral items, so I can't remember all of them anymore.
If they're changing Dagger of Ristal, you know, they could just remove it, and then while they're at it, they could find some other ones.
I thought you were going to go even further, Cinderin.
Yeah, some other ones.
Just keep it vague. Gotcha.
You know, I gotta shoehorn it in.
Yeah, it's like it's a contractual obligation for you to bring that up every single
It's a
time we
tick.
have a conversation. Yeah. And Quinn looks like he's going to get Shivas, but there's the Mars Arena from Leslau. That is going to be the death of Shu again. He actually uses the Ogre Seal Column to get to the other side a little bit more swiftly, despite being an
Does
Ogre
not
Seal,
like
which is
Shu,
fat.
Does he? I think that's the 4th arena on the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, he's done that quite a bit. But they seem to be content with it. As the Triceratops and company trying to get out, Bramble will prevent Felt from going any further. I think this is just Sonic's kind of want to get a little bit more map control and waiting for the next Roche, which we can see is in a minute and a half. Deso, so going for more of an Amar type Mars build for Mr. Leslau. A little more right
The
click.
Amar build here would be Ags, I feel like. Here
Not
against
anymore.
Peel.
That literally got nerfed because of Amar. Whether it's unusable,
probably
I don't know.
It's probably still worth it, right?
Hmm.
Against Peel specifically?
I have to
think
look
that's
at what
still
the actual nerfs were again.
I mean, he might still want to get it after Deso. The other thing about this Deso is it's just going to speed up an eventual base push that they want to go for, right? All right, Felt smoked.
Yep, Paradise has
They're
the
gonna
double
break here.
damage. Trying to go to the high ground. Cold snap onto Quinn, but he's able to blink out. And again, the Brambles preventing this gank from going any further. See if Paradise is able to take out some creeps in the meantime. Quinn sidestepping the tornado.
Radiant's top tower is under
And
attack.
again, Felt coming out empty with this pretty good opportunity there with the smoke and DD.
Oh, yeah, they really wanted to find something, but Sonics were ready. It was unfortunately Quinn they ran into, so the Clockwork didn't really dare to hookshot because it's just a tricky situation. If they had found, say, Fata for the 7th time, that would have been cool, but, you know, I guess their ideal target there is actually Mars. But the issue here is, do you have enough chain stun to kill before the BKBs start, you know, just dismantling you in the fights? Your BKB on Mars, BKB on Monkey King, and BKB on the Queen. So no matter which of the 3 cores you jump, you better have the burst to back it up. Or
Oh, this is a risky endeavor for Felt. Trying to go for the old Roshan play as Shu gets off the death ward, but Quinn with a BKB and right clicks are more than enough to take him out. Terrorizes dodge. Paradise gets up a nice doppelganger. See a hook shot coming as well, but UGD trying to focus on Yawar, but he's going to die instead. So double kill for Quinn, double buyback from Felt. They're trying to get something out of this play as Fade has to pop a very defensive BKB. Let's see, crew, aka Sonics, looking to reset and try to wait out this exorcism, which is ending now. So not a whole lot of damage done to Sonics at all.
No, and they didn't even have to use a single ulti, right? They have everything still in the tank. They popped Quinn's BKB. That was literally the only resource they expended to get 2 buybacks for an EXO and to defend Roche. It doesn't get much better than that. I think Sonics can just look to go in straight away here.
Quinn, he doesn't have BKB though. Cogs, nicely done. They're trying to keep him at bay. Definitely Glass was there as well. He's dead. 70 seconds of no Quinn, but a big Mars Arena BKB pop by Leslau. And inside that Wukong's command, Sonics are decimating Felt. As Paradise outside of the Wukong's command, doppelgangs to the high ground. But there's the Ogre Seal Club from Leslau. All right, does get off the spear. Will he be able to get enough space to take out Paradise? Yawar, Boundless Strike connects. Remember, Paradise extremely tanky. It's off the Manta style, but will go down to the right clicks eventually. So it's a 4 for 2. They obviously lose Fata as always. And despite losing Quinn at the beginning of the fight, Sonics still win.
I don't really like the way Sonics approached that. Why was it Quinn that they sent into the pit when he's the one core that doesn't have BKB? I think literally anyone else on their team should have gone before the Queen if they want to scout out the pit. I understand the end result is good enough, right? Like you get the enemy team to pile up, and that's why you get a great arena and good monkey ulti, but I think you could have accomplished the same thing by just sending in Chen and letting him be the bait, or sending in the Willow, or even Mars. I don't think they could have burst him before he gets BKB off and gets healed.
Oh, so baby. I thought Yawar might take the shard and give it and just hold it for Quinn, but Quinn already has his. So we're going to see the Boundless Strike shard, which lets you teleport if you right-click your Boundless Strike, teleport to the end of your Boundless Strike.
Yeah.
Which
Very
I think
nice against PL.
It is good. I'm not saying it's not good. I think they could make it a little more quality of life happy, if that's even a correct phrase in there. We'll just assume it is. Why not just make it, I know he has a lot of abilities already, and maybe that's why, but a sub-ability, kind of like the reverse time walk, that gives you the choice to cast it during the Boundless Strike, so like that half-second period, instead of right-clicking it, because I find that one to be kind of weird. As Quinn looking to take out UGD, he'll be able to do so pretty successfully. Has the BKB. Just waiting out the silence, though. Maledict, Cask, he'll live. But now, Yawar comes in with his own ultimate, and Fade inside it with the BKB. Not going to do a whole lot for him. Boundless Strike is there. Not going to use the shard this time. Here comes the Mars Arena. So Leslau Company want to finish this game right here, right now. 5v2. The focus is on Paradise, and they will be successful in taking me out. Does have buyback, though, but they're going to lose their Invoker if he's not careful. Oji pops the BKB. Paradise holding on to that buyback for now, knowing that the tier 2 is still standing in this top lane.
This is definitely going to be a Lane Arax or PL buyback. There is no way they hold without him. He will have Exo when she spawns in 20, but I think it's just going to be too late. Like, this push is very quick. All right, Yawar.
Yawar. Gold Snap. Was trying to find an opening, but I'll just have to focus on the buildings instead.
There's that Ags on Mars going to work.
Indeed. And end up getting it in the end. His hookshot is there. Shu gets up a nice death ward, but that is Leslau you're going against. He not taking too much damage here. His Clockwork is dead. No buyback available. And this looks to be a set of racks in favor of Sonics, who still have that Aegis for a good amount of time. So we'll see if they're able to get this second racks now. Although, have to be a little bit careful. Don't want to expend this Aegis when there's so much time left. Tier 2 still standing in the mid lane, so it's either bottom lane or back. Looks like they'll reset.
His brain is so big.
Yeah, I mean, Exo was used. What's stopping you from just going next lane? I know you don't have Hand of God now, but I don't think you need it. You still have mech and 20 charges on the locket, so you can easily do a big burst heal for your teammates. Felt never bought a vessel, so this healing will be fully effective. There's no Scotty either to mitigate it. That is PL's next item that he's eyeing up, but unfortunately it's probably going to be a little bit too late, as you're not 30,000 gold behind minute 36, approaching that golden 1k a minute mark, which generally leads to 100% win expectancy. And in this game, obviously, the win expectancy has been 100% for Dire since it began for some reason. So we're not going to be able to see that change and talk about it. We're just going to pretend that it's there. But yeah, Sonic's kind of, as you know, as expected for this series, really. We're expecting them to crush, and they are. However, it is, if you think about the DPC games that we saw from them, you do see the clear, like, changing of pace, right? I think most of Sonic's games against Felt during the DPC would have been over by now, or maybe even 5 to 10 minutes ago. But things are a bit slower, it takes time to build up, and that will have an influence on
I'm
future
actually,
series as
for
well.
once, going to disagree with you. I think Quincy Crew, one thing they're known for is if they're better than another team, they actually won't win the games fast. The games go 35, 40 minutes a lot of the
Pretty
time.
sure their games against Felt were like 20-minute stomps, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll have to look
during
back.
DPC.
I mean, they were stomps, but I feel like they were longer stomps, which Quincy Crew are known for. But we can look back and pretend that one of us is definitely correct. As
nice
Leslau
find from
deletes 2 heroes with the help of Quinn. And it looks like this is the beginning of the end of game number 1 in favor of Sonics. Still 2 cores alive as Yawart with that Aegis still intact. Kind of wants to die now. I don't think I've seen him use the shard, by the way, for the balance strike at all. A little disappointing, Yawart. As GG is called. So game 1, Sonics take it pretty convincing fashion. And kind of expected, not the biggest surprise. We'll see if Felt can take what they learned from this game number 1 and try to apply something new to game number 2.
In other news, all of my predictions for this game were incorrect.
Me too.
All 4.
Me too.
So that's unfortunate. But
Solji had the least deaths, and he
Yeah.
lost. What is this, man?
Yeah, ended up 2-0 and 3. You know, he stayed alive, but I don't think. I feel like if you're going to run this kind of a strategy into Chen as Felt, you need to be able to put more pressure early and not let Chen take the towers and control the map. Like they needed to fight better and faster. And I know that's a tall order and it's easy to say, but it's kind of what you sign up for when you pick like this. You need to be able to take early mid-game fights. They weren't able to, in particular, because DP got absolutely trashed top. And that was probably the key hero for their mid-game to stay afloat. And once your timings are broken like that, you're kind of falling back to farming. You're defaulting to finding time for your PL and your Invoker. But guess what? Sonics were getting more out of the map. They were killing you and they got every Roche. So it was very, very one-sided, as expected. I think Felt can do better than this, though, in the second game. I feel like it would be nice to see them, play more aggressively, take more initiative in a matchup that they're clearly unfavored in. So hope they can show a bit more.
How do you have 0 deaths in a loss? How is that possible? I mean, I've seen it. I'm not saying it hasn't happened before, but like how?
You play backline. You're a Quaswex Invoker. You're escaping. But I mean, you're kind of right. I feel like Quaswex Invoker is probably not the hero you want to have 0 deaths on in a loss, right? You want to take the risks. You want to make the moves and trade away yourself to get a good fight for your DP or your PL. And it just didn't happen. So pretty smooth sailing for the Sonics in this one.
Yeah, so game number 1 goes to Sonics. So that means game number 2 will be underway very shortly. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with that game number 2.
It's what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to game number 2 between Sonics and Felt for the regional qualifiers of TI-11 for the NA region. One team will go directly to TI. 2 others will go to the last chance qualifier. Will Sonics be the team that wins? They are the team that is favored to win. Why am I putting my finger up constantly for you to see, Cinderin? The draft is up. Pango start for Sonics, and Felt takes the Enigma.
Yeah, so Enigma overall first pick. This is a totally different direction from Felt to what they did last game, but I'm happy to see them ban Chen if they don't want to play it themselves. Like, this hero was, I think, the biggest problem for them in the previous game, so they're going to be different. They're like, okay, we're going to take out your tempo hero, and then we're going to pick a greedy teamfight hero ourselves to start. I'm not sure if picking Enigma in this spot is a bit too early overall, but we'll see how it works out for Felt here. Sonics will stick with their Dark Willow and grab a Pango, which I assume will probably be for Quen mid. That's where they play this the most, but obviously a very flexible hero in its own right, can play almost every role if set up for success. So
You see Quen has changed his camera angle just slightly. Now he's partially out of the picture. It's a little bit more zoomed in than before as well. And it's the first time that I've seen Yawar in the light, if I actually think back. He always is in a very dark room.
That's true.
No lights, and then there's a hole in the cabinet next to him because it looks like he punched it from frustration. I have yet to ask him if that is the case or if it's just a defective cabinet, but good to see him in the light. Very nice young man.
In fact, every room of his house actually has a punched wall.
I had a friend like that as well back in the day. He used to play StarCraft at a pretty high level. He would break his door, like you'd see his door. It just has literal holes in it from him punching it because he was just a rager.
Oh,
and Yawar,
wonderful.
Yawar is like the nicest guy because obviously he was on DC.
Very calm.
He's very calm, very nice. But in pubs, I've been told that he's quite toxic. I don't know if that's been fixed.
In cabinets, he is
cabinets don't.
violent.
I mean, IKEA loves him because he has to buy stuff constantly from them. As the second pick from Felt is going to be Abaddon, and I need to check if the battle pass levels for any of these guys is high because I need to see this taunt, bro.
The taunt.
I need to see this taunt.
I don't know. Can we see that on the post-game screen? We can't. So I don't know. We'll have to wait to find out. I like the Abaddon pick a lot, though. It's one of the best counter picks to Dark Willow. You take off the Brambles in lane. You take off Terrorize if placed very well in the fight. It's just inherently a great matchup, hero to hero. And I wouldn't say he fares too poorly against Pangolier either. Pango is a hero that's a lot of the time in teamfights based around chain comboing. So if you get an Aphotic Shield in between the first roll stun and the second one, the hero can reposition and maybe get a BKB off or get out of trouble. So I like this hero pick from Felt quite a bit.
Okay, so I'm doing important things, checking out the battle pass levels here. Soul-G is 557, but that's the mid laner.
Oh, yeah.
Unless it's a mid Abaddon. Let me keep going through the list here. Paradise, 497.
Why did you not start out checking the supports first and going that way?
I was just curious. You know, yeah, it's not looking good, guys. I'm sorry to say. Unless we see a
Soldier for the taunt.
Well, position 1 or 2 would work because they both have 400 something. And that's it.
5 seconds.
Yeah, that's really saddening to me. Why pick Abaddon, other than for the taunt at this stage?
You could pick it because it's a good pick.
Yeah, I guess.
But I kind of agree. You pick it for the taunt, right?
Aphotic Shield, very good against, well, Dark Willow and Pango, I guess, for the dispel from both.
Yeah, it's solid.
But it's not a hero we see, or is it, actually? I was going to talk out of my ass here, as if I've been very comfortable with this patch. This isn't a hero in the last patch we would see at all. What's changed?
Yeah, it was pretty rare. So Aphotic Shield got buffed quite a bit. I think it has lower mana cost on level 1, which makes you a much better trader in lane. I think the mana cost went from, was it 100 to 85?
That's right. Very good.
Did he change anything else? I
10
don't
seconds
think
remaining.
so. Oh yeah, the Scepter got nerfed actually, but that's largely irrelevant,
5
right? Most
seconds
Abaddon games you
remaining.
don't get there. And if you do, the rate is still 1200, which is still enormous. So yeah, that's the main thing. The other option here in this slot is obviously to pick Omni Knight, right? Which would also be very flavorful for this patch that Felt could have gone for. But they probably feel like Omni Knight doesn't have enough value because of the amazing amount of AoE magic damage that Sonics have, right? So Guardian Angel isn't particularly good against Pango Willow. It's actually pretty damn terrible. So Abaddon might be the better choice for that reason.
10
Gonna grab a
seconds
Tusk.
remaining.
Could be probably played by MSS, you would imagine.
5 seconds
Usually is.
remaining.
Vato will take the Willow again.
I got very comfortable on that Willow last game. Obviously, we joke about him dying a lot, but that's kind of his job. And if he's the only one dying in a lot of those engagements, which he was, then Sonics are probably
Yeah,
going to be on top.
I think maybe one or two of his deaths in that game were mistakes. The rest were just like, dying for a cause, which is completely fine. And it was just funny because he had all his team's deaths at like minute 15, which is just a rare thing to see, but it was in no way bad or because he was
10
feeding.
seconds
So it's
remaining.
completely fine. And yeah, it was interesting to see Mojo play the Chen, actually. I thought it was going to be Fata that was going to play Chen for this team, but they do put it on MSS in that game. And they still, even though MSS played in the safe lane as Chen, they gave him position 4 farm, right? It's just what Chen does. So Fata is probably... I was just wondering if that game was going to be indicative of some sort of change Sonics have done to give Fata more farm, but doesn't seem to be the case. They just put MSS on the Chen regardless.
Ooh,
All right,
maybe,
instant snap in a pick here.
So not a mid Pango then, I take it.
Yeah, I would imagine this is now going to be a Pango for Leslau. Yeah, Abaddon doesn't do particularly well against Pango in lane, right? He's good against him in the game, but you don't have any like reliable slow or stun that's going to prevent Pango from just being mobile around you with both of his spells. So I think you're pretty comfortable playing 3 Pango into what you're seeing right now. And you get Quinn, a very strong mid hero in the Lina, who there is a lot of pressure on the mid Lesh in this game. Like, every time Tusk is missing, you are going to be terrified because these two heroes, Lina Tusk together, is one of the strongest mid lane killing combos you can get your hands on for Sonics here. So very, very dangerous place to be as Lesh. And I don't think you can put him anywhere else,
5
right?
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't
Here.
think so. I mean, we
Can you
have
put a 3
seen...
Lesh here?
Yeah, we've seen
It's a
3
bit of a
Lesh
stretch.
before with like mid Enigma, but that's kind of forcing it, maybe?
Yeah, I don't even think it's that good, right? Lesh Hoodwink doesn't sound like a particularly good lane either. There's not like... I mean, it's okay, you can
Double stun?
do the Hoodwink stun into the other stun, but it's fully dependent on trees, and you're not really... even though you're both ranged, you don't have a good way of
5
fighting
seconds
back
remaining.
if you get initiated on, right? Like, you're kind of... It's just... I feel like it's just going to be awkward facing into a potential Dark Willow lane with this. Or even a Tusk +1. Like, let's say Sonics pick a carry that does a lot of attacks, like PA, which they've banned themselves now, so it's not going to be that one. But any carry in lane that just does a lot of attacks will, with tag team, pretty quickly make work of either of these two. So pretty worrying.
Yeah, well, both sides now looking for a position 1, and they're also banning position 1s, so we'll see what they end up preferring here.
10 seconds remaining.
Trying to think of... So Void was banned. I was thinking of the double
5
bubble
seconds
for Felt,
remaining.
but that's not going to happen. Anything come to mind for you? We saw the Monkey King last game. That is now banned as well. So
Dire
Alk,
team
Wraith King out, Troll, PA out. does that
Jug,
leave?
it's just... maybe Luna? Because I'm just looking for how do you make Abaddon feel strong? If you pick it with Jug, your lane is just like, yeah, you're going to stay alive, but you have no pressure, right? Jug, Abaddon do nothing. If you play it with Luna, you have a little bit more pressure because Abaddon gets the aura. Luna has range. She can actually, put pressure together with the Abaddon in the lane. It's a classic combination. But I don't know if you have the confidence to play Luna into this lineup. Like, it looks pretty damn scary, right? So maybe you do want a more, like, survivable carry. Alright, they do
It
get
is
it.
the Luna.
Yeah. I think it's the best way of rounding out their lineup. I think the problem here for Felt, or rather what they need to accomplish, let's look at it from that perspective. They have a really strong mid-game timing with Luna, Lesh, and Enigma together, and the Abaddon for protection. I'm just
10
not
seconds
too...
remaining.
Depending on the team and their level of execution, I think
5
this type
seconds
of strategy
remaining.
can be really difficult to play in this patch compared to the last one. I think this draft would have looked stronger in 731 because you would feel like they were more likely to accomplish that timing here. But I do admire, especially for being the weaker team in this matchup, I think this is the kind of strategy you need to bring if you want to win. I don't think you're going to play a slow game and beat Sonics at that game. So
Yeah.
I like the adaptation. I think this is a good approach. But I obviously also see the weaknesses of Luna can be very easily overwhelmed before she has BKB by this Sonics lineup. You gotta be
Now
careful.
select your hero.
I was gonna bring it up, Cinder. I was gonna say
Dawn
Jug or
carry.
Dawnbreaker.
Dawn carry.
We're gonna see the Dawn.
Very strong lane with Tusk.
So very strong lane. Obviously, Yawar can just ult in to any snowball, snowball LSA combo or anything caught with the Bramble from Dark Willow. Just a
Yeah.
lot of setup for the Dawn to get in. And yeah, that is definitely a pretty damn nice pick.
But he is playing against the literal Lich King. Or rather, not the Lich King,
Oh.
but what are they called?
The guy from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, what are they called? Not the Lich King.
The Walkers. Something Walkers.
Yeah, what's their leader called?
I don't know.
The Night King?
He's called Glass Cannon because he died instantly. Spoilers.
Isn't he called the Night King?
Yeah,
think.
Night King.
Yeah. They're playing against the Night King. You got to be scared about that.
All you got to do is touch him with a knife and he dies. So
Tusk kind of looks like he has a weapon that's made out of the right material. Actually, so it might be fun. Yeah. Well, all right. I think this Dawn last pick is very solid, right? You get the laning with Tusk. You get the potential to ult in on top of... I love playing Dawnbreaker. I've said this many times before. I love playing it when I have more than one hero that can set up my ult. And this time you have Snowball into Shards. You have the Pango ult. You have Willow, Brambles. All of this can enable you to land a Solar Guardian. And yeah, the overall pacing of this hero as well, I think, plays in very well to what you're against, because if Felt are trying to be quick about this in a mid-game teamfight way, Dawn is one of the strongest carries in that time of the game. So I like it.
all right, let's see if we can get our predictions right this time.
Yeah.
Player with the most last hits at 7, I'm going to say Yawar.
All right, is that Quinn?
Total number of Blink Daggers purchased by 25 minutes. It's
0
going to
to
be
2.
1. At least there's only going to be 1 this game, I feel like.
Who's going to have one? Maybe Enigma, maybe
Enigma.
Pango, right?
Yeah, at the
That's
most.
it. Yeah, so 2.
Most observer words by game end. We're going to go with Sonic since we assume that they are going to win this. And then last player to be killed. Wait.
That one is so...
That's
this
so
means the
dumb.
last player... Okay, I don't think this is the last kill of the game. This is the last player that gets killed the first time.
Oh. Well, what if somebody goes deathless?
Then you're correct if you predict that player, I think.
Okay, so who goes deathless this game?
Well, last time it was Solji. If he goes deathless on left...
I'll say Yawar. I have no idea on this one, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's also a really good Lena game. I could see... I'm going to go Quinn, actually. I think he might be deathless here. They have no... Like... So what Felt have is this timing of playing mid-game oriented, right? But they don't have very good backline catch against Lena. It's hard for them to get to Quinn, actually, with these heroes. There's no jumping mid-hero.
You are missing one very important factor. Yawar can't take his aggression out on Cabinet, so he has to take it out on the other team, thus having a very strong game.
Well, he might also take out his aggression on the enemy team and therefore put himself in harm's way and die.
No, the holes are...
Okay.
You didn't see the holes in the cabinet. They were very clean, almost calculated with the amount of pressure that he placed on them. So.
Dude, imagine that. Imagine you're raging in a game, and then you're like selectively looking where you're going to hit your wall. You have like that amount of self-control. I feel like when people rage, they just smack at something, but you're like literally, okay, where can I do the most damage to my cabinet?
Just really hates that cabinet. What can I say? See MSS. Oh, we're gonna see the Bramble come out. It's gonna be pretty annoying for. Oh, they're actually gonna trap him in with the shards as well. That's not gonna lead to a kill, but a lot of damage done. And Shu takes the brunt of it at 75 HP now. Even requires a TP.
Try here. This is quite the commitment porting up Hoodwink this early. Now you're effectively locking yourself to a 1v1 Pango against Enigma. Pango loves this lane. He can kill the Eidolons.
Yeah.
It's, I think, already advantage Sonics based on the laning setup. Their tri-lane's also freaking amazing. It's Tusk, Willow, Dawn? You're going to fight this 3-on-3?
This is a crazy trial.
It's really, really strong. I think Abaddon can barely make mistakes here if they're gonna. Oh, speaking of which, that is not the case. So,
Shu looks to be getting first blooded, and Fata will. So now a kill on Fata. I mean, that could be worth something now, Cinder. And last game, it was worthless. This game, he is the most farmed hero on the map.
I don't know what he's gonna buy. I think he should buy Bassi here. I think whenever you're playing 3 versus 3, obviously the aura items start having added value, right? And Bass is just amazing for their lane. Dawn wants to spend mana, Tusk wants to spend mana a lot. They just want to poke like this, what they're doing right now into UGD.
Yep. The Bramble's going to catch him. A couple more right clicks will do it. He pops the Fairy Fire. Looks like he'll live.
Fairy
but again, damage is done.
Just to live and still be low. And they have no salve in the lane. Literally only tangos. So it's going to take a while to get him afloat again. This is rough. And to top it all off, the big camp is not blocked. So if Sonics push the wave and then they go and pull the hard camp, you have effectively 2 choices as felt. One is you come and contest the hard camp, at which point you're forcing a fight outside of the lane, which is really dangerous for your lineup, or you pull small camp and take the loss. Or this. This is actually the third option, which is the best one that they've got, just because the waves weren't as pushed in as they could have been, is that Shu goes and interrupts the pull. If this wave would have been in tower, when Fata went to pull, they would have got the pull off. And that's tough.
Now Leslie on the bot lane doing just dandy, killing some Eidolons. 17-2 versus the 11-5 on Fade. And then mid lane as well for Sonics. Quinn sitting at 14-4 versus the 9-1 from Solji's Lesh. So mid and bottom seem to be favored for Sonics, and top lane we've already talked about because of that first blood. They seem to be winning all 3 lanes again. I don't know how drastic you would put this compared to game number 1, but
I think it's
certainly
more
leading
overall.
Yeah, another Ice Shards shoot.
Especially considering it's a try versus try scenario, right? These games have the potential to be very explosive. If you're running 2 solo lanes that are doing well and then you win the tri lane, look at it from the perspective of Felt. What playmaking do they have if they lose this lane? They have a low-level Abaddon and a low-level Hoodwink because they were forced into a tri lane, and none of their cores is a catch. So finding moves is going to be really difficult. And then you look at the other side, you look to Sonics. They have a Pango who's going to be high level and can definitely set up fights. They have, the Dawn ulti. They have Tusk. Just naturally, their supports are more aggressive. So definitely concerning. I love, by the way, the adaptation that Fade made in the bottom lane. I think this is really clever. You buy the Buckler to give your Eidolons more armor against the Pango. But despite this, they're still getting killed. Like, this is a big lead now for Leslau in terms of last hits. The gold may be even, but you're playing solo lane Enigma, and you're effectively drawing. This hero is meant to win in 1v1s almost always, right? So he might even die here.
Now has the tag team in the top lane. Fade, with that Curse Crown, is going to ensure the second kill of the game in this top lane for Sonics.
Keep half an eye on Fade right now. Leslau now has the mana for both spells. You need 170. Fade is playing on half health, so if both those spells land with Orb of Corrosion, it is pretty damn close to a kill. And Fade has to be careful now, just getting denied out of the lane. Look at that. Okay, so even though you have Buckler, because of Orb of Corrosion, he still one-shots the Eidolons with level 3 Swash. Maybe level 3 Eidolons can survive. They get 20 more health. It's almost nothing.
MSS, he might be dead. Yep, Lucent Beam takes him out. So taking advantage of Fata not being in the lane at that time. Looks like he was getting down a... that's not his sentry, actually. I'm not sure what he was doing over here. Looking to pull again, but it's going to be disrupted again.
Yep.
So nice little comeback here for Felt, if you want to call it that.
Alright, and that's going to TP up here with a salve for Yawar. Okay, they're not going to use it. They just want the salve. He's just going to get tangos instead. So obviously the half value salve feels pretty bad.
Yeah. You don't see that all too often as Lucent Beam continue to harass you. War is the one that has to be careful. Has 6 charges on his stick, though.
Quinn is crushing mid. I just realized how one-sided this was compared to the previous game. So the quad versus Invoker last game was pretty much a draw. This time around, Quinn and Lina versus Left matchup seems to be on a totally different level.
Oh,
He's
Paradise.
37.
He's going to take the full Starbreaker. No, he actually dodges the 3rd proc. But a couple more right clicks. The Photic Shield saves him for the time being, along with the Miscoil. So that means Fata might be in trouble now as they're going to turn their sights onto him. First crown applied, but the heals continue to come out from Shu. So Felt, again, getting a nice exchange here in the top lane. They're going to try to continue on as you are pretty low. Gets off the hammer. As you can see, the Dark Willow already died. Yawar finds one, but then dies shortly after. But on the other side, Leslie gets the solo kill onto the Enigma.
Oh, good
But
brain
the turnaround here in Paradise. They actually kill everybody. Everybody dies in this lane. Fata TP'd in to help secure just another kill there for Sonics, but a whole lot of back and forth in this top lane.
The biggest kill, however, was not on camera. Pango soloed Enigma. So Leslau now with a 900 almost net worth advantage in the safe lane over a solo lane Enigma. I don't know the last time I've seen an Enigma lose a lane this badly 1v1. This is bad news. And keep in mind, Fade's last game on DP wasn't exactly impressive either. So as far as like your mentality, you know, of staying strong as a player, when you're getting this crushed both games is kind of demoralizing, I think. Gotta focus on.
What the hell is going on here? Yawar is in the enemy jungle. He's gonna get spotted now. Hammer to. Can he go to it though? No. Did not find the distance. Oh my god. He died to the neutral. Are you serious? That was gonna be such a bad death for him. Now it doesn't matter that much in Paradise. They're gonna try to take advantage of the fact that he was left to his own devices, but they won't find the kill. More heals coming out from Shu. Doing a good job. That hurt.
Yeah, War was trying to pull the wave, right? Like, did he have any other reason to be over there?
He got stuck on the other side of the tower on the tier 1 on the right side, and then it was just chased. And then yeah, he was pulling that wave just to try to be cheeky. But now he doesn't. His TP just came off cooldown, so already halfway walking there. So his game is actually not great right now. It started off pretty well.
Definitely not. But this is the kind of game where the carry can definitely get carried when you look at how the other 2 lanes are going. So that's the good news. Quinn is 1,000 net worth ahead of Soljian mid, and Leslau is almost 1,000 ahead of the Enigma. So the other 2 lanes are just insane wins for Sonics, and they're going to take advantage of that, the rotation. Oh, Solji does get spotted by, or rather MSS gets spotted by Solji here. Pretty important. They're going to turn this into a bait play.
Yeah, TP's coming in. Swatch is there. Fade is just dead, though. And they will get the turnaround kill onto MSS, so despite having more information, Felt lose out on that exchange.
Yeah, I think the problem there is Solji's positioning. He gets hit by the snowball because he's standing in front of the Tusk. So that initial stun from the roll was where he was meant to offer protection for the Enigma to turn that into a turnaround play. But obviously getting hit by the stun, unable to, and just turns into another Sonics win. I'll try to make a move mid here. Falter will see it though.
And Pulse Nova's there. Instant dispel on the Cursed Crown. And you can see Shu, the value that this hero has already in this game. He's actually been doing a really nice job.
Yep.
And despite Felt being down 2k now, as Paradise in the jungle now with his Moonglaves, getting that mask, or Morbid Mask right now, close to getting Mask of Madness. As Fata, he's going to get stunned, gets off the Shadow Realm, but that has a lot of damage that goes right through it. Pulse Nova, and now the right clicks to follow. Easy kill for Felt. But again, these smoke ganks, I feel like they always lead to a kill onto Fata, which he's going to be fine with.
Oh yeah, War could be in trouble this time though.
Yeah, he's not quite 6 yet. Gets off the hammer, instant Lucent Beam. And Yawar's game is looking worse and worse and worse. But like you said, the other 2 cores for Sonics are doing extremely well, and we'll see if they're able to use that to continue to build on this lead.
Quinn obviously has not made a single rotation versus the 2 or 3 now of the Lesh, but Look at the bank account. That's the trade-off that you take. 47 CS on Lesh to the 79 of Lina currently in that mid lane, just getting way, way bigger. Just gonna, go travel.
And a full level.
Pretty standard. Yeah, full level advantage as well. The problem is Lesh kind of, we were criticizing Solji last game for not making enough moves on the Invoker. I think this game he has to do this on Lesh. That's the problem. If he doesn't do this, the other routes are just going too poorly. And as a result, now he's losing his mid-tier 1 to a solo pushing Lina.
Yeah, and the snowball coming in. Solji basically out of mana. That's going to set up the LSA. Oh, not even needed. Just the Laguna Blade. And down goes Solji again.
Terrorizes corpse.
Say again, that was his first death of the game, but they get the tier 1 tower.
First death of the series.
That's true.
Didn't even die in the last game.
Dies again. That's the literal most wrong thing I could have said, actually. All right, fair enough. Moving on. I don't know why it felt like he's died so much, but he's having himself a bit of a rough start against Quinn.
Maybe you're looking at the net worth and you're like, this Lesh has definitely died, but no,
Yeah.
it is literally just the laning advantage coming out.
As we have a bit of a grouping here in the bot lane from Felt. And
This is a
probably want to take
difficult
this tier
push,
1.
though. Pango 10 seconds away from Rolling Thunder, and thoughts on the defense with level 4 Brambles. I think this just is not going to happen, but we'll see. They'll glyph first. This is only a level 2 Edict, mind you, so the second Edict won't even be enough. Just going to kill off the Eidolons for fun here. Nice little swashbuckle. Yeah, this
Top
feels like
lane
a big
though,
waste of time.
Paradise. He's getting gone on while this is all happening. Pops that Mask of Madness just for the extra speed. Hammers online in 3 seconds as Quinn continuing on. Looks like the hammer's going to come out. Paradise. Looks like he's just going to die to the right click of Yuar. And Yuar really, really needed that one. As Solji and company now. See the sharpshooter coming out, but Shu's actually going to pop that ult. But here comes MSS from the sideline. They lose Fata, but they're going to get everybody else in turn. And Shu just trying to stay alive as long as possible, but not long enough. As a swashbuckle comes from Leslau again. As UGD, this might be a full team wipe. Shield crashes there. Swashbuckle to follow, and that is a full team wipe at 13 minutes for Sonics.
That bottom push did just not feel possible with the resources they brought. It's a level 2 Edict, and they're pushing into Pango plus Willow that are just set up nicely. I think it's tough because you feel like you have to open this tower, but I don't think you could have done it with those resources. You needed to bring more to make that happen. And a huge win for Sonics. They get 5 kills. As you said, they even get bot tower. Sure, it'll be denied, but now all tier 1s are open. This is a way more one-sided game than the first one, actually. Looking at things right now, this could very easily get out of hand.
MSS, he finds Fade. That's Malefice apply, but Fade is just taking casual right clicks from Quinn. Finally gets stunned, but the Bramble is there to hold him in place, and the Enigma dies again. Quinn, very little mana to speak of, so we'll likely have to back out. And we'll go back to base. He has Boots of Travel, and only about 1,000 away from finishing BKB. Meanwhile, on the other side for Solji, Arcane Boots, Kaya.
And the
Just
dangerous
to show
thing,
the difference.
Yeah, when you go for a build like this, unless you have no health, right? So you're very susceptible to getting burst by Tuscalina plus Pango or a Dawn ult combination. You are fully reliant on your Abaddon if you build like this. And I think it might be necessary for them to take this route for him to stay relevant, but it also means that situations like this can happen. And
He did.
I
He
guess
died
if you
again.
Had, if you
I
had
can say
more,
it now.
if you had more tanky items, you probably still die to that 3v1, to be honest. But there's just less freedom in other situations in the game where you might be able to stay alive and get saved by a bat, and now you're really reliant on him being literally next to you. And guess what? Shu was covering Paradise instead, because he kind of has to hedge his bets with where he thinks the gank is going to come, and he obviously chooses to protect
Oh my
the Luna
god,
that's
what a
farming
block.
Ancients.
Paradise
Oh.
is dead. Unbelievable. MSS with the long range ice shards, and now they're going to get a full stack of Ancients. Man, oh man. This is looking to be... God damn it. Sonic's game through and through.
Yeah, the win probability is 100% for Dire, though, so I do expect Felt to grab this one. There was a glimmer of hope for the Radiant at minute, what's that, minute 8, where they had 54%. but quickly lost it.
Now UGD getting
That's
spotted
so
out.
funny.
Bedlam is there. 6K lead for Sonics. They have the kind of lineup that can finish early. I mean, Quinn can take buildings pretty damn fast once you get an item on top of the BKB. And
I wonder if
Dawnbreaker
this,
not going Deso though, looks like.
this is the kind of game that could get decided without pushing the base. Like, if Felt feel like they're totally locked in. Oh, that's the Dawn ult.
Yeah, and that is another death onto Solji. Now starting to rack them up. Of course, Sonic's probably not too happy that he didn't die the entire game, despite losing. Now just trying to get their money's worth, if you will. Lesla has his Blink Dagger. Wait, they have 2 Orba Corrosions? They do. That's kind of odd.
Yeah, that's
Yawar and
unusual.
Lesla. I figured that Yawar would go for a Deso, but perhaps not having the best of games, so wants to play it safe with the early BKB.
Yeah, I think it's stable to go BKB here. You don't have to deal massive amounts of damage as Dawn right now in the game anyway. You have both the Pango and especially the Lina that you can count on. All right, Quinn.
Yep,
Guess in the
snowball
LSA,
in.
it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. They are so far ahead. It doesn't matter if they miss spells. Quinn popped the BKB. That was the first usage.
Dire's bottom
We're
tower
down to
is
8
under
seconds now.
attack.
Leslau available with the Blink Dagger and his ult. Try to initiate here if they really want. And I assume Roche is going to be on the plate here pretty soon for Sonics. They have the minus armor. They have Pango, who's really good. And of course, the Lina. And tag team. They have a lot, actually. A lot of little things. I wouldn't say any of them in particular are amazing at Roche by themselves, but together it's going to be pretty fast.
Money to burn.
I mean, yeah, tag team Orb of Corrosion and Lucky Shot is how much minus armor? And so Lucky
Lot.
Shot level 4 is -8, and then you take the Orb of Corrosion, then it's -13, and then tag team for the 120 bonus physical damage per hit. It adds up very quickly.
Told you looking for that 18-minute power run. He's going to get it.
It's a haste.
It's a
He might be
haste.
forced to use it, maybe. He will.
Yeah, we got the Bramble to start out. On the other side, it looks like they're going to find a pickup on the UGD. But the Swashbuckle's here. Leslau looking to get his ult off, but going to cancel it. There's the buyback now from the Hoodwink. Leslau dodging the split earth. He's going to have to Swashbuckle to try to stay alive as Laguna Blade comes out, but the haste rune is too powerful from Solji. Curse Crown will find him, though, but here comes the Aphotic Shield and the Mistborn to follow. Quinn has to pop the BKB, but again, very little mana to speak of, but MSS is there with the punch, and that is going to be enough. A 1-for-1.
Great shards.
Shards onto 2, blocking them out, but no follow-up. As Yawar still has a Starbreaker available, Hammer in 5. As Shu, no ult to work with, he's likely going to get right-clicked down. It ends up being a 3-for-1 with the buyback onto the Hoodwink, and it's not over yet. Paradise finally gets off the Eclipse, first of the game, I do believe. Quinn, he's going to tank it up. He could just right-click his way to this if he wants. Nice block off onto Yawar. Actually, they're on the same team. Not a great block off onto Yawar. As Fade, going to take a little hammer damage, but the rest of the Felt are going to limp away. Kind of an awkward fight. But
Yeah.
I would say Sonic's still coming out on top.
I actually think Quinn could have committed there and got the kill, but he was worried about trading himself away and just played it safe, which is fine.
Dire's top tower
No
is
black
under
hole
attack.
used again. Have we even had one this game? It's 20 minutes in.
I don't think so.
I don't remember one. It's just been difficult for Fade. He also has so many things he needs to play around until he gets a BKB, right? In order to get a guaranteed black hole. Literally every hero in the enemy team has a stun.
Yeah.
Of some
Bata,
kind.
he takes the initiation, actually sidesteps the sharpshooter, but still dies. Laguna Blade and a nice block up again on the Solji. MSS with the shards of his life this game. Ends up being a favorable trade for Sonics again. And now Shu, looks like he's going to be next. And Fade looking for the opening with that black hole still available, but here comes the stun lock from Leslau. Down goes Paradise as the lead continues to grow for Sonic.
Fade is also in trouble here.
Yeah, he's going to get caught off potentially. Could go for the black hole. He's going to do it. Hammer's going to do a little bit of damage. He finally drops. Not able to find a kill, though, for himself. He's very frustrated and wants to get off that ult.
Dire's courier has
Not sure if they're going to find UGD. Looks like they might. Sharpshooter's there, but doesn't buy him enough time. Another great fight for Sonics. And I think looking at the build from Enigma, I think like this, it's not like Wraith Pact is abnormal, but I feel like that's an item you go for if you're having a good game. He was not having a good game. I feel like you just have to go Blink BKB this game.
I understand why he's taking that path, though, from a strategic angle with their lineup, right? Like, the way their lineup wants to play is to group up and fight as 5. They're just getting outmaneuvered and just lost the lanes too hard. But theoretically speaking, if things went according to plan, I think this would have been a good item this game, the Wraith Pact. He might get a kill on MSS here. Nope.
No, MSS will live, and
boy.
Quinn will get the kill on Fade instead. And now we'll see if they end up just going to the old Roche pit. They're going to take the tier 2 tower first, the outpost to follow.
Dire's top tower has
And this is a shellacking.
Yeah,
No
this
doubt
is kind
about
of desperation territory. When your Enigma goes in solo, they're hoping to kill a Tusk and absolutely will die, no matter whether he gets the kill or not.
top tower is under attack.
Then you know what the game state is. And this Roche will absolutely go to the Sonics. Could wait for the Tusk if they wanted to, but it seems like they don't need to. So got it regardless. Lucky shot being very useful here.
Aegis will likely go to Quinn
Yeah, you're right. So, there we go.
as he is inching closer to the Silver Edge. So he's going to be doing a lot of right-click damage here relatively shortly. Basically, he's done with the Crystallis.
His brain is so big.
Dire are scanning.
Oh,
As Fade, yeah, looks like another death for him. They get the stun lock with the Solar Guardian Rolling Thunder combo. And Sonic's just getting everything that they want.
yeah, I gotta say, this just looks too easy for them right now. As this is also a dead Luna. There's just no way to save him.
Yep, he did. Shoot, tried his best.
They're still in
Might be able to
LSA.
get out himself. No. LSA. And 15k lead for Quincy Crew at
good, Yawar.
22 and a half minutes. Will they? Yawar has the BKB, healing up a lot thanks to his luminosity, and now Soldier's going to die instead. Caster Curse from Synderen as per norm.
I said he
Triple
might
kill
die.
for Quinn.
Okay, that's not the
That
same.
still counts. It counts.
So yeah, this is the kind of thing I imagined when I said this game might be over before the base push, because
Dire's top
I feel like from Felt's perspective, this game is just in a spot where every time they move outside the base, they just get killed everywhere. But they're still staying in. They're not GGing out here, but so it will come to a base push at this point. But the last good thing that happened for this in the game feels quite a long time ago. And they will lose a lane of barracks and still keep playing the game, but
It is a TI Quals.
It
I
is.
don't think I would.
Choose to.
Oh, the
he
break.
got it off. He did activate it manually.
He did. Quinn still has the Aegis for 3 minutes, and the team backing him up as well.
You don't.
And Shu, the
Oh,
crits.
no.
Oh my god. Quinn is just unstoppable. Buyback though from Shu. Leslau looking to finish this game right now. UGD is dead. And it looks like the Lesh is next. Does have buyback available for himself, but Fade dies. Ultra kill for Quinn as the BKB is activated. So no black hole. No GG quite yet.
Oh my god.
Quinn! You're not
Yeah,
used
he's
to
not
seeing
done yet.
Abaddon
Give him
so
one more.
squishy. Yeah, you can get
Double
the double
rampage?
rampage. Why not, Soldier? That's a
Oh,
dieback, but
MSS.
MSS steals the second rampage.
He's beyond
from
godlike
Quinn.
on Tusk. I just realized he's 13 kills in the 4.
Oh, wow.
He's literally been getting every kill whenever they made a move. That's not
Yeah, but-
true. He has 19 assists as well. But whenever Quinn hasn't been getting the kill, it's mainly been the Tusk.
Man, I got my predictions so wrong in this game. Quinn 15-0. I think you got that one right.
I have him to the last player to be killed at least, so that's looking promising.
Gracious me, oh my.
We were wrong about the daggers. There were 3 actually, because MSS had such a good game. He got to buy his as well in time.
Dire's
So gonna be wrong on basically every prediction as usual.
So 3
That's our
daggers.
style.
And yeah, Leslau got the most last hits minute 7, which, you know,
That was. We could have actually expected that because.
I feel like that wasn't obvious that this was going to be the laning stage setup. Though, was
No,
it?
but we had time to see that, right?
Oh,
We just put our
Right.
things in, our predictions in too early.
yeah.
Gotta wait till the last second. As Paradise pops a BKB and then dies. Now the right clicks from Quinn. He has Aegis still for another minute and a half. Kind of wants to use it to get a little refresh here.
Yep.
What is he buying? Is he getting a Scotty? He has a point booster queued up.
Is that
Courier.
right?
Yeah, it's a Scotty. As
Okay.
Quinn and company looking to finish this one off in Gaben-like shellacking. Fade gets off the early black hole, but Quinn only takes a little bit of the damage because of the respawn timer from the Aegis. Pops the BKB and now starting to delete the rest of Fade in turn. Full team wipe. GG's called. Sonics win 2-0.
And this time they did it much faster. This was a 26-minute game before they forced out the GG. This is a bit more reminiscent of the DPC. I just looked it up since we talked about it, right? You were like, Sonics were winning slow games. In the DPC, when these two teams met, Sonic won 23 minutes both games, something like that, 22 to 23 minutes. And this felt a little bit more like what we have been seeing during that DPC, just absolute, complete dominance, both games, but this time a lot faster. Sonics, I also think they played better this game than the last one. I think last game maybe a little bit rough around the edges. It's also the first game, you know. Now they're warmed up and really took it up a notch here and just absolutely crushed it. Super
Yeah, so
stompy series.
it did end up being a 2-0, which is kind of what we expected. This second game was more what we saw during the DPC. Game one, like you said, a little bit slow. But Sonics do get the win in the end. And that means the lower bracket. I actually want to look at, let me look at this real quick. So Health goes to the lower bracket and they will face off against Team Dog Champ at another time. That'll be an interesting match. And then the next match for us, which is coming up after a short break, is going to be Alpha versus 5 Rat Force Staff.
Yeah.
So no idea on these like Alpha's level because they were Div 2 last season.
Right. This is one of those that it's really hard to call. 5 Rat Force Staff were 6th in Division 1. They felt like a team that could take games and maybe even series off the middle of the pack teams, but didn't just quite get there. And then Alpha got 1st in Division 2. So the relative strength between these two teams, they could be neck and neck. There could still be a clear difference. Absolutely no idea until we see them play. But as far as names go, I think, you know, if you're an old school Dota fan, you'll probably recognize more of Alpha's lineup actually than 5 Rat Force Staff, which isn't necessarily a good thing. A lot of the young players are proving to be really, really strong right now compared to the veterans a lot of the time. So we'll have to see them fight out in, I believe it's about 15 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, before these two teams face off. So stay tuned for that.
I believe so. So we'll take a quick break, guys, and we'll be back with that second series of the day.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 1 between Alpha and 5 Rat Force Staff for the regional qualifiers for the NA division, NA region, I should say. This is still the upper bracket, best of 3. These are two teams that, I mean, 5 Rat Force Staff, we saw a lot last season, a lot, and they did not do very well. They barely escaped relegation. They had to go through tiebreakers in order to do so. I think out of those 3 teams, they were clearly the best of the 3 teams that were on the bottom of the NADPC. Alpha on the other side, we didn't get to cast at all. They were Div 2. They went undefeated in terms of series. So these 2 teams could be close, or there could be a big separation. We're not really sure. A lot of these names are very familiar, though. Flea, Rises, Monster, and Pingu specifically for me, Cinderin.
Yeah, this is a big question mark. I just have absolutely no idea what to expect, from drafts to individual performance to how the teams have adapted to the patch. Gonna have to see what they do in the server, right? Like you said, I pretty much agree with everything. You know, 5 Rat 4 stuff. We're the best team among the teams threatened with relegation. I think for me, their standout player when they do really well has been Kits on the mid lane. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if he can, you know, pull out some of his best performances. Because in Div 1, he was holding his own against the best for quite a while. And then he had a couple of games toward the end where things dropped off a little bit. But I was genuinely impressed by him. I'll definitely be having my eyes on him this series. As for Alpha, like you said, we know the players, but don't really know how well they're going to perform on this level of stage. And as far as the draft goes, all of this is super surprising to me, except the DP pick. Overall first pick Shaker, responded to by Dragon Knight Shadow Shaman. These 2 heroes are not generally rated as first phase heroes by most teams, whereas the DP obviously is, and will close out the first one. Curious what Alpha have up their sleeve. This is very already 5-man push oriented to start things off.
I mean, 3 out of the 4 heroes are very push oriented.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like I said, some of the names are familiar, but we're just not entirely sure what they like to play. And obviously this is indicative of what they do like to play, because when you're in very important matches like this and maybe you're not the most experienced team, you pick what is familiar to you. Comfort picks, I think, should always be picked over what is supposedly better in the draft, if that makes sense. I think if I had a choice between the 2, if you're not comfortable on something, definitely would rather them to play something that they've played a ton. As we're seeing.
At the same time, I mean, at this point in the draft, absolutely. But at the same time, there's just some games where the last pick is just that insane to have this hero. And if your player is not a specialist, but just, you know, passable, it might still be a better pick than their absolute best hero, just because, like, let's say it's a totally free Brood game. And your player who plays Brood is not, like, great at Brood, but he's fine. I think it's still a better pick than their absolute flagship hero most of the time. But I know what you're saying, especially in phase number 1. I think, you know, stick to your comfort, stick to what works for you. And Alpha continues to surprise. They're going to grab a Warlock here.
Yeah. So more out of meta heroes that we're not used to seeing. I wanted to mention that you're right, and I'm right, and we're both right.
Oh.
There was a position 5 Terrorblade the other day. I don't know if you saw that game. Anything can work.
Yeah.
Anything can work, which is the beauty of the old.
And it did win, right?
It did win.
Yeah.
Not sure if it had any impact. I didn't get to see the game yet. I should go back and watch that though. That was pretty hype. But yeah, 5 Rat 4 staff, like you said, Faceless Void and Jakiro coming out. We'll see if he has the Arcana for Void. Very important.
Does that affect your win probability?
I think it goes up. I actually spent money to buy that, Cinderin.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
I believe it.
After we rated it, the Battle Pass not to be super hot, I did pay money to get the Faceless Void Arcana. So I'm a hypocrite. As Bloodseeker. Okay, so this one at least something we're used to seeing a little bit more. recently.
Classic combination with Warlock, right? You get Fatal Bonds, you do a lot of damage to different heroes, and that empowers your Bloodseeker to get really fast and strong. Also, Rupture is great against both Death Prophet and Faceless Void. They're very mobility-based cores. However, it's also a double-edged sword against DP because she's one of the only heroes that can just get ruptured by you, stand still, use Siphon on you and her ult, and you have to run away. It's kind of a double-edged sword where she also feels really nice to rupture because then you know where she is, like then she's standing still. So, yeah, I would say just looking at these first 4 picks from both teams, I feel like Alpha's lineup is going to be a little bit more difficult to execute. I think there's a lot of pressure on Dragon Knight in this game. If he's having a bad game and doesn't get a good dagger timing, initiating fights will be pretty tricky, and you're playing against a team that has insane team fight. Shaker, Void, Jakiro. Maybe it's almost a bit too much of the good stuff, you know? Like, maybe you would have wanted a little bit less in that way and a little bit more in the way of, like, sustain, healing, or lane push, or single target damage even. But it looks still very solid.
I have a stupid question that I think I already know the answer to.
Okay.
Faceless Void
That's stupid.
time walk on Rupture when you have Shard, okay?
Yeah.
So you time walk, you take the Rupture damage, and then you reverse time walk, and you get rid of the initial damage, but then you take Rupture damage again. Does that sound about right?
I don't think you take damage when you time walk at all.
What do you mean? It certainly is not long enough of a blink to get out of Rupture range.
No, but you're invulnerable during time walk. And Rupture deals damage every time you move, right?
Yes.
I could be wrong here. I feel like you can time walk. The problem is, like, let's say whether you can time walk or not is kind of beside the point for why Rupture is good. Because if you do time walk as Void, you need to run after to reposition and get out. And you're kind of like still locked in place. Usually when you time walk, you get to just reset completely and do whatever you want. But if you do take damage during time walk, I feel like it's not always been that way. It's just something in the back of my mind is telling me you can time walk while ruptured and not take the damage. If you're right, though, I don't know how it will work on the reverse one.
I love asking these stupid questions that we won't
Actually, I do know how it will work, because reverse time walk doesn't change your health. So if you time walked out and you took the damage there, then when you reverse time walk, you would take damage both ways and heal neither.
Wait, why would you heal neither?
Because when you time walk, you reset your health to what it was before, right?
Yeah.
But if you're taking rupture damage when you arrive, you would take that after you healed. You know what I mean?
Oh, the reverse time walk doesn't reverse your HP again.
Right.
Right.
The reverse one is just position.
That's right. So you just die.
If that's how it works. I actually don't know this. It'll be fun to see. If that comes into play. I feel like it's not the most likely
Yeah, we turn
thing.
into a 5-minute conversation.
That's good. I like that. That's nerdy.
I do like mechanic questions.
So the last pick here for 5 Red 4 Staff is one of Kits' specialty heroes. I think this was probably one of his 2 or 3 best picks that he had during DPC, the Ember Spirit. So very comfortable. Either of the matchups that he could have in mid right now are pretty good. I think Dragon Knight is fine for Ember. Bloodseeker should also be fine if it's in the mid lane, which it probably won't be. So I think the challenge here for Alpha is actually to counterpick this Ember Spirit mid, put the Dragon Knight off with a Shaman, and then see if they can kind of build an advantage out of the mid lane. They're running out of time, though. Tiny will be the pick.
Okay. Very meta hero from last patch.
Yeah.
And trying to remember what was changed with him. I'm going to look it up right now.
Like this is a kind of tricky Tiny game. There's quite a lot of things that are dangerous to you. You can get fissured out of trees and get comboed on. You don't fare very well in Chrono. Death Prophet does a lot of damage to you, even if it's not percentage based anymore. You're a very immobile hero once you've gone in. Jakiro has attack speed slows. Yeah, at the same time, though, the glass half full way of thinking here is that Alpha really needs someone to jump in and burst and get things started. And that fits the bill perfectly. So if Solo has a good start and he can set things up for them, that's what can start a great fight for the Bloodseeker to build up some momentum. But overall, I do think 5 Rat 4 Steps lineup looks very, very good and probably easier to play than Alpha.
So Tiny's changes, the big one was Grow no longer reduces attack speed by a flat value. So it's always 30%, which we had this conversation, and I'm trying to remember, that's worse later and better early?
Let me check the numbers again.
It's 30%. I don't remember what the numbers were before,
It's
though.
probably
That's the problem.
better later and worse earlier.
Okay.
But it's always tricky with percentage-based damage or attack speed slow because that isn't really a thing, right? Like basically every attack speed slow in the game is flat amount, not percent.
Yeah, this one's odd.
So it's a little bit hard to say. Because then it starts mattering what your base attack time is and stuff, whether that percentage is, yeah. I will have to not know that, but considering that it was a nerf patch for Tiny, I would assume it nerfs him in the earlier portions of the game, which was when Tiny was dominating. So I think it's probably weaker early, and then when you get level 18, I would imagine it's better.
All right. So, Alpha versus 5 Rat 4 Staff. The winner of this will face off against Sonics, who just shellacked their
prize.
way to the upper bracket semifinals of the NA TI11 regional qualifiers. All right, we got predictions, Cinderin.
Yep.
Which team will win? I'm going to say
So,
5 Rat.
I did that as well, and then I said 0 smoke ganks.
Total number of smoke gank kills by 10 minutes. You don't
10
think
minutes
any?
is pretty early. Yeah, I said 0. It might be 1.
I'm going to say
but-
1 just to be different.
Total number of towers, I said 0 to 5. That could be wrong, actually. That's
Total
I'll
number
say
of
6
towers
to 10.
killed
6 to 10.
before. Okay, I'm going to say 0 to 5.
And then number of smoke kills at the game end, we'll say 5 to 8. There's going to be 1 or 2 really big smokes that go well.
Okay,
Something like that.
I'll go the same one to that last one.
Okay.
All
We've
right,
got
I
a
have more
big
faith in
pig
your
in the
list.
mid. Kits is trying to push it. It's not working. The
We
pig
haven't
is
seen
broken.
Yeah, what's
It
going
is
on there?
literally not working.
30 seconds to battle.
It looks
Doesn't
pretty,
obstruct your path, though.
though. Nope.
Have you tried the conga line yet?
Yes. Oh, now it finally blew up. I was wondering if it ever would. The conga line's pretty fun. I would not
Haven't seen it in
recommend
a
doing
pro
that
match
against
yet,
the
though.
Dire in this game, though. They have Chrono and Echo Slam, so don't conga line into them.
Yeah, they
With
have a
or
lot of
without
team
the
fight.
item. Do not do that.
Don't tell me what to
The
not do.
battle begins.
Monster looking for the bounty,
Did not
and
get it.
he's not going to get it. Instead, he's going to take a dual breath and get down to half HP. Does have the level of dragon blood already, so we'll regen most of that up.
That
pretty
skill point
quickly.
is so wild now. 4 armor, 4 health regen. You go to lane and you just have a free Helm of Iron Will, basically. That's pretty crazy. That's a skill point.
So offlane Dragon Knight, not the most common these days, at least. Feels kind of dropped off a bit. We used to see it a lot more. It's kind of felt a bit underwhelming. But we'll see if Monsters... I mean, Monsters had some great performances in the past. I think the season before last, I believe this when we were casting him. We'll see if he's able to come through. And DNM is another great storyline player that I think played with PPD on the... what roster was that?
I think they were
Optic?
called... No. What were they called? Was that Sad Boys 2.0 or something?
Oh, yeah. You're right. I think it was
think.
Sad Boys.
Yeah.
And he was kind of like this up-and-comer, and unfortunately the team... I thought he played well, but the team just didn't do well at all. He's kind of just been floating from team to team, so would like to see some of these guys, especially these youngsters, get a little bit more consistent play behind them, which is why I'm a big fan of Lil Nick, even though he's not in this game, Cinder, and just have to mention my love
Okay.
for Lil Nick.
Yeah.
Great guy. Has
Radiant's
not let
courier has been killed.
Dota turn him into a whiny pile of garbage like a lot of other pro players.
Giant will get a courier snipe here.
That's true. They are
Giant
pieces
gets-
of garbage. You're right.
Giant gets a courier kill. Would not have happened against Lil Nick, of course. Would have microed it perfectly, but he's not in this game, so mistakes happen. Lil Nick, obviously prone to never make mistakes. In his attitude, his play, he's just a beaming, positive, perfect person, and you love him. All right, Bounty or Water Runes. Kits is going to get the top one. He's pushed in the wave pretty well here. Soul kind of needs to move. All right, he will move. This was almost one of those situations where as Ember, you could have TP'd to the tower and got the other one. And started building an advantage, but Soul does get there in time. Still a good laning advantage here, currently forming for 5 Rat 4 staff. They got 3 bounties, and their CS especially. Well, it's not like a major advantage, but just every lane going just slightly better for them. Just a couple of CS in all of them.
A little early though, as Alpha taking some damage in this top lane. I mean, one issue against the likes of Faceless Void, which by the way, not using the Arcana, very, very sad DNM. You don't. I mean, I feel like the heroes that you want to lane against a Void are damage over time because he can't time walk the damage off. But in this lane, that's not really the case.
This is a
Shackle,
very easy
I guess,
Void lane.
But
It is a very easy Void lane.
yeah, it should be a pretty free game for him.
I just don't see what the Radiant offlane can really do to pressure him at all. And even if they do, there's Jakiro with double attack speed slow. It's just very hard to get to him. So, yeah, you're right. He should just be farming. At the same time, though, they don't have the best heroes against Dragon Knight either, right? Void doesn't do anything to DK early on in the lane. All you can do is attack, and DK has high armor and high regen. Jakiro did his best to try to pressure, but you see Monster is even feeling so strong in this lane that he doesn't even go the second point Dragon Blood. He went 1-1-1, which is pretty uncommon, I would say, on Dragon Knight to do in the offlane position. But he's already opting to go for Breathe Fire, so he can try to get a little bit of a better trade on the CS with the damage mitigation onto the Void, or damage reduction rather. See what his next skill point is. That's going to be kind of telling here. He's holding it for now. Second point Breathe Fire. There you go.
Yep. All right. And he is a full level ahead of DNM, so this is actually going really well. Flea doing a good job of making sure that his offlane Dragon Knight is able to get this solo XP for a good amount of time. So you're right. I don't think there's a way for them to kill him at all. And he's going to end up hitting level 6. Yeah, he's 21-10 right now versus the 12-0 of DNM.
10
so
denies in the offlane, minute 4.
he's just using the Dragon Tail off cooldown to secure these last hits.
I mean, this is super textbook stuff from Monster. It's really, really good. Like, we were saying Void is not under pressure, which is true. Like, he's not in danger of dying, but if he loses every second creep to this Dragon Knight, you take that every day as the DK lane. Oh, Flea could be in trouble here, though. Good bash.
Time dilation, bash to follow. Dragon Tail keeps DNM on the back for a little bit, as there's the dual breath slowing down Flea. Ups the Fairy Fire. Not going to be enough, though, as First Blood, despite the horrible CS so far for DNM, he does get the First Blood, which will certainly help his cause.
Yeah, this is going to push him ahead of Dragon Knight and net worth all of a sudden now. Even with that huge advantage early on for DK, First Blood is just worth so much. And DNM, as a result, will almost have treads flying out. Actually, it is treads. Wow, it's full treads and a tango, so he'll be much more threatening to that Shadow Shaman if he does connect. I'm not sure how big of a DPS increase getting treads on Void is, but it's pretty massive when you have a hero that has a percentage-based chance ability, right? To get that extra damage in against Shaman.
Yeah, and he's holding his 4th skill point on the Void right now.
I reckon he'll go Walk, right? I mean, you can go another one in Lock, but you're only going to use it against Shaman, realistically speaking.
I feel like you really think Time Walk. Because the cooldown reduction is great, but we talked about the fact that he's not really under pressure of dying. Don't you just get farming capability with Time Lock and go into the jungle? As we're going to see Hits and Company. Looks like Flea's going to get off the shackle. Avalanche toss to follow. Searing Chain's a little bit late. That leads to the kill going in favor of Alpha. Oh, that fissure, not the greatest. As Soul, he's going to pop the Fairy Fire and take a Shadow Word
and
to help heal him up.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just not a good fissure, unfortunately. Just counteractive or counterproductive, really.
It happens.
To the move. It happens, yeah. If that one is lined up perfectly, I think they actually get that kill on Tiny. So, you know, pretty costly mistake, but I don't think 5 Rat 4 staff should exactly go into a mode of panic. You shouldn't in general if your teammates make mistakes. I'm looking at you, all of you viewers that start tilting at the first sign of a mistake from anyone in your game and get very unhappy. You know, mistakes happen. You make them too. Everyone makes mistakes. So, yeah. Just
Not Grubby. Grubby's perfect.
That's true. Grubby should make a team with Lil Nick, actually. I think that team would be unstoppable. They would win TI 2v5.
Yes, that's my kind of team right there. That's a team you can really root for, you know? DNM, by the way, continuing to hold this point. So he got level 5 now, went 2 in Time Walk, but still that 5th point is being held as Monster pops his Dragon form. Not able to really push, but again, he's in a 1v2 and he is in no fear of dying. Bottom lane, Have the Avalanche tossed back from Soul. See the Spirit Siphon doing a considerable amount of damage, but Earthshaker's the one to fall. And Speed now on the run.
Yep. This is a very good defense from Alpha. This is, I mean, they bring 4 heroes, but it's an EXO. You want to hold this tower. You want to slow things down for Speed on this DP, who is also having a very good game, right? He's got the Falcon Blade and almost Phase Boot, so he's having the best laning stage out of everyone on the map, as a matter of fact. And bit of a thorn in his side if they keep defending this bot tower against him. That was the first EXO. I would honestly love to see them do it on the next one as well if they can. Tiny is excellent for this. Speaking of him, he'll find an Arcane Rune.
Not too shabby. Rises. Look at the Bloodseeker. Yeah, Rises CS. Like, his net worth is basically on level with DNM, which I guess is fine, but it's not great still.
Guess it's an offlaner patch, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. This is my kind of patch for sure. No wonder I'm playing more. But Rises finally hits level 6. We'll see if they're able to use this Rupture to find their first Rupture kill of the game. DNM, this wave should give him Chronosphere.
Yep, absolutely.
And still holding a point. Still holding it.
I wonder what he's going to buy here. If he's going to go Mask of Madness or Maelstrom straight away. We've seen different builds on Void in the past. You obviously want a farming tool. Some people buy Midas as well, even before either of the other two. He's currently eyeing up a Raindrop. I don't think that's going to make him farm a lot faster. He's going Maelstrom. He queued it up now. Buys the Javelin. Out it goes. Rupture bot.
Yep, Rupture.
It's a
Blood
level
right to
4
follow. A nice
Siphon,
fissure
though.
from
They can't kill
Giant.
him.
And Speed is perfectly okay. He's just walking this Rupture off.
almost.
And he's doing so much damage to Rises. One more Crypt Swarm should do it. Speed runs through the entire Rupture and doesn't care.
This was that thing I was talking about in the last game that we were casting with DP earlier today, was that when you have level 4 Siphon early, and it being flat drain compared to the percentage plus lower flat amount from before, right at this point, DP is a god. Like, he was basically healing the damage of Rupture by having 1 Siphon running. If he has
And
2 Siphons running, he's out healing Rupture. With Phase Boots, he can literally just run around. And they were not expecting that play.
Oh, he's going to pop Exo and TP into the Chronosphere here. And Monster looks to be dead. Yeah, very cool play from Speed. And DNM setting it up with a Chrono, obviously. And now Speed can just go get some farm elsewhere. Meanwhile, Soul and Fleet working on the Jakiro. They'll find that. So it's a 1-for-1, but obviously the more valuable kill going the way of 5-Rat 4-Staff. Fissure stopping the TP as Soul still taking damage from this Exo. Double kill for Speed across the entire map. Really well played.
So until I saw him get that tiny kill, I was actually questioning whether this TP top was worth it just to kill DK. I mean, you use Exo and Chrono for a kill on a core when you could have pushed bot tower. But with this follow-up kill on Tiny, I think that chalks up to well worth it. The thing is, that was probably not pre-planned, right? Like, that just ended up happening at the same time and he took advantage of it. So I wouldn't say I'm too big of a fan of that TP play, even though it was cool and creative. I don't think that was actually impactful enough compared to staying bot. But it worked. So
They probably could have found that kill with a +1 that was not DP, considering Monster was at relatively low HP.
I guess Ember didn't have resources, because I would much rather see that move from Ember.
I mean, that was like one of those plays that you look at and you're like, technically that might not be correct, but it worked out. And if you could do it over again, you'd do the same thing, actually, in this exact instance. But Tier 1 tower top fortified. Monster, no Dragon form for another 15, but this looks to be a tower going their way, which means Speed should be able to at least pressure the Tier 1 bottom. But it's going to be a little bit slower. Yeah, so they might be able to defend this if they want to try. Tier 1 tower finally falls in favor of Alpha. And do they defend this bot lane? They will fortify it.
All right, I have a quick quiz question for you.
Oh boy.
How many unspent skill points does Shadow Shaman have right now? Damn it, now it's
2.
0. What was it? Yes, it was 2. He was 1-1-1 and level 5.
What the heck?
That's pretty rare. He didn't know which path he wanted to take, if he wanted the wave clearing burst build with Ethershock or if he wanted more levels in Shackles. So he just kept the points. But ultimately now does commit for the nuke to push out waves, and 6 levels online finally for him in at 12. A bit late as a 4, you would say, to get those snakes.
DNM is still holding a point. Can you tell me why? What is the point of, like, surely you're not going to go time dilation level 2.
Oh, a bit mistimed there. If we get that Hex, that could have got very interesting. Yeah, good question. Maybe you do. Or maybe you want stats.
I mean, okay, so
I don't
take the
think you
stats then. What are you waiting for?
I don't know.
You have a smoke now.
There it is. He wanted to TP first. Now he's killing Bash.
Okay, there we go. Level 2 Bash, finally. Like it was a little too much min-maxing for my taste. 5 Rat are smoked up, looking for an opening. Potentially on the Soul, but you can see that Pingu has positioned himself pretty nicely to stop the smoking. But Rises, they're going to go right into the triangle and find him. And he is going to die instantly.
Yeah, good ward. And honestly, these two heroes together right now are terrifying for the Radiant. Ember and DP could technically win a 2v5 if the Shaman doesn't control them. And that is not an exaggeration.
Oh, top lane, Fissure into the Echo. Flea is trying to pressure this tower. Got it to half HP.
Not too bad.
Yeah, could have been worse. By the way, are we still calling the triangle a triangle?
DNM,
Oh,
Golem.
DNM, he is
Nice
dead.
Golem. Actually necessary there from Pingu. He gets the stun in at the right time, so they get another swing from Tiny after. He was almost time walking. That would have been a tragedy if he got that off, but they timed it well. Find a big pick.
We'll see if he's able to bounce back here. I mean, his net worth is not doing too hot, but again, he's still on par with Rises, who is not quite finished with his Maelstrom either. They're basically on the same trajectory, even though the Maelstrom has come on a little bit faster for DNM. Fissure block and hits up. Soul's going to jump in, take that regen room, gets the Avatos as well, but now he's kind of out of steam. Refires there from Monster, but Soul is blocked off thanks to this Fissure, so that's going to be a freebie for 5 Rat 4 Step, and now a Chronosphere. It's going to connect onto 2. Macropyre with the Ice Path setup as well. That's 2 kills. It's likely to be a third. Triple kill, all going the way of Speed, who has been the dominant figure in this game number 1 for 5 Rat.
He has a halberd.
Radiant structures
Actually.
are fortified.
Yeah.
He has 14 minutes phase boot, Falcon Blade halberd, but let's see if he commits for it. He could also go Kaya Sanj. Honestly, when you're this strong, yep, there it is. He swapped it over. He changed his mind. He's like, wait, is halberd even worth it this game? I mean, sure, you're against Bloodseeker, but come on, man. You can carry this game. Look how unbelievably far ahead he is right now. 7-0, 8k net worth minute 15. And the Kaya Sanj is complete. This is going to boost him up in a big way, and the mana regen should not be underestimated on a hero like DP. This hero farms like a beast with level 4 Crypt Swarm, so just keep that gold flowing.
And he's definitely having a standout performance in this game number 1. And you can see the smoke now from Alpha. Trying to find something to help them get back in this game. I mean, it's only a 2k lead for 5 Rat. As Soul opening it up.
That's the thing, though, right? I mean, we can look at the gold lead and talk about how 15 minutes in 2K, how much is it really? But when you look at the lineups and the trajectory of this game, when you first tuned, hang on,
Dragon Tail, instant avalanche toss, and that is a kill.
So you pick Shaman Dragon Knight, right? And you've taken 1 tower minute 16. You are not even remotely close to getting any of the other 2. And the enemy team has Void, DP, and Ember. And they have very strong teamfight supports in Jakiro and Shaker. I'm a little bit worried that if your laning stage is a wash, or even worse like this, where you're losing and the DP is getting huge,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
the level of execution that it takes to outperform the Dire in teamfights is really, really high. Like, you need to be very smart about how you engage, because you're playing against Chrono, you're playing against Shaker with a combo breaker and Fissure, playing against DP Silence, that's a combo breaker, Ice Path, that's a combo breaker. Like, imagine playing Shaman in this game, how hard that is. You first picked this hero, and now you get to feel it, you know? Like, how is Flea going to reliably get a max duration shackle? That might be why he actually levels like this. Look at his skill build. He maxed Shock, and now he's going Hex, right? He's just putting 1 value point in shackles because he feels like he can't sustain it anyway.
Yeah.
So, kind of tough, I would say. But yeah, it's all about finding the correct initiation and doing what they just did bot to kits. Like, they can do this to the Faceless Void easily for the foreseeable future. They'll have enough damage in their heavy single target burst. So, keep looking for those
Speed
opportunities.
is worth a lot of money. He is a pinata right now,
Dire's
Cinderin.
bottom tower
Yep.
is under attack.
Is he a pinata that's going to try to kill Roche, though? Thinking
Pinata
about
that
it.
can bite back. A pinata full of knives.
Pingu is dead.
Yeah, he is likely going to fall, but could have been worse. Actually gets the TP stopped as well.
But could have been
Speed
worse
is
if they
there.
died faster.
Yeah, he could have died faster. It could have led to a more important kill going the way of 5-Rat. As DNM now starting to work on his BKB.
Monster got the bot tower, and as a result, he can now buy his shard and 20 gold. So that's very good news for them. They need a little bit more in the way of, I feel like, just overall wave push to keep the pace up. Get waves out so they can find picks. This is a crucial moment, by the way.
Blood
Good
Right's
Right.
coming, so the little reset here from 5-Rat.
They need
And
to burst
Warlock
speed
is
if
now
they
up.
can.
Yeah, and the Golem is available if you can TP in close enough. Oh, Flea's actually going to jump into the pit. Who's going to get the actual Aegis? It's Speed with the Aegis and the Roche. Bloodright's there along with the Rupture on the Speed, but already a double kill for him and the Aegis still in tow. And you can see he healed up all the way back to full HP, so can just outrun the Rupture again as he gets a triple kill. 10-0 for the Death Prophet. Mr. Speed is beasting it up.
My goodness. That was actually a promising moment for the Radiant if they had found a burst onto the DP. He was susceptible to being killed, but they didn't have the vision. So Flea just, you know...
Flea in the pit was actually hilarious to
he
watch.
just tumblers toyed into the pit hoping to find DP there. Then DP isn't there and he's like, uh-oh. And ultimately didn't really manage to find the vision at the right time to give Tiny the opportunity to blast DP to bits and maybe open up the game wide there for Alpha. If they find DP and then get the Roche, we're talking a totally different story, but things went the way that Speed wanted. Now he's eyeing up a Linken's, which I found to be an interesting choice here. I don't know if that's the best item. I mean, yeah, you're against Rupture, against Dragon Tail, but like you could also just become unkillable if you bought something like a Heart.
Yeah.
How are they going to
Probably
kill
good.
you? They have no percentage-based damage.
Is Bloodstone not a thing anymore
Except
on
Shard
anybody?
Bloodseeker, I guess. Yeah, even Bloodstone I could see being interesting.
No, they're going to turn
That's
onto
dead.
the Tiny. Even an Echo Slam expended. He's only able to get off the Ava. And the Dragon Tail to follow with the Fireball. So Shard online for monsters. There's the Rupture on the Speed. But again, this Spirit Siphons are doing so much work. He's going to get... Nope, he's going to outrun the Bloodright. Still running away.
Okay.
All right, he's fine.
Warlock finds the
Dragon
Shaker.
Tail. Upheaval from Pingu. But looks like he's going to be the sacrifice. Getting whipped into submission. Ends up being a 2 for 2. But still, the core ends up dying on the side of Alpha.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Speed changed his mind with the Halberd, which is more of a defensive item because he was doing so well. It's changed it to
I
Saint Kai,
definitely
like
like
you
that
said.
adaptation for sure.
And I feel like you could do the same with this Linken's because it does feel like... First of all, the Rupture has done literally nothing to you.
Yeah, you don't
He's
need
been
to link
rupturing
it.
it,
He's
yeah.
getting it for Dragon Tail, I think, but it's like maybe he wants the value of being able to put it on the Void. Maybe that's the thought process. Okay, he changed his mind. He's going Octarine. Maybe he's doing this on purpose against casters. You know, he's like literally just eyeing up an item and then he'll change it when we've spent a minute talking about it. He'll go for something else. Yeah, I think Octarine's better too. It's just
What happened to my Bloodstone Cinderin? It has been MIA for like a year now since they
Yeah,
changed it.
it's been
I feel like
getting
it's
quite a few
good.
buffs.
It has to be
Yeah.
good.
I think people are probably just sleeping on it a little bit, honestly. feel
I
like
mean,
it should
not
be
to say
way
that
less.
Octarine is bad, obviously. It's the
Yeah,
cooldown
Octarine's
reduction
amazing.
for Exorcism is pretty damn good. But that
Siphon.
spell lifesteal,
Is under attack.
that spell lifesteal, gotta get it.
Yeah, I mean, you also have the spell lifesteal amp from Kaya Sanj, right? So it's even better for that sense. But I still think on DP in particular, Octarine Core is just such an amazing item that I would agree with this choice over Bloodstone. But I think on Lesh, for example, people are probably not considering the item often enough and kind of just defaulting to what they usually use to get, right? On Lesh, Octarine Core is not nearly as good as it is on DP. It's still good, but it's the kind of hero you want Bloodstone on. Fly by tier 2 tower speed will live up to his name and take that tower in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and
Let's look at the outpost.
only a minute left on the Aegis, but they get pretty good value out of it.
Flee with the least...
Radiant
Wait, was that
structures
Shackle's
are
shard?
fortified.
Okay, I thought he just put Serpent Wards and did 100 damage to the tower, but there they are.
Radiant
And drop them now.
The
force a
real
TP back from
serpents.
speed. Let's see how big of a nerd he is. Is he going to deny every Serpent Ward? Nope.
That's what makes you a nerd, min-maxing. So, who do you think the biggest nerd in Dota is? Because there's a correct answer. Min-maxing to the ultimate extreme, Cinderella.
Buka.
No. It's Purge, obviously. My
I
God.
mean, Buka is a bigger nerd, let's be honest, but it's in a good way.
In a good way, yes. All right, with a smoke from 5 Rat into the enemy rectangle.
Oh, could they find
It
this
is
opening? That would be
warded.
huge.
Monsters gets the initiation off. Bloodright to follow, but there's the Ice Path. Echo Slam to follow, but it looks like the Earthshaker will die. There's DNM's Chronosphere. He gets one teammate, along with 2 members of the enemy team, which are all cores, which are all 3 now dead for Alpha. So only losing the Earthshaker. 5 Rat on their way to snowballing to a Game 1 victory. 6K lead. Still time left for Alpha, of course,
Are scanning.
as the Aegis has now expired.
Is under attack.
But keep in mind, this was a team fight without Exo. They didn't even need it. They didn't have it. And they still basically clean house with only Flea surviving. And the thing that's so awkward about this situation is that one of 2 things is going to happen. Either they get vision on the side of 5 Rat 4 Staff, and this goes even worse for the Radiant. If they would have seen this fissure lineup that they had by placing a ward, they could have probably won that fight even harder. Or Dragon Knight goes in like this, but like if the follow-up isn't instant and finds the burst kill, you just get counter engaged by literally the entire enemy team. That's the strategic disadvantage you're at with this kind of lineup is the enemy team has teamfight in spades. So once you start offering up melee heroes that pile on top of each other to deal damage, you open up for a 2-man Chrono, you open up for an Echo, you open up for an Ice Path, Chains, you name it, you know, the whole thing. If you don't have BKBs, the enemy team's just going to abuse you whenever you run in, and only Rises has one, and he hasn't used it yet, so that fight was just completely free.
So not only no Exo, but Giant did not have his Blink Dagger yet, which is now online for the Earthshaker, so initiations are going to be that much easier. He's had his Shard for a while now, so actually not doing too bad.
The standard build this patch in Pro Dota is to go Shard first, because you often can't afford the dagger.
And they're
Shard
going to
is
cancel
super
that Blink Dagger and easy kill onto Flea. It's been very
13-0
pesky.
DP.
Yeah,
keep
how
racking it
much
up.
do you
Let's
think
see.
that she's worth right now?
1,500 gold maybe?
All right, has Lincoln's queued up again. Speed, if you're listening, time to switch that up to a Bloodstone, my friend. Thank you.
I mean, now that he has Octarine, I think the Lincoln's is starting to get better. Because if you go Bloodstone now as well, I feel like you're like dipping too much into health and too little into defense. I think Shiva's Guard is probably the best item now. I would say I don't think the Lincoln's is necessary.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shiva's would be incredible. You have so high health, so armor is incredibly powerful at this point. I guess Bloodseeker's damage is going to be percentage based with the shard, so maybe there's something to be said about that.
Yep, true.
Do you know what damage type that is? It's pure,
Pure.
right? It's pure, yeah. So
Pure
yeah.
max HP damage. It's crazy.
So
They did
that,
nerf it though, right? Yeah,
that
it's
makes a
1.8
case for
instead of
not
2 now.
buying much more health, right? And rather buying
True.
immunity or some defensive item.
Yep, Flea dead again.
I mean, he could also buy BKB, right? I mean, why not? It's counters the entire enemy team. He just hasn't needed to. There's a BKB on his Ember, and I believe, yeah, there's also BKB on his Void. So
Radiant's top tower
he
is
could get
under
that too.
attack.
And I think they can take both of these towers without Exo if they really want.
Rise
Although
is trying to
Giant
trade. He
keeping-
needs to be careful, though,
He
Fissure.
does. Fissure's there. Echo Slam to follow. Force Staff from Pingu as Rises attempts to get out. Gets off the Rupture, and even a Chaotic Offering is used just to try to defend Rises, who pops his BKB. Looking at TP. Looks like he will get out.
Radiant's top tower
They will lose the Warlock. And
nice
the
snipe.
Earthshaker does die, so Soul able to snipe him out. But still, that's a Chaotic Offering.
And a BKB.
Although
kill a
Echo
Shaker.
Slam was used.
It was. I would say the Golem and the BKB are significantly more important, though. And I think if you're 5 Rat 4 Staff now, you push out this bottom wave, one more wave with speed, and then you start looking toward Roche. The early respawn has already passed about a minute ago, so they should feel like, okay, there's a decent chance Roche is coming up. They don't have Golem, so keep looking at that area, keep playing top half, and get yourself an Aegis for the Void. And honestly, high ground should just be on the menu at that point. I feel like you're way too powerful. The Lincolns will be complete at that time as well. He's 30 gold away. You have all those BKBs on your cores, like... This dire advantage is substantial.
Yeah. It's getting out of hand. And look at Flea again.
Oh,
He's going to be
no bash.
spotted. Oh, not in time.
Yeah,
Gets
Giant
away
would
with
have
murder
trusted
this time.
DNM there.
Yeah, true.
Just gone for that fissure immediately. Maybe.
Well, second Roche is up. Shard is available. So expect the next Exo to be used for that. As Lincoln's
not
is
even
now
have
officially
to.
online for speed.
They might do it anyway, but I don't know if it's necessary. They'll do it.
I mean, they don't have the fastest Roche team without it.
That's true. Yeah, maybe they have to. Maybe it's too slow without it. It's just that the enemy team's possibility of contesting you is also super low without Golem, right? I guess it feels difficult for the Radiant to take a winning fight here.
And with Octarine, it doesn't feel as bad to pop Exo now as well. As Aegis is put on DNM, and the Shard is for speed. So you're going to get the Fear and extra charge of Spirit Siphon for him.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the better Shards in the game. Of course, I don't know how... Now that we're approaching the mid-game and close to the late game,
Dire's
not
bottom
really.
tower is under attack.
I want to see what Death Prophet looks like late game with the Spirit Siphon changes. But so far this game, she's looked obviously god tier.
Well,
But
she also has 2.3 second cooldown on Crit Swarm, which is
Chrono
pretty good.
only on the one, but it is the Bloodseeker. BKB pop from DNM just to ensure that they get that guy, and they do so. Flea dies next. Monster Bash stops the BKB TP. 3 dead, and nothing to be traded for as 5-Rat looking real good.
Just too easy, really. When all you need is a Chrono and the Bloodseeker, and you can more or less solo him because the enemy team has no save against your BKB, it feels real good to play Faceless Void here. There's nothing you need to worry about. Just go in, pop your stuff, your team will follow through, and you'll find big picks. Yeah, about DP, so I was saying, her level 15 talent is honestly pretty broken. The -2 second Crypt Swarm cooldown plus Octarine means Crypt Swarm is a 2.3 second cooldown. Like, it feels like you're watching an ability draft hero, right? It literally just spamming spells.
Yeah, it's like the
it's
Death
pretty
Pulse,
crazy.
Necro Death Pulse talent with Octarine as well.
Yeah, that's a 25 though, I think.
And there's a quickening charm now, Cinder. Does he take that too?
Oh, he could.
It does stack multiplicatively now, which
Yeah.
it didn't for a while.
But
I mean,
it's still
then it
diminishing
didn't, now it
returns,
did.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, is it better than Ogre Seal Totem? We'll see what he values.
Scanning.
It is a really nice item on DP to stay on target, right? Like, you Spirit Siphon someone, you jump on top of them. That does sound
It
pretty
gives
good.
health regen, right? If I'm not mistaken. Which is amplified by everything that she has as well. So
Yeah, that's true.
even though it's not that much.
I still like the Seal Totem more, honestly. Give the Quickening Charm to Ember, probably. And Shaker should keep the Ceremonial Robe. He needs the Mana Pool. Tranks.
Now, DNM has the Mjolnir BKB. Aegis is still for 3 minutes. Looks like Lincoln's is next on the list for him.
Did Giant sell his boots?
No. What do
He
you
had
mean?
Mana Boots earlier.
Oh.
Wait, did he disassemble? Where is the energy booster? If he
He's
disassembled and
buying
bought
one.
Tranks. Wait,
I
what
don't remember
happened?
him having. I don't remember him having.
Didn't he have
that.
Mana Boot Shard and then bought Dagger? I could
I
have
don't know.
sworn. And I thought, oh, okay, he's disassembling to build Lens, and then he bought Tranks, but he doesn't have the energy booster. Alright, I don't know what happened there.
He might have sold it to get to get his Blink Dagger, I guess.
He pulled the Ana, but he's on the winning team, so it's okay. No one's gonna. It's not gonna.
Yeah. A little too soon, Cinderin. A little too soon.
My bad.
As Ember is 100 away from finishing Ags, so it's gonna be. That's one of the best Ags in the game, easily.
He's got it now. This is a perfect time to high ground. When this Ags arrives, you have every advantage in the world. You have BKB, again, ready on Void, together with 1.5 minutes of Aegis. You have DP ulti. You have Ember Ags. He's going to jump back here. It does not get much better than this. Go for the siege here. This defense
the
is
Exo.
borderline impossible, but you have to try to find a way
Are fortified.
as
Yep,
alpha.
they're gonna have to reset a little bit here as the Fortify takes out all the creeps, but they can go back into the base.
He
Pingu
has
pops the
4k
Lincolns.
health on DP. He got the 400 health talent and finished Lincoln's.
Yeah, he's very
See you
strong.
later,
Warlock.
Warlock.
Dead. Nice 4-staff attempt, but not gonna happen.
He's doing
You
his
can
darndest
see-
top to trade, but
Yeah, they might be got the tower there. Either way,
we'll hold.
fortification available again because of the new changes. That's something we haven't talked about recently. And now that Exo is dead, it's going to be a little bit slower, but
But
you
it's
can
still
see
not
with the
dangerous.
defense, yeah, Albino Zebra in the top lane, able to push back a little bit,
Bottom barracks has fallen.
and the tower survives as a result. But yep, full set of racks, knowing that the Aegis was online for 30 more seconds. So the question is, will they be able to finish this game before the next Roche? I mean, they should be able to technically, but will they?
Good question. I mean,
Exo up
there's a
for
case
40
to be made
seconds.
for both things. I feel like next Exo they could just go high ground and probably win, but you know, it's an important game. You can play it safe. You can keep controlling the map. Like either ways should 99% lead to victory, whichever one of those two you choose.
Just
So
watching Death Prophet. Now that you mentioned the ability draft,
it
shit.
is insane, this talent, I think.
And he's almost done with Heart, by the way.
It feels like it should be a
Oh, he's
level
done with
20
Heart, sorry.
talent, right? That Crypt Swarm one is just insane.
Yeah, it is.
When you consider what other people get level 15, minus 2-second cooldown on your primary spell with such a low cooldown already, from a percentage perspective, let's say you don't have Octarine Core, I think Crypt Swarm level 4 has 5-second cooldown. So you lose 40% cooldown on one of your abilities.
Yeah.
That is insanity. The Necrophos talent that you referenced is minus 2.5-second Death Pulse cooldown, so that loses half. But
I think that's a 20 talent, right? Oh, that's a 25. Yeah, you're right. As Soul gets the kill on the Giant, but here comes the Chrono from DNM in the cover of the Macro Pyre as well, focusing on the Dragon Knight. They'll get him successfully. Soul pops the BKB, but the bashes will go right through as Speed has come to help out as well. And GG's just called like that. They see that Speed has 5,000 health literally, and they're like, okay, that's not gonna happen.
The Bloodseeker popped BKB and Blood Rage on himself and stood there mauling the DP, and she Spirit Siphoned one Mud Golem and just tanked through it.
Okay.
She couldn't even siphon anything else than one neutral creep, and she got to like half health in his entire BKB. Yeah. All right, Shannon, I got 3
Yeah.
predictions right.
I
So
got
that's
2
nice.
out of
That's
4.
Pretty good. Good job.
Better than the game before that, or the series before that.
What a stomp again. And honestly, I feel like the Death Prophet in this game just obviously complete standout. It's the hero we've been talking about most of the game. But I really like the drafting that 5-Rat 4-Staff brought to the table here. I feel like it's very much in tune with what I think, to a large extent, is very strong this patch. I think Alpha put themselves in a position in the first phase where there was a lot of pressure on them, which... it's like almost formulaic, where the higher the stakes of the game, the more careful you would probably want to be with putting yourself on a timer like this, right? Because like maybe you're going to be a little bit more cautious or a little bit, you know, even if you perform it to perfection, you're playing against a team that knows what's up, so you're making it pretty hard for yourself. And I feel like 5-Rat 4-Staff just knew exactly what to do and get a clean, pretty easy win.
Yeah, it was a stomp, no doubt about it, Cinderin. And it's only one game. It's only one game, but we talked about the potential discrepancy between these two teams, Div 1 versus Div 2. Of course, Alpha is now technically Div 1, right?
Yeah.
Although we don't know the specifics of next season, if that actually carries over. I don't know if that's actually been verified in any way, but either
I
way.
don't know. That's true.
So far, it looking very 5-Rat 4-Staffy favored.
Yeah.
But it's just game 1.
I would like to see in game 2 if Alpha makes some good adjustments, because I think there were like moments in this game that looked pretty solid, like with some of the tiny moves. The Dragon Knight's laning stage, like we pointed out, was very, very good. But I just feel like they were struggling to connect their strategy after minute 10. Like, what are we going to do? How are we getting there? 5-Rat just had really good cohesion, and overall I felt like their draft was also just flat out better for this patch. So maybe if Alpha adjust and level the playing field a little bit more strategically, these two teams might be closer than it looked like. But this was very, very one-sided for game 1.
Yep. So we'll take a quick break and we'll get to game number 2 in a quick jiffy.
Quick jiffy.
what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to game number 2 between 5-Rat, 4-Staff, and Alpha. We're deep into the draft already. This is game number 2. 5-Rat won game 1 extremely convincingly behind Speed's
Dire team banned.
Death Prophet that did not die, which was now
Radiant
first
team
banned.
Yeah.
So we won't be seeing that one again.
Yeah, I feel like Alpha, it's a very natural response to that game 1. You either ban it or you find some counters, and they don't have the solutions right now, which I can empathize with that. I think DP is just a really, really strong hero right now, so getting it out of the pool is hardly surprising. Alpha, however, will do a very different opening. I feel like we're kind of getting a rerun of the first series we had earlier between Sonics as well as Felt, where second game Felt just first picked an Enigma, and Alpha are doing the same thing here, getting counter-picked by Earth Spirit, Void Spirit, or Earthshaker, Void Spirit, so 2 heroes with long-range catches, and, Void Spirit, in his case, a silence when you get the Ags, Shaker, you just have the Fissure. Alpha will go back for their Warlock here once again, and the Jakiro will be ran by 5-Rat 4-Staff. So a lot of similar elements. The support duos is the same on 5-Rat, and on Alpha it's different with the Clock, but they still have Warlock.
So 5-Rat missing out on an offlaner, I would assume, and
10
Alpha
seconds remaining.
Yeah.
and Alpha looking for a position 1,
5
mostly. Although we've seen
seconds
Ember as position 1 occasionally, so
Mhm.
could be a bit of a flex, I suppose. A little bit
I think this
more unknown
mid-
from Alpha.
I think this mid match was probably slightly Void Spirit favored, and they do pick Ember into it, but it's okay. It's not like a stomp by any means for either side. I guess what Alpha were looking for in the last game was some sort of, they wanted better team fight and a more reliable way of catching fights that wasn't reliant on putting their heroes in danger. Last game they had Tiny who needs to blink Avatos and then he's in danger, or Dragon Knight who needs to blink Dragon Tail. This time around they have long range initiation from Ember with Slight Chains, and they have Clockwork who commits and dies, but unlike the other 2 heroes from last game, he's a support, so he's more expendable. There'll be less value on him. So I think their line of thought here is pretty good. I'm just a little bit worried about this Enigma Warlock pairing, that they're super cooldown reliant as a team. Like, what does this lineup offer when that big team fight has been expended? Look at what you're playing against, very fast stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, normally if you have these 2 heroes with long cooldowns, that sometimes if it's a long cooldown that's not that big of a deal, then it's whatever, but 2 very important cooldowns like Chaotic Offering and Black Hole
10 seconds remaining.
feels like a bit slower pace, because if you whiff on one,
5 seconds
like we saw
remaining.
one actual Black Hole this last series, I think,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like, it didn't look good in that game, but that was because he got off to a really rough start in the laning stage. I think, well, we'll see what the matchup ends up being, since we don't know the offlaner yet for 5-Rat.
Radiant team banned.
Mars
Enigma
is still
a
there.
very good hero in this patch, though. Like, I understand why these teams are rating it very high. They obviously saw Secret do really well with it as well. But I don't know if they're taking full advantage of what Resolution did in Malaysia with his offlane Enigma, because they were running it with Tusk, and they were actually crushing their lane and just snowballing with it as a core. No, and I say that, I mean, obviously he's a core, he's position 3, but he was like top net worth in some of the games as offlane Enigma. Which we definitely haven't seen much of since then. I feel like Clockwork doesn't offer the exact same as Tusk. It's still good, you have cogs, you have damage, but shards are just heaven sent for Enigma to lane with. Such a good way for the Eidolons to get to connect, and you don't have to get up nice close and personal to land them. Clockwork can get countered, he can get slowed, he can get stunned. Tusk will just get it every time if he places it well. Troll against TA. Pretty good. The dynamic of this matchup is really interesting. Troll has a blind, and TA has a dispel when she gets the talent. So it gets kind of funny how these heroes interact with each other. Troll's one of the heroes that can also destroy TA through refraction because he just attacked that fast and that many times. But at the same time, TA is also one of the heroes that can absolutely melt Troll if he gets caught in a stun, because you have a very high burst damage hero against a Troll who doesn't have the best strength gain and isn't too inherently tanky. So pretty fun to see these heroes against each other in general, and it's not like a direct counterpick for either side in my opinion.
Right. Well, the big change for Troll in this last patch was his roots go through BKB now.
Yeah.
That gives him a little bit more use, but I feel like we talk about this literally every time he's picked. The ult is just so hard to use. A lot of time you just get kited. You buy a Yule Scepter and it counters the entire ultimate essentially. But Firat still looking for that offlane. Mars still there.
I think
Who
you
else?
want a range 3. So the reason it worked so well for them last game was that they had Shaker DP, right? So I think they want to replace. I think Razor looks very good this game against Troll with Shaker.
Yeah, that's true.
Viper's banned.
Great prediction.
It was going to be
anti-carry.
Razor or Veno most likely. I think were the best options. I think Bat Rider was banned first phase because Bat could have also been very good, but obviously the teams are building their lineups around the fact that the hero isn't in the pool. But yeah, I think Razor is very, very solid. Should be a good game once again for Speed. I don't think he's going to take it over as much as last game though. That would be a tall ask, but it's
Different hero. I don't think
it's
he
a
can
good
do the
Razor
same
game.
things.
No, absolutely, it's a very different
Yeah,
dynamic.
so Static Link is your counter to Troll. Somebody else can buy Yule Scepter and use them in combination. I mean, the old Razors used to buy Yule Scepters themselves, right?
That's true.
I don't think that's a thing anymore, but I mean, it did give it's good move speed for Razor. So, no, likely will not see that. Either way, I don't have any faith in Troll as a hero.
You're a
I feel like
hater.
it's a hero that it's one of my favorite heroes. That's the thing that makes no sense about it. I love playing the hero. It's so fun, but it's so frustrating because if you're playing at my level, it doesn't matter, Cinder. You can get away with hitting R. You're not going to get kited because people are terrible. They don't buy Yule Scepters. But yeah, we'll see how much of a game that Rises has this time around. The good news for him, though, is he does have a lot of setup. He has the Chaotic Offering and, of course, the threat of that big, juicy black hole from Monster. I mean, I think Enigma is maybe the most feared hero going into the late game. They have that going for them. The problem with that though, is in game 1 they didn't get to late game.
Yeah.
So can they survive past the laning stage against a hero like Razor, which is a lane dominator? It's an anti-carry. So it feels like if they match up against Troll, he's going to have a rough time if Speed has his way.
Warlock does nothing against Razor. That's my concern here. Like, if you had a strong 5 that could play offense together with Troll, and you could try to take advantage of Static Link being on cooldown, or, you know, maybe even overpower the Razor before the Static Link starts draining enough damage so he has to run away. That's one thing, but you just don't. Like, Warlock deals pitiful damage over a really long amount of time, and you're playing against Shaker. So if you ever try anything offensive on the Troll, or on the Razor, you're at the risk of getting fissure blocked off, drained, and you're going to have to TP to tower or something. So I think this is not the 5 you want with Troll in this game. The problem is you can't really flip the lanes around and put Clock with Troll, which is actually a pretty strong pairing a lot of the time, because I feel like Warlock Enigma lane makes absolutely no sense. So your hand is forced here, largely by yourself, right? You chose this when you picked Warlock. So.
All right, well, we're in game and it's paused, so we're going to do predictions. We have a lot of time to think this time.
Yeah.
Player with highest net worth at game end.
Okay, I'm going to assume that 5 Red Force F based on game 1 will win again. I think they just look
TA.
better. So I picked DNM. Number of Ancient Camps stacked by 30 minutes.
See, ones like this, like I don't even know what the baseline is, you know? This is a TA game, so I'm going to go with
6 to
a
10.
higher 6 to 10.
It's by both teams, though.
Yeah, I was
Is the
going to
Dire
say
gonna stack.
I was going to say 11 to 15.
Probably, yeah, let's do that, because Dire is probably going to stack for Troll. Smoke ganks
Total
by 10
number
was
of
0
smoke
last
gank
game. What
kills
is
by
0
10.
again?
People can't see what's on our screen, Cinder, so we have to
Okay.
say it, okay?
Okay.
For all the
number of smoke
listeners
ganks
out
by
there.
10 minutes, 0. And
Is
first
that-
player to get 50 last hit. It was 0 last time.
Okay, okay.
50 last hits. Who gets it first?
God, if Speed has another game.
Wait, it's actually it's TA against Enigma. That's a really good lane matchup for TA. I'm gonna pick TA as well for
Oh,
this. He's gonna
okay.
get idle
I'll copy you.
We
Maybe
made
we
that
can-
mistake in the other game with Enigma that the most last hits minute 10 was actually on Pango because he got a lane against Enigma. And I think DNM will get that here.
All right, I think we have the same predictions, which is kind of sad, actually.
Yeah. You just have
We'll
no
see.
opinion.
Yeah, that's
can't think for
usually
yourself.
the case. Thank you, Syndrome. Speed is not using any cosmetics on his razor. What the hell am I watching? Jakiro's not. Oh, there's some items on Jakiro. Okay.
It's kind of funny how when you look at the base model of some heroes now where you're used to seeing them with items all the time, you think it's bugged where they're,
Yeah.
you know, like other
looks
heroes are
weird.
like, oh, they're missing their something, like their face or their helm or whatever. The Razor actually looks like this. Yeah. You almost forget.
Not for long.
Uh-huh.
Arcana coming, Cinderin.
If you're getting that one.
I already got it, apparently.
Well,
I will get it.
oh, maybe Speed won't.
Yeah. I mean, if he doesn't have any cosmetics already, I don't think he's going to spend money on that one. And bounty
This is a
runes
2-for-2
are
split. Yeah.
going to be split, looks like.
Okay. Better start for Alpha on that front on game 1.
Giant doing a nice job of fissuring off these creeps. We're going to see likely a second one to come. That's going to start the lane out pretty nicely for Speed. Oh, not going for the second one? You're waiting. Okay.
And
we
the
can
other
hear the
side
cogs.
is cogging. So that's
Yeah,
fun.
kind of the same deal. Did he do it twice or just once?
He must have done it twice to get it this far up.
All right, so we'll see how this first few minutes shapes up because we saw last game, Fiverr at 4 Staff and Company got off to a good start and they just never relinquished their lead, which would be a terrible reproduction for Alpha if that were to happen again. But again, this is just upper bracket, so loser will still stay alive in the regional qualifiers for TI 11. But it will be the Speed versus Rises matchup, which once he gets to Static Link level 2, I expect a lot of bullying to come.
So perfect first 2 waves from Kits here in mid. They went 8 and 1. So got every CS and 1 deny, which is a very, very good look against the Ember. So yeah, good start again for the Radiant side here. Obviously they were the dire last game, but
What do you think of Void Spirit versus Ember these days? Because Void Spirit has been kind of the forgotten brother the last few... I shouldn't say few patches, the last big patch.
yeah, I think this lane is slightly Void Spirit favored because the way Ember usually wins the lane or pressures is through Sleight of Fist, and you can negate a lot of that damage if you have Resonant Pulse running. So you're going to see Kits probably go 1-1-1-1-3, or 2-0-3 if he fancies that. Finally, Soul gets a deny.
Not quite level 2, so can't really harass with the battery assault. Feels kind of bad when you're not at that point yet, just with the cogs. But he does get a nice... Only hits 1, actually. And Albino Zebra was the one that tanked it.
Hurt him badly. All right. I thought Tio was going to get one more tap there.
Perfectly fine.
He's playing Clock with no regen. It's kind of tricky, right? I think he already went through his tangos, or if he didn't start with he did. He must have started with tangos. So he went through a tango stack. If he gets dual breathed and liquid fired one more time and hit by TA, he actually has to go to base. And that is really, really bad news for Clock. You need to get level 3 and find some sort of presence. But as it stands right now, this laning stage, DNM is just doing whatever he wants. He's playing TA against Enigma, which is already a good lane, and Clockwork just has no pressure on the lane whatsoever.
Yep,
Starting out like this.
We get another successful cog. But, yeah, still not level 2, but we'll take this bounty rune.
In the meantime, the top lane is a somewhat similar story, honestly. The Troll is crushing Razor in terms of CS. Razor has now hit his level 3, though, so this is where things can start to get a little bit more interesting for Speed. If they can just... I feel like they should be playing more on Fissure Drain here. Like, Fissure the Troll, drain him, and take free CS.
Yeah.
He's now going to do the Drain. Shaker is in no man's land, though, getting a bounty rune, but this will be some nice free CS now for Speed. Troll has effectively 9 damage. At the very least for this hero, compared to certain other carries, you have magic damage components to try to get CS with your axes. A hero like TA is just screwed when she's fully drained, but yeah, Speed is getting this whole wave and denying 3 or 4 creeps, so very nicely done.
Yeah, in the mid lane, we can see in terms of CS, Kit's 24 and 6 and 17 and 2 on Soul. So Kit's continuing to get off to a better start here. Aether Remnant is available, but
Too late.
yeah, a little bit too late. Will be able to
Also
secure
good
himself the other water rune though. And both players with bottles. And DNM playing that position 1 TA in the bot lane, 29 and 6. And the troll from the other side, like you said, 23 and 4. So looks like 5 are getting the better of the position 1 farm so far. Of course, the Eidolons will certainly help in the CS department, like we mentioned earlier.
I don't know how many of them he's killed. I think Monster's done a pretty good job at not giving away too many of them, but if you ever find 2 Sideblade hits with Refraction running, you're gonna probably clean house, especially when you hit level 4 and 5. Because the Eidolons scale very poorly with health, right? They have 200 health level 1, and on level 2 they have 220, and then level, or rather 180, 200, 220. So compared to the damage that TA gets for leveling Refraction, it feels like a no-brainer that she'll benefit more and more over time.
Top lane,
Speed.
you can see, yeah, the fissure comes out from Giant. That's a
Good
big
fissure.
link as well. Enchant Totem to follow. Rises. He's going to live. That did require a Shadow Word from Pingu, as Speed has the Ring of Health.
Honestly, this is one of the funny things whenever you play against Razor, and you know for a fact you do the same, and I do the same. Like, the troll was running at him, hitting him with axes for -5 damage. Like, do something else with your time. It's literally useless.
5 damage could make a difference.
Well, -5.
DNM. Oh, -5. All right, you might be able to heal him with that amount of damage. There's a nice cogs onto 2. Monster already used the Malefice as DNM
Alright.
will get first blooded, so very nice start here from Alpha in this bot lane, despite what it looked like initially.
They found that kill with a level 1 battery assault. Just finding a good angle with split Eidolons, level 3.
Kids.
Kits, yeah.
Oh
He's
my
dead.
goodness, he's dead. All right. So another big kill. 2 cores dead in just a matter of
Classic
seconds.
Warlock gank minute 6.
That fatal bonds, man.
I mean, nobody expects that gank ever. That is so random. But if it works, it works.
Yeah, what a pathetic hero for ganking, actually.
Oh boy, now DNM, now oh my god, if he dies again, the dynamic bottom is just totally changed
Yeah,
now.
inside the cogs again. Gonna get pushed back. A nice ice bath, though. DNM has a couple tangos to work with.
But yeah, I think Albino Zebra might have made a little bit of a mistake in this bottom lane. I feel like he's too high level. So DNM is only level 4, and Albino Zebra is also level 4. Enigma is level 6 almost. Because they've shared this lane entirely, and then DNM also died. I feel like TA at this point should be level 5. They should have done a better job at giving her solo XP and finding some sort of pulls. I understand it's kind of tricky because you also want to protect her from clock, but I think there was a way of doing it without taking XP.
I just discovered an interesting mechanic, Cinder. Might have to hold it, though. My eyes could have deceived me, but you know how items, when you put them in your backpack, it doubles the cooldown, right? Well, bottom lane, DNM, Malefice, with the battery assault again, and DNM looks to be mega dead this time. Second time he's been killed by the cogs here. So Lee gets credit for that one. So the whole timer being doubled in your backpack, when you have an ally tango, you know how it has a timer where it will expire, that timer also looked to be double to me. Does that seem like a bug or a feature? This is just my eye. This is just the eye test, so I could be wrong, but it looked like the timer slowed down.
You might be right.
Thank you, Cinder. Kits.
Yeah.
Fissure to follow. Rune is bottom, and it is a haste, so Ember will get that one thanks to the remnants. I feel like that is technically a bug, right? Surely.
I mean, it's not a bug, right? Because that's how the backpack works, but it feels like an unintended lack of an exception, right?
Well, yeah. Equate to a bug. DNM again gets pushed out of the cogs, but this time Able to get some distance between him and the other members of Alpha. As we're going to have the Black Hole come out. Flea still has Rocket Flare and Cogs. That's going to secure themselves a very valuable kill again in the bot lane.
Traded away here.
Okay.
That's
That's actually
honestly
worth a decent amount.
That is really good for 5-rat. That was a Black Hole expended to trade, and the T8 desperately needed that kill, so not worth it whatsoever.
Clock was
Alpha.
300 gold.
Yeah.
Actually, it
That
was
is-
not a normal position.
Oh, and now they're going to find monsters
support.
over this gang. This is huge.
Yep, TPs are
fissure
coming, but
this
a
time.
beautiful fissure, and DNM with a second kill now in a short span of time.
Yeah.
He was
I was going to
struggling.
say
but
they brought him back in the game. He's still significantly behind the Enigma, but it's a recovery. He's on the way to level 6. He's probably going to be jungling for the most
do you
part.
mean?
His net worth is fine, but he's very out-leveled.
Oh, out leveled, I see.
Yeah. He's still over a level behind Enigma at this point. But yeah, 5-rat Force have needed to find something. These lanes have definitely not gone as well as they thought they would. The TA did not do as well safe lane. The Razor has effectively drawn the lane with Troll. And the Void Spirit has lost mid quite significantly because of that Warlock. I can't believe I'm saying that. Yeah,
The fearsome Warlock.
This is a way, way better start for Alpha than in game number 1. Looks very promising. And that's what we were talking about. Like, if they level the playing field, if the lanes go fine and they have the scaling potential so that they don't just get rolled over like last game, this is a much, much more competitive game that we have on our hands right now.
Yep, Kits finally gets a rune. It is a double damage. And obviously his net worth has struggled in comparison to the Ember Spirit thus far. But maybe this rune will help him get a gank attempt off, which it will be an attempt on top lane, it looks like. Rises level 7, no ult. Not the most unusual thing, but
Radiant's bottom
Oh, this ward, the Dire Ward sees them. No, maybe not, actually. It doesn't seize Kits yet. But they're
either
not
way,
coming
they're
into contest.
they're playing pretty far back in the jungle, so that looks
Yeah.
to be not happening as the tower is taken out in the bot lane by Alpha. So
They're just doing the logical deduction, right? Okay, we're pushing bottom tier 2, they're not defending, and there's no hero mid. I wonder where he is, right? Like, there's not very many options left, so...
now he's going to show Flea in the top lane. Has his hookshot available, and TPs are coming in. Hookshot is there on to the Razor inside the Cogs as well, but the Clockwork's going to die first, but now 2 inside the Cogs with the Chaotic Offering coming out. Speed will die. Looks like Giant is next on the list, so a 2-for-1 in favor of Alpha. Hits, thankfully for 5-rat, able to survive. But this is already, I mean, that was 3K lead there for Alpha for a moment there. And if 5-rat aren't careful, this could be a reverse shellacking.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it's shaping up to be one now. A moment ago it was looking pretty even, but that sequence, plus the fact that they got the tier 1 bottom, loving that Alpha defend this top tower. I feel like they have every reason right now to just limit the space and just hold on to every tower they can because their team fight is formidable. They have really good initiation with Clockwork. And with the cores of 5-rat Force Staff being a little greedier this time around, like the Death Prophet last game versus the Razor feels a little bit like night and day what they're getting out of speed so far. Just doesn't, he needs more time to build up. This is more of like a, you know, the classic OG with a Mar offlane just farming a lot.
And we're going to see the Searing Chains, Hookshot, Flea, and company kill Kits again. This is a mega rough Void Spirit game thus far. Other than the one DD rune. Oh, that is true. They picked it quite early. But here's the static link from Speed. Let the Remnant out to safety for Soul. He is A-OK. Can't say the same for Giant because he dies. And now Speed inside the Cogs. Gets off a nice plasma field. Despite being in the Cure ult here with cover. The rest of Alpha not going to pursue any further. Speed. See Soul on the high ground. Wants to try to find more. Gets the Searing Chains off again. Not able to sidestep the Ice Path.
Dire's
Another
middle
slight.
tower is under attack.
2 more seconds. He'll likely get this kill as the fissure misses. Oh boy. Giant. He's going to get tipped for that. Nope.
Oh.
It's Soul.
The thing about that fissure is it doesn't need to be perfectly placed. It literally just needs to stun. They're never killing him, so he doesn't need to get him on the inside or the outside of the fissure.
No.
That's one of those moments where you just click on the hero. Just land that stun and get your guy out. All right. Pressure is mounting on 5-Rat 4 stuff. This is a very different story from game number 1. Let's see how they handle when they're not crushing. If that game 1 was just a fluke, or they have what it takes to make a comeback, which is a lot harder in Dota.
Yeah. And Soul is, not just Soul. Rises is farming out of control as well. He just finished his Battle Fury. Sub 14 minutes, and that's with Phase Boost Wraith Band. So, extremely good start for the Troll Warlord. Which they tried to... I mean, this is the... I think the story of the game is the mid lane. Kit's just getting kind of dumpstered. And then that one rune, the one rune he was able to get, basically got nothing out of it in that top lane. He just waited around for a long time. And other than that, I feel like Soul and Alpha in general have been really good at keeping rune control. He's gotten literally every other rune that I've noticed.
And now
Hits
5-Rat 4
again,
stuff
smoke
are swinging
gank into
to
nothing.
bot, and there's nothing there, yeah. They have the glyph for mid tower, which they're going to have to expend here and try to hold. You can't give this tower up for free when you have your spells ready. Very late. Do they not have glyph? They have glyph, right?
They do.
Okay. Unless there's a UI bug there.
Yep, hook shot with a Searing Chain set up into the cogs. Kit gets off his ult. Pingu not able to get off the Chaotic Offering to ensure the kill. And Kits, man, he has just been on the defensive all game long. Giant shadow-worded burn charge there as well. And Sleight of Fist actually did not proc. Pingu gets killed for that. And Rises continue to farm. This is a disastrous game for 5-Rat. My goodness.
Yeah. This is what happens when you have this kind of core combination of Razor and TA and lanes don't go well. Both of them need time. They want to build something up. And your supports are Jakiro, Shaker, who don't have the best in the ways of ganking. Like, Fissure is nice if you have that follow-up damage, but they don't have it right now because they're farming the jungle. So it's very, very quiet. And I feel like for 5-Rat, there's going to be maybe one opportunity once they get the Witchblade on the Void Spirit and their BKBs. Oh, they're going to smoke again, though.
Yeah.
Again, just running to the absolute wrong side of the map. There's just nobody there to be found. Kind of weird for them to smoke here. They have 2 lane wards bottom area. Nobody's there, but they're still going to smoke into triangle without knowing if there's anyone in their own. And yeah, they're just finding...
They are getting
nothing but
outplayed
air. Yeah.
really hard right now.
Absolutely. And this is even going to lead into a rush now for Alpha. They feel very confident. The whole enemy team is missing, but they're definitely not smoking to the pit. They must be in our triangle. So they're just going to go for the rush. And Alpha, they don't show up soon from the side of 5-Rat this time. This rush is just gone.
Yep, looks to be that case, as Rise is able to kill it off with the help of Monster. So Aegis will be going the way of Alpha. 5 minutes of immortality. And DNM did finish the Desolator, so packs a little bit of a punch, but I feel like he's the only one. I guess Speed is doing okay. It really is just about hits. Just super struggling in this game. Still not done with that Witchblade. About to dissimulate out in the defensive measure. He's going to get hook shot. Power Cogs out as well. Monster has the black hole. He will expend it. They want this kill again onto Kits, and they will find it again. Albino Zebra, he's going to get rocket flared to the ground as the chase continues onto Giant. Going to get Whirling Death, Searing Chains, and right-click into Oblivion. 8K lead for Alpha. Looking very, very stompy.
Yeah, such an uncharacteristically poor game for Kits here, and it really shows, and it really hurts when that happens. Like, he has so much weight to carry for his team. They pick his hero first 2. They pick Shaker Void Spirit, which I find to be a very weird opener, but that's a different story. And when he gets shut down in lane, they're lacking that tempo speed. So
they destroy all the trees, so they know exactly where he is.
But no damage on Void.
Flee. They will get this kill, but it takes a long time.
Finally.
Well, he's 50 gold from Witchblade. I don't know, he has it now.
18 minutes, though.
Yeah.
On Void Spirit, you want to get this item 6 or 7 minutes ago. It is really, really... This is a very bad timing. And you're just seeing the like the absolute chasm between him and the Ember Spirit, right? 3K net worth between the two mids.
Yeah, not close.
Ember eyeing up a Halberd as a potential solution to DNM. Don't know if I would agree with this choice here from Soul. I feel like you probably do something more offensive and you rely on the troll blind. Oh, he's gonna walk into a trap though.
Shot.
That's
And
enough.
that is going to be the death of Soul. So a very nice kill for 5-Rat, and that puts this smoke gank that was on the bottom side of the map from Alpha to an end. As Kits feeling a little bit more confident now. Black Hole not up for another 86 seconds. There's the Aether Remnant. Some damage being applied to Flea, but he's at half HP. Now a couple more right clicks from DNM. Will that be enough? As Troll's going to pop his ult and just focus on speed all by his lonesome, despite
That's
having that
that
BKB
change.
still netted through it. And now Giant going to get pursued next. The monster's there with the Malefice to slow him down. There'll be another kill going the way of Alpha here in this little mini engagement.
That actually makes such a big difference for this hero-to-hero matchup, right? When you think of how Razor usually counters Troll outside of the laning phase, it's during fights you're going to static link him, BKB, and just stay on top of him. But if the Troll is strong enough that he can hit you, what you would usually want to do is like weave, right? You want to stay at like 400 range and keep draining damage. He just gets netted through the BKB and just gets killed. So that change was very impactful in that situation for Rises to be able to find the pick.
And now the tier 2 tower looks to be next. As Alpha continuing to expand this lead, and the Aegis, another 2 minutes left. Dagger of Ristul. Does he want that?
Not too bad on TA, to be honest.
Yeah, you don't take damage. I mean, it uses a refraction charge, I would assume. Wait, does self-damage? I
that's
don't
a
know,
good question.
actually. I don't think it should. Could be wrong, though. You were right. Somebody tweeted us. You were right about the Void Rupture thing. You do not take damage with either
Right.
the Time Walk or the reverse Time Walk. Well done, Cinderin.
You made it sound like it was a surprise that I was right.
You won
Like
the
that was a big
trivia.
announcement.
Big announcement, everybody. Cinderin was right. For once.
That's not how you say it, as always.
As always.
There it is.
DNM close to finishing the BKB. As Rises and Company. He actually went full S&Y. I mean, this is not the craziest item, I guess, but this item has dropped off considerably in the last few months. But just
pretty nice
looking
this
for
game,
that
though.
extra status resist. Oh my god, there's 3 bounty runes. Gracious.
2 disconnects.
All right, well, this is one way for 5-Rat to get back into the game.
Yeah, this is a good way to win. Could get you to the grand finals of the SA qualifiers and then crush it 3-0.
I'm missing the reference there.
So on the final day of the SA qualifiers, one of the teams, all 5 players disconnected and could never get back, and they got a def loss for the whole match. So they lost the lower bracket finals. They played the first 15 minutes, I think, of game 1, and then they didn't make it to the rest of game 1 or game 2. And then the team that they def lost to won the grand finals 3-0.
Oh, I see.
So
Huh.
they'll still be going
Unfortunate.
to the. Yeah, I mean that's really really unfortunate. They're still going to be going to the last chance qualifier, obviously, because they got 3rd, right? But it's still
that
going to
is an
sting. I mean, really,
onslaught.
I don't know, realistically speaking, if they would have been able to win the qualifiers, but you know, it's one of those things where you want to have your chances to at least play it out, even if you were like a 5% winner, you want to play, right?
Yep.
Like it's just so unfortunate that happened.
Yeah. That's actually pretty unusual, though. I'm trying to remember the last time where a big match like that was just forfeited with disconnects. Like there was some DPC drama with, I forget what team it was, that there was a typhoon or something, and they ended up forfeiting because they didn't get to the land center in time. It was like a 5-minute difference. There's a lot of
Yeah.
drama behind that in this last year. But I mean, we have to, if we compare to like back when we were young and dapper, young lads, it is so much less common now, which is good.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course, I do miss the land center dynamics, Cinderin. I don't know if that's something that
Yes.
you ever. Did you go to land centers? Did they have those
not
in
really,
Denmark?
but the culture. I mean, we used to have way more lands with friends, right, where we would just privately or
Yeah.
You know, my first times going to DreamHack with bring your own PC, and I would go with 2 friends and take the ferry, stuff like that. Like little trips to go and play video games together were really good memories. And as a matter of fact, a group of friends of mine hosted a LAN. I think I was either earlier this year or late last year, and I was there, and that was a really nice experience to do a good old friends LAN again. And the last one they hosted was right during ESL Manila, or not Manila, Malaysia.
Oh,
So I
sad.
couldn't- So I was
You
not
know-
able to be there for that one. That's
I
Malaysia
think
was
that
nice. Can't complain.
why don't you invite me to a LAN?
Oh, do you want to come to LAN?
Well, can you have it closer to me?
Oh, so now you want to make demands too.
I would love to have a LAN, except we can't. We have to play anything but Dota.
Okay, how can I have a LAN that's close enough to you and not in the US?
I'll settle for remote play, Cinder, an online play. Okay.
What's the LAN?
So back in the day, I used to LAN all the time, but you ever heard of a software called Hamachi?
I have, yes.
People that don't know, it's kind of like G Arena or Garena, as some called it, right? It's like it was looked at as a LAN, a way to link up computers but still stay remote.
Mhm.
That could be what we can do, Cinderin.
I mean, we could also just play
No,
online then.
because it was fun to be able to share files with each other. Like,
Oh,
let me look at your videos. Very
Hmm.
special videos that you have for me to watch, Cinder. We can share information. We
Have
can
a lot
share
of
our
those for you.
music. I'm sure. You can share your
Yeah.
dog pictures. I'd love to see
Oh,
them. You know?
okay. We could also make a Google Drive then.
That's true. That's basically Google Drive. Yeah. Man. I miss the old days when it wasn't so technologically advanced,
Yeah, it was nicer when things were more complicated.
Why can't we get back to those
So you could
days?
be a smartass.
It was fun. It was fun to take. Like now, if you were going to an actual LAN, I could just take a laptop. But it's not the same as lugging this giant ass PC, giant ass CRT
Oh, you can
monitor.
still do that though if you go to a LAN.
Well, not the CRT monitor. They don't even make them anymore.
Well, if you have one, you can still bring it. You
Yeah,
can
but
use it to play
CRT
Smash
monitors, they do suck now.
on. Good
All right,
for
let
old
me-
games.
I need to ask you a question about that. Why do they still use CRTs in Smash?
I think it has something to do with the frame rate, the way it
Yep.
interacts with the game.
So it's something that is like very old technology that can only work with CRT, is what I can understand. Because
I mean, you can still play it on newer monitors, but it changes some aspect of the gameplay with some sort of
Right.
frames. I don't know enough about it, but
But like monitors these days are fast enough to be, they're faster than CRTs used to be. CRTs were 100 hertz. That's as high as they would get, I believe.
that sounds about right.
So there's something, it's really strange to
But
see that.
you've seen one of those screenshots side by side, right, with an old video game that was made for CRT on a CRT monitor and on a new HD monitor, right? How much better it looks on a CRT monitor because of the way they designed the way the pixels were arranged. It just looked
Yeah.
way better on CRT. Obviously, you can like get filters for HD monitors so it looks like CRT, so you can kind of fix it with software. But yeah, I mean, some things just aren't very compatible. I don't know the exact technicalities of Smash, but they're playing it on CRT for a reason. I think the big tournaments in Smash are actually still on CRT.
Okay. Apparently there's a power outage.
Oh dear.
So we will be taking a break, and we have no idea how long it may or may not be.
Rises
Oh.
and Soul.
Yes. 2 cores for Alpha.
Oh.
So we'll be back after a break. Not sure how long. See you then. Okay, we're back and we're in game, and my goodness, this is quite the development, Cinderin. The two players that have
Yeah.
disconnected have still not reconnected, and we have now unpaused. They had a choice of whether to just forfeit, which obviously they wouldn't do, or play it out 3v5. The two players in question still no power as of right now. We'll see if that changes. Obviously, they could still reconnect. They are Alpha are up 8K right now. They're going to try to micro with all 5 heroes.
I mean, I guess in a position like this, you're just going for GG, right?
Yeah,
It's kind of
I
your
think-
only play. With every passing minute, this gets harder and harder. So they're just trying to force down a lane. They lose their clockwork in the process, but if they go high ground here, this is pretty damn YOLO. Oh, PKB forced, okay.
Yeah, they force it, but let's get some damage onto the Troll Warlord. Rises just barely gets off his ult, and he's going to go into the enemy base, as is the normal strategy for Troll ults, and he is dead. Of course, when I say Rises, it's not actually him, it's a teammate microing him. Man, oh man, this is quite the turn of events. This feels so bad for Alpha, because you're not even getting extra gold, are you?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah,
I mean, I
because
can
normally
have
if
a
you
look.
have 2 disconnects, it looks normal to
It's
me.
just normal gold, yeah.
So you're not
I
getting
think
any benefit.
in order to get bonus gold, the players need to abandon, right?
But how do they abandon with no power?
Exactly. I don't know how it works in private lobbies. It might even be different there. Maybe you can't even do it.
Man. Well, this would be quite the story if Alpha are able to win this 3v5. Or maybe they just buy enough time. I mean, that's the other strategy, just to try to delay until your teammates can actually get power back, right? But it looks like they are grouping up,
Yeah.
so there might, just based on this alone, again, no inside information, but this seems to me that they do not have any faith that their power is going to come back.
No, but the thing is, if you just delay, you need to play the cores in a farming way, right? You need to hope they come back and
Yes.
get the gold. So those heroes have to currently be farming jungle or lanes or something, which is a microing nightmare. Monster's dead here.
Yeah, Enigma down. He was microing the Ember Spirit, I believe. Just guessing, of course. Rises, man, I don't even know what to say. This is so bad for
No,
Alpha.
I mean, it's just not feasible, right? Like you have 2 options, like we already talked about. Either you go down a lane and you hope to win a fight and get racks, or you're playing the map normally as well as you can. And I think the 2 support players have to micro a core each, and then Enigma plays himself, because Enigma is already enough work for a game like this, I think. If you start microing a secondary hero with Enigma, you're never getting a good black hole. You're never playing your Eidolons well. So I think Warlock has to play Ember and Clock has to play Troll, and then
Radiant's middle tower
you
is
go
under
from there.
attack.
Yeah, Warlock just, I mean, he has a channeling ability, right? You just use that ult, start channeling that shit, and you're fine. You don't have to touch him ever again. That's one benefit of picking Brain Dead Warlock. I don't know. But yeah, the lead has dissipated now. 5K for Alpha, so still in the lead, but man, this, at the very least, it's upper bracket, so if they do end up losing this game, they'll still have another chance in that lower bracket. But the fact that they were winning this in a shellacking type manner makes this feel all the worse, because especially coming back from game number 1 where they are the ones that got destroyed.
It reminds you of that game in NADPC with, which team was it? It was with Lil Nick's team, right? Where they were absolutely crushing, and then
Oh yeah.
they had a disconnect and they played 4v5 and they lost, and you were like, oh boy, are they gonna break? And then in the 3rd game where the player came back, they just stomped again. So in the end it didn't matter, but it was probably a lot of,
Dire's
digging
top
deep
tower is
mentally.
under attack.
Here you don't get the chance because you didn't win game 1. So if this is it, this is it.
Indeed. Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of, I mean, again, they're microing, but a lot of spells being missed. His soul, he's going to get fissured into the enchant totem, echo slam combo, and the microed soul is dead. And now into the Roche Pit DNM goes. It's going to be scouted, but considering that it is 5v3 in terms of bodies, I don't think they're going to be too scared of taking this Roshan. So that'll be Aegis and Shard, although,
I feel like
See
they're gonna
Flea.
YOLO this.
yeah, they might. Has his hook shot available. Roche not quite low enough to go in yet.
They can't buy back
Another
the
rocket
Ember.
flare. That's true. They can't. That is a very good point. Here comes the hook shot, but it's blocked on the outside, and Fleet taken out swiftly. And now DNM with the Aegis. The shard goes to Speed. Has to make some room in his inventory, and just like that, in terms of net worth, basically even. Yikes.
Yeah, what can you do though? I mean, it's just really unfortunate, but I mean, you can't really blame yourselves. You can't blame the strategy. You can't blame anything. It's just.
I
guess
saw
you
some
can
memes
blame
about the
power
Texas
cables.
grid line. Are they actually in Texas?
I don't know.
Because that would be an interesting development, because Texas is known for being quite pathetic when it comes to power.
Dire's top
Soul
tower is under
showing
attack.
himself mid lane. Does have a remnant up, but he's going to get silenced. And here comes the fissure. Enchant Totem. And he is stun locked. Another death for the power outed Ember Spirit. The fact that it was 2 cores as well makes it even worse. I mean, it still would have been really tough without a support, obviously, but
No matter
3
what
cores
2
is
players you
rough,
lose
rough.
with that lead, you're not winning the game. But yeah,
You don't
if it
think
was
so?
one player,
Okay.
and it was a support, maybe you could bring it home. But like, if both Warlock and Clockwork are disconnected here, I feel like your team fight coordination is going to be so difficult to pull off.
Yeah.
So just any 2. If it was one, I honestly believe that Alpha could have maybe won this 4v5 if their Warlock DC'd. You put some guy in the back line to micro him, drop a golem in the fight and press Fatal Bonds, and that's it.
Yeah.
But like this, it's just not. It's tough. You gotta. I mean, I don't know what they're holding on for. If they're hoping they come back, if they're just trying, like you said, to buy time and stall it out, and then if they come back,
Radiant's
maybe.
bottom
But
tower is under attack.
the other thing is, if the players do come back now, they're totally out of sync with the game. And Dota is a lot of a game about feel. So when they come
Yeah.
back, they won't have like this feeling of where they are in the game in terms of strength.
DNM deletes Pingu, and like I said, we're gonna have a hook shot coming in on the other side of the fissure. But Fleet, he's gonna be one that's static linked inside his own cogs, and he's gonna be brought down very easily. Rises in the meantime, focusing on DNM. Monster, he gets off a nice black hole though, but this is gonna be the Aegis consume for DNM, and Speed looks like he has enough move speed to get away as Rise is getting slowed to a crawl and brought down to his knees as GG is called, knowing that they cannot 3v5. What a heartbreaking end of the game for Alpha. You can see the apologies coming out from 5-Rat 4-Step. I mean, these are just the rules of the tournament, so I don't think
Yeah.
there's anybody you can blame other than the grid of Texas, supposedly.
Yeah, that just sucks. I mean, there isn't really much point in analyzing a game like this except saying, you know, Alpha looked really good in this game too. So in the lower bracket, if all their players stay connected, they have a really good chance to, you know, get through a couple of rounds and meet this team again or a similar one. But yeah, losing like this obviously just sucks. I mean, what can you really say apart from that? It was good to see them improve so much from game 1 to game 2, though. That's what we were talking about. Can they do it, or are 5-Rat just better? And I don't think they are, based on what we saw today. They're not just a better team. So who knows, if this went to a 3rd game, anything could have happened. But as it stands, this is a...
Yeah, so Alpha ends up losing, so they will go down to the lower bracket to face off against C-Dub Esports. And
Probably
like we
favorite
said
in that one.
earlier, yeah, they should be. And then 5-Rat will go on to the upper bracket semis, where they will face off against the Juggernaut Sonics, who are going to be ultra favored in that one. That is
Yep.
essentially the difference between the top of NA DPC and the bottom, about the
Yep.
discrepancy of skill, or what we're expecting to see at least. But yeah, to sum up our series, Cinderin, feel really bad for Alpha. They looked really good in game 2. I'm excited to see what they can do in the lower bracket, because
Yep.
if this game 2, based on how it started, they were certainly going to win it. I don't think there's any question outside of like some
Yeah.
crazy like throw of some kind.
Mhm.
They should have won this game, but the power gods did not have it in their will to see that come through. So yeah, that'll do it for us today, you and me, but we got 2 more series coming up. It'll be Wildcard versus the Cut, and then KBU.US versus Nouns. So
I
interesting
believe
matches.
both of those series are with Cap and SVG.
That's
So
right.
Stay tuned for that.
SVG, the king of the abyss, I believe is what he calls himself. Maybe I just made that up. Anyway, thanks for watching. Well, you guys can watch the next series coming up very soon.
what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to the NA qualifier for the International. We just watched the last two series with Sunsfan and Cinderin. Now, me and SVG are going to be taking over the next two series, and we're going to be starting off with Wildcard versus the Cut. And Avery, we're actually already well into the draft. So,
oh yeah,
what are your expectations, I guess, of this matchup? Because I feel like it's kind of even, right? There's got to be some expectation of a possible upset from the Cut.
It depends how big a believer you are in Lil Nick. You know, I know there's some huge Lil Nick supporters out there. This guy's, he's accrued quite a following for such a young, unproven NA talent. So if you believe in Lil Nick, if you believe in the high Shaggy, I mean, what time of day is it, Cap? I don't know. It's only...
it's 2 p.m. right now.
Yeah, so...
I think Shaggy might be a little bit farther east than us, so maybe it's like 3 or 4 p.m. his time, but...
East enough, you know. I think this guy needs to get to those Degen hours to really power up. So I have some doubts about high Shaggy, you know, playing this early in the day, but in general, I'd say Wildcard's probably favored on normal circumstances, right? I think they've proven to be more consistent in the DPC. They have a bit of a... you know, a better fundamental grasp on the meta a lot of times, I feel. And I think Sammy Boy puts in the work in terms of drafting and trying to get them on the same page. Downside is they have to play with a stand-in. They have a loan for Esk here, so always hard to play with a stand-in. They got a decent one. He stood in for Thunder Predator at the Major, so he's got some, you know, experience playing in NA technically, I guess.
How do you think he proved himself at Arlington Major?
I think he did all right. Like, I think... that was a hard circumstance to just get thrown into, you know, last minute. Especially for that team and who he was standing in for Dark Mago was like a very particular player to try and replace for that team. I think he looked fine, you know. He didn't look like super standout crazy or anything, but it's hard to do that as a stand-in, right? So I think he's a good stand-in they could have got. I think it's another opportunity for him to kind of prove himself, gain some experience, you know, show them some moves. So I'm looking forward to seeing him in action.
All right, well, the Cut are going to go for the double silence duo here of Skywrath Mage and Disruptor, which I did not expect to see back into the meta, but it's been picked up here or there. And
got the glimpse damage. Big glimpse damage. I don't know if it's enough to convince me of this hero, but we're about to find out. I mean, I tried playing it a couple times. It definitely helps. Like, anytime this hero spells outside of his ult and glimpse do a little bit more, you know, it pushes them a little further towards viability. So we'll see. We'll see if Jubei can put it towards good use. But like you said, I mean, Skywrath for B-God, they're just going to first pick it. This is kind of what I'm saying. Like, the Cut, they're just going to pick their heroes. I don't think this team really cares about what's broken theoretically in the meta or anything. They're just going to pick what they're good at, jam them into your face, make you deal with it. And to some degree, I mean, we're seeing Wildcard Tiny, which feels like we're seeing it for the billionth time this year, you know?
Yeah, there's actually, I guess, probably 3 heroes with a very specific hero pool. Skywrath Mage, or B-God with the Skywrath Mage. We've got Scourge McDuck, who plays particular, like, very specific carries, and then we've got Divine Llama on the side of Wildcard, who plays specific offlaners. Watch out for his Timbersaw is probably the biggest one, which actually gets banned away by Wildcard because they already got their offlaners.
I mean, that Timbersaw also got pretty nerfed. I feel like this hero has definitely fallen off for some of the Timber spammers, at least. Because if this was old Timber, I'm telling you, it would have been first phase no matter what, right? So the fact that Vilama is not first phasing Timber means he feels it's not as strong as it used to be. And I tend to agree, like the way their new reactive armor works, it's just not as bulletproof, you know? You have to play it more for the damage-oriented style. So I'm sure we'll see Amar try and play it still, but For some of these other guys, you know, you scrim with it, maybe it doesn't go well. Suddenly you're like, this hero is not as good as it used to be. So
yeah, I
can
definitely
understand.
played with a Timber Saw that went the damage route and lost. We ended up losing a lane that previously you would have won that matchup. It was like, it was Clinks, actually. Which is okay hero against Timber Saw, not bad at all. But we lost the lane way harder because like reactive armor just is way worth way less now. So
Yep. I think it also helps that there's this flag bear creep. I think this creep is going to be, it's going to take some time for people to understand the ramifications, but the most impactful thing for me has been this regen. It changes a lot of the dynamic of these duel lanes. Like certain heroes that were good before based on nuking you to certain thresholds aren't as good because you can regen up in between. And like it makes certain heroes with high armor, for example, better because HP regen's more effective on high armor heroes, right? So like these agi carries get better. It creates a weird dynamic. I think Timber is one of those heroes that in theory, Timber wants you to suffer from resources. He wants to spam you with the chains, the nukes, all this, and then you're just regenning up, it hurts him. But we will not be seeing him in this game. Instead, big old Tidehunter coming out. Some team fight to round out what was mostly some, you know, single focus cores from the cut.
yeah, they didn't really have any front line. They didn't have a ton of team fight at all. So this definitely fills a much needed gap for them. And then last pick for wildcard is going to be Eve, who's going to be playing the Templar Assassin. Alone is going to be playing the Tiny. Divine Llama is going to be playing the Bat Rider. That could have been switched potentially just because Divine Llama also plays offlane Tiny. But
I'm surprised we're not seeing it. The amount of times we saw it in the DPC, I would have bet my house that was Divine Llama Tiny. But times are changing, I guess. The times are changing.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know if how comfortable Alone feels on the Bat Rider, or maybe Divine Llama's just really excited about the Bat Rider mount that he's got right now, because that is pretty good.
Let's be real. He's got the cosmetic bug, you know. He just says, "Pick me this hero. I got some fancy set. I gotta show it off."
Yeah.
How can you refuse? I think it's decent. I mean, think about the lanes here for a second. We kind of got into this draft like halfway through, but the cut did get this counter pick on the mid bat, which is why I guess the wild card ended up throwing in the offlane, right? So you get this Tiny swap. Now you get Tiny versus Storm. You unfortunately have to put the Bat versus the Weaver, which is like one of Scourge McDuck's heroes, so he's probably very happy there. But at the flip side, you get last pick, so they get the TA versus the Tide. I feel like wildcards, you know, they're pretty happy from second pick here, right? They got 2 lane matchups. They're very confident. Their first phase core gets thrown to the wolves, but who cares? Someone has to deal with it. It's a Bat Rider, pretty strong this patch. I think wildcards pretty comfortable going into this game. Like, I think the lanes are going to be pretty good for them. It's going to come down to maybe, I don't know how much these like roaming supports can get done, because I have seen B-God run around on this Skywrath a lot. You know, if he roams to mid or something and skews the lane, could be interesting. But normally Tiny just wins that matchup, so I'm a little worried for the lanes of the cut if these wildcard supports get the job done and like snowball off the core matchups.
All right, this is one of my favorite parts about TI, and I'm glad it's back. We got the prediction game. Are you down with this, Avery? You down to do some predictions?
Oh, I'm always down for predictions because I'm always right, you know. So.
All right. Free points, I guess. All right, total number of player deaths by 10 minutes.
Let's see, what are the options? 5 to 10 to 10 to 15 to 16. I mean, North American Dota, right? So it's either going to be 0 or 30.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
You just got to take the 50-50.
I mean, I'm looking at it like you've got Skywrath Mage, you've got Clockwork, Marcy, Tiny, like Storm Spirit. There are a lot of kill heroes in this game that want to run
11 to 15.
11 to 15 by 10 minutes. Yeah,
that's going to be a brawl.
All right. Time of first barracks destruction. 420 minutes, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 plus. I feel like before 20 is just never happening, this meta.
Yeah, that's a rare one. I think the 20 to 30 happens if the TA gets both ages, right? And then
sure, yeah,
they're just snowballing. They go high ground. 30 to 40. I mean, it's either 20 to 30 or 40 plus. I don't think the 30.
I'm going to say 30 to 40 because I think going high ground again into Tidehunter, Storm Spirit, and Disruptor, it's kind of annoying going high ground against those heroes. So, and also I just hope the cut don't, like lose the game really badly.
I'm gonna go 20-30. I think it's gonna snowball. I'm feeling the snowball. I'll take a guess here.
Total number of Smoke Gangs kills at the game end: 0 to 4, 5 to 8, 9 to 12, 13 plus.
I'm gonna go 5 to 8.
Snowball. You think it's got to be a lower number, right?
No, the thing is, usually there's like a smoke into team fight, right? And then it counts all those. So I'm gonna go 5 to 8. I mean, we're already
first blood
kills.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to lead off the Skywrath Mage slow, followed up. Lil Nick chasing after him, but you don't actually commit anything. Despite all that water sound you heard, that was just Nick's taunt, not actually him leveling Gush. So a little bit surprised. I guess maybe they thought he would just cogs and
yeah,
be
it's
able
not
to run
a guaranteed
free,
kill, and then you have a Gush spent before the lane. Pretty sad.
Yeah, but is that bad? I mean, Skywrath Mage, I feel like takes advantage of Gush level 1 pretty well.
Depends what the Sky wants to do. If you want to play the lane long, like, then I can see just Crack and Anchor Smash spamming the TA.
Yeah.
Traditionally how you'd want to scale in the lane long term versus TA. Like, some early kill is not going to change the trajectory too much. So I don't know. It depends what Lil Nick wants to do. I don't think I would take Gush there. I think it just felt unnecessary. You know, like you're not going to get the first blood, then you spend a Gush, then you go in lane with Gush. Now you're committed to. You just have to go on TA and try and spam her out. But again, she's going to have stick. She's going to have some flag bearer. She's going to be under a tower. I don't know if you can really like spam people that reliably out of lanes. So I tend to agree with the level of the decision. We'll see what happens though.
Currently watching the mid matchup between Shaggy and Alone, which will be a pretty interesting one. I mean, Shaggy is he's very good laner. Obviously, his biggest problem is, if you guys have watched any of his games, is his tendency to throw away his lead that he builds up. But he is very skilled, so we'll see how Alone deals with this, which is a very annoying matchup, right?
I mean, I do think it's Tiny favored, at least for, you know, some portions of it. But that said, I mean, it's Storm, man. Storm is like, you spam the remnants, you get the water runes. It's pretty hard to stop him farming.
Yeah.
So I think it's I don't think CS is crazy either way, but I still like the matchup as Tiny, right? As long as you get in the mid game pretty farmed, which you should, you just have this like combo solar kill potential at all times with any follow-up spell. I always like this matchup, but I think it's Tiny favored generally. So he should have a pretty good time.
Looks like Sam gave the solo experience to Eve to start, so we got a faster level 2, which is pretty important, I would say, for a TA.
And he did end up going to Gush, so chooses to commit that route, and that's where the extra XP actually helps the TA a lot, because you can get the early refraction points. You get just higher levels faster. Ideally, they can get pulls off down here, but I'm pretty sure Sammy Boy's happy to keep Skywrath off the lane for the early waves. This is pretty bad for B-God, so once again, I think Wildcard's going to be pretty happy with this laning phase outcome. I mean, even this Batrider's not doing too bad. He's just spamming this napalms, giving him stick, but there's no pressure on this lane, right? It's just, they just want to get the Bat CS and levels, and even potentially look for the Marcy roam to mid. That's like the biggest thing that can happen for them.
It's definitely a lane that Batrider is going to look best early on, too, right? Before the higher levels of Shukuchi. I mean, Scourge McDuck is level 3, he's gone 1-1-1, so Shukuchi, when he has to use it, 15-second cooldown. So definitely a time where Batrider kind of owns the lane.
Yeah, the other thing is, like, Jubei took Glimpse level 1, which, I mean, it's better now. Like, you can nuke people with it, but I think when you reverse Bat with Disruptor, you actually just want to take the Thunderstrike, because you get it back with the stick charges, right? And you just start spamming the regen out. It's kind of interesting they went for this. Like, if you go for this build, it kind of tells you want to play for some, like, early kill attempt or something. I'm not sure.
Did he level it when they spotted the clockwork, maybe?
Maybe. It might have just, you know, first blood bites him a little bit in the ass, but still, I think this Disruptor here will... I think you really want to kill the lane with this hero. I don't think you're happy just chilling and watching your carry farm. Because this hero doesn't scale, right? And it's not like his spells do anything to BKB timings. His spells are pretty low damage. He doesn't really have any insta stuns or disables. So his scale is pretty weak. It's the reason why a lot of people don't like this hero. You got to get the job done early. And a big portion of that early game is, I mean, the lane, right? So I'm a bit sad for Jubei here. I think he's gonna have a pretty slow game just based off the start.
Yeah, even still. Level 2, still not leveling up Thunderstrike, I guess. waiting for a possibility of being able to get a good lasso. I mean, just looking at the damage, it's really not that impressive. He sent the Bat Rider back pretty far. It was 90 damage. Like, who cares? Thunderstrike is way better than that.
Yeah. The thing is, Thunderstrike's... That's the problem with this hero. None of his spells feel that good.
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
true.
like, you throw them out, you do some damage, but if you're not converting on the kill, it doesn't feel amazing. Which Weaver can do, so I can understand this lane. I just think the way it started, like even at this point, his Bat Rider's already level 4 with full 1 and double null. He's not going down anymore.
Gank mid, Shaggy. He just ran through the river and challenges alone, but instead is found in a 2v1. Turns around, does a bunch of damage here. He's going to get another round of this Remnant off. It's doing a lot. If only he had a support to help him out. But B-God doesn't even complete his TP as his core is already dead.
I mean, that's the Marcy mid game. This is another reason this top lane was super important for the cut. If they're pressuring the bat and keeping this Alex Marcy up there, he doesn't have this mid gank option as easily, or feels bad about it. But since Divine Llama's just sitting up here 1v2, he's like, all right, no problem. I'll go mid, collect my free Storm bounty. I mean, this is like the downside of Storm since forever. You know, if you gank the hero, he's pretty sad. And now Shaggy's going to have to walk out. No TP up for 10. Very debilitating for his early game.
And off of that, they tried to get real aggressive on the TA, but it felt like one of those forced moves, you know? It was one of those like, ah, man, I should have been mid. Now I'm going to try and make a move on this TA just to like kind of even the scales, but they didn't really do that much. They threw a lot of spells to do not very much damage. As you can see, Eve is pretty much back up to full health.
I'm telling you, man, these flag bearers, flag bearer plus stick, plus you're in your safe lane, plus if refraction blocks, you know, 1 or 2 spells, like you're just not harassing these agi carries out of the lane.
Yeah.
It's a big conceptual change, I think.
Another toss back, Shaggy. This time the Skyreth Mage is going to be here, but not enough as Shaggy is nowhere to run to. Haste Rune going to be grabbed by Jubei, but don't think anybody's low enough. I mean, Alex is going to take a bit of damage. Maybe he will. Nuke's going to follow him, and he'll die.
Decent. I mean, at least you took the haste away from the Tiny, too.
Yeah, but they're still trading supports here. So, in the end, it's still a 2-for-1 exchange for wildcard unless... Okay, he actually gets the silence. One swing, barely gets it before he disappears into the trees alone. He's going to take... Actually, you can glimpse back. Maybe they can get the kill here.
That's a good glimpse.
Underneath the tower, aggro was on him as well. Nice cogs pushback, but Shaggy is still not level 2, and DeMarcy is back again to be able to play the lane and kill Jubei. A double kill for Alone as the 2 supports swarming into the mid lane for the Radiant side, once again making this matchup impossible for Shaggy.
Man, if Storm has 6 there, you're maybe looking at this Tiny death, which is a huge turnaround for them in this mid lane. Instead, Alone just gets away with murder, quite literally.
Oh, in top lane. Scourge McDuck. Oh, no, he missed. Alex barely missed out on the rebound stun, which surely would have gotten the kill. Instead, Scourge McDuck lives with just a sliver of HP, and Alex actually uses a smoke to get out of there a little bit quickly, but he runs straight into Shaggy, so...
Oh, what's up?
Smoke for what, I guess?
Level 6 now. Not so easy. Some extra gold for Shaggy. He's still a long way behind this Tiny. Overall, the early exchange is not going the Cut's way. But happy to reap up something there. I mean, these power runes, this 8 and 10 minute power rune are going to be really important. Because if this Tiny gets it, he's just an absolute monster. Like, he already has 1,000 gold on top of Treads. He's an absolute beast. If he gets some DD or Haste or Arcane, like, it just becomes very hard for the Cut to make moves. And they're a lineup that kind of wants to, right? You have Disruptor Skyreth. These are not supports who want to sit back and wait for something to develop. Like, they want to get stuff done. They want to be killing heroes. It's what these heroes are designed to do. That's what they want to do.
And now there's a regen rune on the Tiny. So if they are going to make a move, mid isn't one of the obvious ones, but ganking a Tiny with raindrops and 1600 HP and a regen rune, that is way too dangerous. Nick. He's going to be run down underneath the tower here. They do manage to get a trap to slow him a little bit more, keep the battery assault going. He did hit a really good anchor smash, so he has actually to live here. Turnaround, Ravage. They're going to be able to TP in several heroes here as they've got the swarm on out. Looks like Nick still living on a sliver of HP. Eve needs to finish him off, but he can't quite do it. Oh my God, Nick, what a turnaround. Gets 2 kills off of that one. A toss tree almost hits him, but Either way, he might have lived through it all. Alone and Alex are still going to be playing in this high ground area, waiting for just some hero to stumble into them.
That anchor smash reduction, man. Some extra Kraken shell buff, you know? A little extra makes a difference. Nice turnaround. That gets their supports activated too, so...
You saying the 1 damage block
yeah,
increase
man, that's what I'm
was
saying.
enough?
15 to 16 might have saved them there.
I was curious about that. Do you think with the change of Kraken Shell, do you think it's still the right play to max out Anchor Smash, or do you think maxing out Kraken Shell? Because I've seen early maxed out Kraken Shell, and you are a beast. I mean, 70 damage block, you pretty much can't die once you get that much damage block early.
I mean, I don't know if you're killing anybody either, but
yeah,
I think if you're in these games where you're like, you know, safe lane tied, these old school, like you play safe lane tied versus beast, and you're just farming up. I think it's interesting. Here, you know, he's gonna have to fight. He's getting dragged into a mess, man.
Yeah, he really is. They're gonna lasso him to ensure the kill. And
no flashy play that time.
Ultimately, we ended up on 9 deaths at 10 minutes, so looks like we were wrong, Avery.
Well, I don't know what to say, man. NA has just lost its aggressiveness, you know? What are these guys doing? They're slacking.
Yeah,
they're slacking, man.
You know what it was? It was the damage
I don't even
block.
take responsibility.
I mean, if Nick died, then, you know, maybe we would have been in the clear.
That's true. Little Nick screwed up our predictions, man.
All right, big push coming in. They've lost their safe lane tower, so the cut really needs to be able to even things out by taking the enemy safe lane tower. They've got the sweep in from behind from Shaggy, who's going to collect the kill onto Sam. Sam the man.
Lose some mana for it, though.
Yeah, he really is. Shaggy's going to be all out of mana after that one, but they do get the kill, then they should be able to get the tower off of it, too.
Decent move. Catapult mid with some tree damage, gonna force out the glyph. So Wildcard are getting some pressure trade, and at the same time, you know, it's a lot of space for this Batrider, who again was supposed to have the hard early game. That said, SMD did, you know, make the most of the matchup, and like you said, taking this bottom tower pushes them to the top of the CS or top of the network chart, which is exactly where you want this Weaver to be in a game like this. Because I think SMD has to go and fight. Like, you have to be gearing up to take that Roshan contest, right? That's the biggest thing.
Shaggy, caught by the fresh blink dagger, smoke it. Oh, no!
Oh, he didn't cross the tree.
He didn't throw the tree. He throws it now, but it's not going to land. Small disjoint. The TA trap. Oh, it did 35 damage on that last tick. How much does TA trap do? I swear to God, it's broken.
Like, it does like 35 post-reduction.
I guess so.
Static storm top.
Hey, the double silence duo. They find a kill. Not the normal Skywrath mage duo that you normally run around with, but I guess it worked.
That's a 400 gold kill. It's pretty decent. And I'll get to farm up some wave too. So B-God, you know, he's been having a quiet game, I think, but he's actually decently farmed. Like, he went for this null. He's got full Bassy, another 800 gold on top. We'll see how greedy he plays it, if he goes even more stats or if he just tries to get fast Atos. All right, he's thinking Veil. Veil's pretty interesting here. It will help the team damage a lot. You have Storm Disruptor, some Tide spells.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I can dig it.
It's not bad. You do have this problem of Eve is just turbo farming his way through the jungle. Like their own triangle, we saw the Tiny came in there and blew up the hard camp and took away some farm. Meanwhile, Eve totally uncontested in his own jungle. So
I mean, there's just nothing you can do. I don't think their lineup has the ability to contest this TA. It requires some like 3 or 4 man smoke gank with ults. It's just not. It's honestly not worth it. It's probably better to try and shut down the tempo setters like Bad Tiny and just make your Tide ball strong enough again to contest the TA objectives. Like, she wants to do an early Roche. She wants to get involved in fights. So if she's gonna go the Dragonlance Deso, it's pretty much, if you can contest like Ancient stack, maybe with the 1 smoke or the Roshan, you're gonna be happy. I don't think you overthink, because again, their lineup just can't contest it. I mean, it's suicide hero.
They are looking for the pick off on the Batrider, but you could see Devi Lama, he's playing very cautiously. You've got Sam, who actually TP'd in, thinking, yeah, they're definitely going to try and make that move. Shaggy sees the Batrider's not overextending himself, so he backs off, just continues to farm. Wildcard leaving no real big openings for the cut to play with. But the cut is also not falling that far behind in general farm. Like the TA is getting, you know, kind of out of control, but the overall net worth difference is still very minimal.
Yeah, if anything, I think the cut's getting more out of the map right now. And Arcane Rune for this Storm. Wildcard's choosing not to contest. I don't know. I feel like Wildcard's losing a little momentum. I think their Tiny was in a great position to snowball the map. I mean, I don't know if we really saw it, but he had a haste rune for that last like 2 minutes too. They just didn't use it for anything. I think they could be fighting Storm on these runes. Maybe the Tide is just too much of a problem for them, but I feel like Tide's one of these heroes, if you just let him do whatever, it doesn't really get better for you in a way, you know? He just gets stronger. He gets tankier. Like, Little Nick's having a pretty good game. He also went Falcon Blade, which is an item we've seen a lot more since Soul Ring nerfs.
Yeah. So, like, you've got to find an answer to your mana problems now. The jump in on the two supports who were looking to gank the Bat Rider instead find themselves to be the victim of a big smoke gank. They still get the Clockwork kill. That's nice, but they're probably going to be losing both their lives as the Flame Break lands. Divine Llama, instead of dying, gets a double kill.
Yeah, nice read by Wildcard. I mean, these are the types of fights they want to be getting right now. Like, they're Bad and Tiny are strong just with the raw HP. Another combo on Shaggy. Just poking him down.
Yeah, just
like,
making sure he respects the power.
Yeah, you gotta teach these kids some respect, you know? Too many hooligans out here these days. Not enough hooligan discipliners. I don't know what the word is.
Is that the
there
cops?
Has to be, I don't know. There has to be balance in the force. You know what I'm saying?
Who are the problems? Who is leading the downfall of our society, Avery? The politicians?
North American pros, I'll say.
NA pros, of course. Dota pros.
Yeah, I'm not a pro anymore, so that doesn't.
Long jump mid lane, but falls a little shy. Doesn't actually hit alone, and he blinks away defensively.
He's an Arcane Rune, so he doesn't lose too much. Wants the invis. Shaggy.
He's immediately caught by the avalanche and could not get the jump out in time. Eve, who just picked up his Desolator, is immediately rewarded with a charge on that Desolator and a chance for maybe some objectives. They're not going to go Roshan, but maybe they can still try and take mid.
I mean, you know what they say about Shaggy. He never turns down an opportunity to refill the bottle, right? So
yeah,
he just couldn't resist.
Toss back, straight to Eve once again. The hook shot into the side. Sam nailing, does
nice
manage to get the
Ravage
Ravage out. They also get the ultimates, double ultimates out on the Templar Assassin, all in on the TA. They take down the big damage dealer in exchange for B-God, almost getting Alex. No glimpse available though. Long
Shaggy's
jump. Back. Shaggy? Oh, he wants something out of this. I mean, anything really. He's diving in pretty deep for it. He's gonna get comboed and killed. Shaggy. Oh, Alone tips him. He knows. I mean, Alone is dominating and Shaggy is feeding. This mid lane matchup is really proven who's feeling themselves right now anyway.
Look, man, all I'm going to say is if this match was played, you know, 4 or 5 hours from now, Shaggy'd be having a different performance. That's all I'm going to say. You know, this guy powers up the later the day goes.
Well, is it powering up?
He's just warming up right now.
Or is it the fact that everybody else plays worse? Like the fatigue starts hitting everybody else, and Shaggy's over-aggression, you know, like pays off the dividends instead of turning into mistakes like this.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just the greatness of a great player, right? You take advantage of your opponent's weaknesses. Like you go to, you're gonna go to land. I mean, if this guy gets to land, man, it's gonna be over, right? Because people on land, you're jet lagged, you're tired. You know,
yeah.
That's when over aggressiveness takes advantage of it. I'm not even kidding. Like over aggression usually works on land. So
true.
You're playing to go to the biggest land of all time. That's what I like to see. Take the risks. I mean, you know, we don't like to see that, but.
Well, I mean, I would say probably make sure you get to the biggest land before, you know.
Nah, style, man. You can't lose that.
Scourge McDuck is going to be rushing a BKB, which they're going to need that team fight item because Wildcard, with the Aegis in hand, is ready to start demoing some buildings, I think. They've got a Blink Dagger that could be built for the TA. Maybe he's going to rush the BKB next item instead. We'll see.
I mean, yeah, that was the downside of like the last 3-4 minute sequence was this TA ended up getting a DD and just going Roche. And didn't feel like they can contest it with Ravage down.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate because it's the biggest objective of the next, 10 minutes here. It's going to set TA's pace and make it harder for the cut to fight her as well. Like, now you have to fight into this Aegis with your Ravage. That's your biggest spell. They do have a Halberd on Nick, which helps a lot. And like you said, the Weaver BKB. Veil done on B-God. I mean, this is like a decent teamfight time for the cut. I don't know. Maybe Wildcard will just give it to him. Be interesting to see what they want to do.
Yeah, maybe just trade. Well, right now it's just a free tier 2. See if they contest mid at all.
I mean,
Or maybe they just keep going high ground.
You can poke high ground here and try and make him come back. You don't think this mid tower is going to die fast enough. I think this mid tower is a great fight for you, though, so I would not want to give it up, but Yves is just pushing the issue, and there is a glyph for Dire. I'll get popped.
This could be a little awkward for the cut, because, okay, they are going to start TPing back.
Yeah, do
by
not
Llama.
give this up for free.
He's setting up for it. He's going to go for Scourge Mid, bumping him in, but did not have the detection to grab him mid-Shikuchi. Nick is going to be caught here. They do have the Ravage that's going to go out. Clockwork immediately dying. Inside of the cogs, though, Nick is still left behind on the side. Looks like a jump in from Shaggy. Almost getting caught. The toss on the Templar Assassin. Eve might be able to run him down. Shaggy is no mana whatsoever, and the one last swing of the Templar Assassin's Deso gets the kill.
This guy Tom Brady or some shit? That was the longest toss I've seen in years.
Yeah, lone quarterbacking wild card to a potential dub in game 1, it seems like.
Reminds me of another very fortuitous toss that helped me in a qualifier.
Oh, you're talking about the buyback toss?
Yeah. Seems like no matter how they change this spell, it always finds a way to just be good. You know, to put it simply. Like, this toss spell is just good. It's been nerfed. It doesn't matter. It's just good. Hero displacement. Yves, alone bottom, though.
Yeah, crazy alone. Oh, he's got a BKB. They don't have anything to go through that BKB.
He has no TP.
Yeah, why doesn't he have a TP? Okay, well, that BKB is going to wear out soon. They're going to make the jump for it. First life down. Oh, and the hookshot used during the revive time. They can go for this. Static Storm with the BKB on cooldown means an instant kill on the carry. Nick once more. He's going to try and chase down some more. He gets the glimpse onto a lone, so not opting for an offensive glimpse there. Plays defensively.
Getting comboed on the supports, so
yeah,
necessary still. That was just a misplay by Wildcard on the map. Or Yves just holds his BKB, right? Like, you got to do one or the other here. If his team can get there in time, it's an okay baited fight. But then you play for the second round with BKB up, people coming in. I mean, no one could get down there at all. It's just a misplay, and it's going to cost them some momentum here. Not the end of the world, because they still have decent map control. The other cores are farming up. You can't throw too many of those away, though, you know?
You know, I'm looking at this Marcy build. Alex is going to go 4 staff. It's kind of interesting to me. Since the Marcy change, I feel like the abilities are worse, but I think her item build is better now, right? Because Dispose is no longer like you used to go Blink Dagger, so you would Blink Dispose, right? It felt really good to be able to do that. But now it's just on Rebound, the stun is. And now people, I've seen most people just rushing straight BKB into like Basher on Marcy. And I think it's actually way better than the old Blink Dagger build. Alone going in deep, and it's going to be caught with a Ravage.
Ooh.
He
You're
thought
gone, son.
that it was going to be a free support pick-off with that haste room, but is denied that much. And now, with the Heaven's Halberd onto the Templar Assassin, left impotent in this team fight. Or maybe not. A hook shot coming in, a Kong's pushback, but Shaggy barely able to get away. Nick is pretty hard to bring down thanks to the Kraken Shell. They're going to bump over and manage to get the lasso onto Scourge. Scourge does have the BKB. He pops the ultimate, turns around, kills Sam bit by bit.
Another
he really wants the Templar Assassin too. Nick, he knows it. He feels like he can beat. Man, that was a miss. A meld strike that did pretty much no damage to Nick. Really well played by the combination there of Shaggy and Nick getting in there and punishing Alone for an overextension.
Yeah, very close to killing Storm and Weaver there with the stuns, but not being able to chain them properly, hurting Wildcard at the end of that fight. And meanwhile, they're just happy to Ravage a core and burst them with the Sky spells. I mean, you get Ravaged, you're dead. There's way too much magic damage with the Veil amping it up. Wildcard misstepping again. Still, they just aren't coordinating the fight properly with the BKB timing. And now Shaggy gets the jump. This is a
This
huge
is
go.
hard. He does have
Well, he got
BKB.
it.
They don't necessarily have stuns, but the damage is too quick. They even drop the Static Storm on top of the single stun offered from Shaggy.
Yeah, I don't know if the Static Storm actually does anything. But
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like the 1 second of Static Storm
Yeah.
probably does like 100 damage or something.
I mean,
but
why
hey.
not drop it though? You know, what else you doing with it?
Yeah.
There's another big kill though. Again, this BKB time from Wildcard. These don't last forever, you know. And you're gonna get to a point where these cut cores are gonna become pretty tanky for the damage that can come out.
Hey, what do you think about this Ags on Tiny? We've seen a lot more of this. Thompson, and they was this a couple months ago, started doing Tiny Ags. All of a sudden, everybody started doing it. Think it's still good?
I mean, the damage is definitely good. Like, the damage in the scale feels nice. The downside is he's not going to have a BKB in this game for a decent amount of time here. And I mean, if you look at the Cuts lineup, BKB just seems so nice. It lets him commit on a support and still be able to not just get Static Stormed or Ravaged and die, which is what we saw last fight. And that's a big problem for Wildcard, I feel. Because their other two cores want to fight during the BKB as well. So you kind of have this, like, disjointed effect. Maybe he's tanky enough to just live through it. I mean, he does have 3,000 HP. Benefit of the Ags is you get a lot more just tankiness. So it's possible he might just live through it anyway. In which case he's super happy. Yeah, we'll see. I can see it being good. I mean, I think the build's fine. It's just about how you use it too. I mean, he could also just let Divine Llama go in, right? Which seems to be the case, because Divine Llama has Blink Aether now. So he can just go and start the fight. If he finds a core, if he finds Weaver or Storm, I mean, that's going to be a free team fight win for Wildcard. There's no saves from the cut. You just BKB, you slay down that core. So much damage is gone. Very happy.
In which case, Nick's positioning is super important, right? Because that is a hero you do not want to lasso.
Yes.
So any like opportunity he can get to be on the front line to kind of like force some sort of vision scenario, it's gonna feel pretty good. He also went the shard, Tendrils of the Deep, which I was toying with this one. It feels pretty good, honestly. Like you hit a Ravage, then you just get another 1.4 second stun afterwards to chain it,
which is super big for his team. And we might have to see it here.
Here comes that Axe.
They found the TA.
Get the Ravage, instant blow up on Eve. They know their mark. That is the Templar Assassin. It's all the damage on the side of Wildcard, and they're making sure they threw everything they have at him. Sky doesn't even die. Divine Llama does barely get out. Looks like Marcy came a little bit too close. Wait, Egon still died. Must have died to the tower or something. Either way, Alex does get run down by Scourge McDuck and High Shaggy. Another one team fight for the cut.
Power of vision, just finding their mark. I was about to say, if Lil Nick can ever just ravage a core on Wildcard, the benefit of the tendrils, you can chain stun him up and commit with the magic burst. You didn't even need it there. TA just gets evaporated. We'll see Sammy Boy de-ward this now, but that ward did its job. Huge teamfight win. Alone does manage to pick off those supports on the backside. So he's pretty happy with how that went for him. I mean, he's still 6-1-9. Cruising to his BKB now. A very interesting game. I feel like the cut are kind of winning these fights, but at the same time, I don't know if they're making too much progress, you know? I'm still worried about this Storm. Just how rough his early game was.
Do you think they need progress? Like, do you think that Wildcard, if the game just continues to be static, do you think Wildcard actually gets stronger?
They get like stronger in bursts. I think in a very late game scenario, the game can become very annoying for them. Like if we're talking about Storm getting to BKB Ags, I think at that point the game is very hard for Wildcard. And like this Weaver is going to get tanky enough to survive bursts like we saw, and like now this is just a run for your lives scenario, double damage.
Yeah, they don't have lasso, they don't have shit. So they just got to give up this part of the Roshan.
I mean, you cannot give this up.
Surely, I think they still contest, yeah. Oh, yeah, those trees are going to do some nice damage. Whew. Still, though, the cut, yeah, you got to feel a little bit bad. You got to pick off. You've got a double damage on a Weaver. It would have been so nice to continue to take a team fight or force that Roshan, but they don't have Ravage. Not for another 15 seconds, so.
This is where I'm saying, like, progressing the game just feels awkward for them. They're getting these kills, but then they have to wait for the next Ravage. At least this one, the kill stalls this Rosh until Ravage is up. They're looking top too. No BKB for Tiny.
I mean, yeah, as you said, the BKB, if you get gone on, alone is going to regret this Aghanim Scepter every single time.
I mean, that is just a bad place to be when this Rosh is up. And now the cut will commit to this for sure. Either force the Tiny buy or force a fight into Ravage, which they should be very happy to do. At the same time, as long as Wildcard is not doing the Rosh, they can also chill the Ravage up. Because the biggest thing is just TA not getting this. That's all they really care about. Now they have BKB on Storm, plus a gem.
Oh, that's nice.
Unless you lasso this Storm, he has free fight. And he's going to live a decent amount of time. This team fight is scary for Wildcard, man. They have to find a very good jump. This Divilema Bat has to get a core. It has to be like Weaver or Storm. Shaggy going in.
Okay, toss over to the side. That's a bit awkward. He jumped away, so the Tidehunter actually went pretty far out. He still managed to get the lasso. He did not get the jump off, but it didn't last very long. The Sange doing its work. He has one more little zip, but it's not far enough. Eve with the Blink Dagger is able to keep up. The Scotty, though, on Scourge McDuck, now looks to try and catch with Ravage going down. Nick setting up. He's got the Tendril as well. Doesn't throw it out, though. Eve is able to get off his BKB. Walks away and alone. Pounces again. Completes the Tidehunter kill. And now with a buyback onto the Bat Rider. Nice glimpse back. Oh, he actually... I'm not sure what he glimpsed there. I thought he glimpsed the Bat Rider, but apparently not.
I think
either way,
he just bounced back so fast it glimpsed him to where he was before anyway.
Wait, seriously?
I think so. I'm not sure, but I mean, either way, they're gonna clean that fight up. Once Ravage is gone, Nick's dead. Nothing left to gain there. I think. All right, they did recover a gem on the Weaver, so they didn't lose their gem, but that's gonna be Roshan for Wildcard.
What happened to the Tendrils? He hit a two-man Ravage. And then he just didn't tendril the TA?
I think he was trying to save it to Chainstone and he ended up getting Avid. It's either he got Avid interrupted or he just forgot he had it. I mean, sometimes you forget you have these new spells, you know? You're not used to it. It happens.
I don't see a single stun that was thrown his way until later. I think he might have just forgotten.
I mean, the tendrils were too deep, man. You know, you couldn't find them.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Gotta dig a little deeper next time.
Well, that's Aegis and Shard. So Shard also going to this TA. It's a good Shard in this game. Talking about the Weaver post BKB. Maybe just mess with this Tide a little bit. Storm post BKB as well. Like, it is a very nice Shard to have. And this is Wildcard's like best timing to kind of cement their lead in this game or build is this second Aegis on the TA. This is where they want to get stuff done. Already smoking up. BKB for Tiny, I believe? Yep, BKB for Tiny. So now he's an absolute monster. He doesn't care about anything.
And they've got Silver Edge. So Nick can't be as content to frontline as before.
Yes.
They got to break into the right kind of stuns.
I mean, you could potentially even just lasso him, right? If it doesn't do enough damage.
Sure.
It's kind of awkward to try, but you never know. And you just blink Silver Edge, hit him. He's pretty much gone. Definitely on the back foot now with this Aegis up.
Bit surprised that Wildcard didn't force things a little bit more, but Ravage is coming up here now in a couple seconds. So they do get the tier 1 tower bottom. Looks like they may make the full sweep and get the tier 2 as well.
We should also mention how much farm this Skyrath has got. He is jacked, man. He's got nags. So.
Oh, yeah.
This Ags is pretty nice with the AoE stuns of Tide. Like, you're going to throw down these multiple ults, double Mystic Flare on 2 targets with a Ravage. That's one way to take a team fight. So, this Skyrath is a very big target now, actually. I mean, if the Tiny finds him, if the Marcy or Bat find him, I mean, even Clock. Wildcard has a huge amount of backline jump. Taking the Skyrath out, or just joining the fight between him and Tide, seems pretty nice. And here, Wildcard forcing the high ground, bringing them all back.
Yeah, Wildcard seems to really like doing this. Like, force the high ground to get a decent amount of chip damage every time on these tier 3s.
No, it's a good play to do. I mean, you just cement the map control. You're going to force something out of the enemy, and now they're all stuck in base, you know? Oh, you got to smoke. All of a sudden, the cut's smoking into you, which is pretty much want what wildcard won here. Like, they want the cut to come into them, into the Aegis, where the aggressive Ravage isn't necessarily as good. It's going to be hard for Nick to just jump something here, man.
Yeah, they're trying to wrap around behind the TA. It breaks on the clockwork, though. Not
just
the right target.
That was just a forced smoke. Like, you smoke because you're all in base and you want to make something happen, but it's just, you need to wait out this Aegis. You know, it's 2 minutes. You just got to be patient there. Just, like, maybe Weaver runs down a side lane. You farm some wave mid with Tide, you bait a fight, but this head-on smoke was just never going to work. At least they didn't force it. I think that's one of the things teams do too much sometimes, like these, you know, tier 2, tier 3 teams, whatever you want to call it. They'll force these smokes that were just never going to work in the first place. Then you're just losing the game more. Pick and choose your battles. Pick them wisely.
Minute left on this Aegis. Just why Eve wanted to kind of force things some more. They do actually manage to take away. With the glimpse back, he's going to be in kind of an awkward position. See if they can force out a BKB or anything out of him. He's holding on to it for now. They're going to jump now, but there goes the BKB. Pull back onto the Marcy instead. Shaggy's a little bit low on mana, though. He's got to be careful. The Tiny starts throwing out the trees. The Ravage goes down, kills the Marcy. Alone popping his BKB, finishes off Shaggy. Good kill. Eve comes back into play, breaks the Tide Hunter. Refraction blocking some of the damage. Divine Llama needs to be able to get the lasso and does. Gets it onto the Weaver. Skywrath Mage stopped by the clockwork on the side. At the same time, jump away. Eve does manage to get out. Alone may not be as lucky, though. This Weaver just has full reign of the team fight. Even with the lasso, they couldn't turn around and deal with him.
Yeah, Eves did not even try and focus him. I don't think it would have been close either. And this Weaver is tanky. Got 3,000 HP with a Titan Sliver. The Ravage from Little Nick honestly wasn't even that great. Like, he wanted to catch the TA. The TA ended up getting out of it. But these glimpses just keep forcing Wildcard into the fight, which is why Alone cancels his TP out and tries to duke it out. Well, like you said, Weaver, he's just tearing the fights up. If they can't burst him off the lasso, it doesn't feel like he can die.
I mean, we had this conversation early about when the first barracks was going to go down. Wildcard weren't able to snowball like you predicted. And
I'm wrong again.
Well, now it seems like I'm going to be wrong, too. They can't even break high ground by 40 minutes, as the cut is proven to just be a little bit too tenacious for that.
I mean, that is NA Dota, you know? You either win in 20 or it goes the distance. I think we're going the distance.
Dendril, not fast enough to catch up, but the glimpse will always pull you back to your doom. The 6K gold lead for Wildcard Gaming that feels like it's beginning to evaporate a little bit with that high ground defense hold and now some pickoffs. The cut should be able to run around, get some farm.
I mean, this third Roche is going to be the game-deciding Roche. I think if Wildcard loses, they basically have no chance.
Yeah.
I think if Wildcard get it, it's still honestly not that easy. It depends if it's like this, you know, Refresher Shard, Hags, whatever it is, but I just think the cut cores are getting to a point where the damage has to be synced up very well, and usually in those late game fights can be hard to do. Especially when there's these like combo breakers like Tide and Disruptor and stuff. Potential buybacks as well. Like buybacks to this Dire Outpost. Some fight like this can be absolutely deadly for Wildcard. Because the second their BKBs are out, if Weaver's alive, if Storm's alive, if there's a Ravage, you're getting destroyed.
Scourge Mid-Duck, his courier died, and he was about to complete a Satanic. Now, the items weren't on there, but I'm just saying that he may not be able to get that Satanic.
He's going to the other shop. He could buy a Reaver, but again, saving buyback. Which I agree with. I think you just save buys for this third Roche.
Divine Llama. He wants to get a pickoff by himself, and he'll have to do it. Oh, the hook shot through! The Avalanche on top of that. The Ravage, though, intercepts it and helps protect Scourge McDuck, who does have an ultimate, is going to have to use it back to full health. Skywrath Mage raining damage down on all of Wildcard with the split. They do have Eve chasing after Lil Nick. Of all the heroes, I don't think Tidehunter's who you want to go after. Hi, Shaggy, low on mana, not able to chase after Alone, but maybe they can still catch Eve. 4 seconds for a blink away. Refraction up in 1 second. Can he actually somehow get away from all this? Another round of the ultimate from Skywrath Mage. Be God. Skywrath Mage, man. Comes through in the clutch.
He's just... Did he do the most damage in that fight? He did.
Oh, he absolutely did. I don't even need to see the numbers.
Yeah, what an absolute monster. I mean, carries for what? Just play Skyrath and destroy everybody with ults. Still, that was just an awkward engagement by Wildcard. Like, Devi goes in, he doesn't even want a Lassos Disruptor, which I agree with. I mean, Lassoing Disruptor is not going to win you these late game fights. He's probably going to have buyback anyway. And then they're just stuck there. They just get ravaged. On the backside, there was also a 2-man Tendril that hit Tiny and Marcy. I mean, Little Nick's just stunning them all. B-God's cleaning them up, and then they haven't even begun to start on the actual course. So these fights do not look like they're getting better for Wildcard. And now we're talking third row spawning soon. Ravage up in 60. You're gonna need one hell of a lasso pull, man. The lasso and to break the tide, or you gotta find this Weaver. And the Weaver doesn't have Lincoln, so it's possible. It's just
Roche is up right now. If they knew immediately, I feel like they could have rushed down Roshan. They may still try.
Yeah, they're just gonna do it. I mean, this Weaver's 3,700 HP with Satanic, Titan Sliver. I don't think he's afraid of anything anymore. TA dead for 10 especially.
That's true, yeah. Maybe Sam?
Hags, too.
Sam could go for the interception here.
Yeah, he's gonna have to try.
Pops the smoke himself.
They are gonna get
Player's
here in
gonna
time.
be come up in a second. It's actually gonna be pretty decent timing.
Yeah, this is gonna get murky.
They're gonna slow things down. Nick, he's gonna try and get in front of this one, but they're gonna jump inside. They managed to get the lasso on the pick up the Aegis. They managed to get it on the Tiny. Now they need to try and get out. Divine Llama slowed down, does manage to eat the cheese, helps out, but it's not enough. There is just far too much damage. Eve, he shows up. He's trying to go for the kill on Nick again, but this Tidehunter proves to be just too damn tanky, too damn elusive, and he blinks away again. Eve is still chasing after him all this time. Meanwhile, his team is left without their primary damage dealer, getting eviscerated by the Begone Skyrath Mage. He finally breaks it, but he's met with a Ravage immediately. Tendrilled on top of. Nick surviving through it all, perhaps. Alex finally gets the kill on the final punch of his Unleash. But ultimately, a massive loss for Wildcard. A game-losing team fight, perhaps, is the cut. Now in a great position. Sam does manage to get a hook shot away, so he may not be dying twice. He's got another round of Cogs, 4 staff jetpacks, so I think he's good.
How much does SMB want him? That's the question.
I don't even think he can catch him if he wants to. Jetpack too fast, you know?
Man, that fight is just so hard to take. I mean, just not enough damage in the tank on the jump. Somehow they get the Aegis snatch, but TA ends up chasing the tide the whole time, and like you said, alone just gets left alone. There's no other way around it. I mean, he's not doing any damage with the chain stuns that are coming out from this vortex. The biggest thing about that fight as well is Shaggy got the Ags off the roast drop. So he just got a free Ags, and then he just AoE pulled him into double Skyle.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I was like, alright, that's pretty good.
Now he's going to use it again to kill the Bat Rider. I was wondering how he got the AoE.
I mean, because I think he was building it, and then he just ended up selling the components because he's like, alright, I got one for free, so I don't need to build it anymore. So now he's going Shivas instead. Very happy with that fight. Probably the best here they can get the Ags on.
Why does Eve keep going for the Titan?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, he's trying to take this, like... The problem is the Anchor Smash and the Halberd just debilitates him in the fight. Tide's alive. I can understand, like, taking Tide is the most valuable target they can get out of the fight. The problem is it just takes too damn long. Like, they don't have an easy way to burst and kill him. Unless he literally gets jumped by all 3 cores at the same time and gets broken. That's the only scenario I foresee this Tide dying without getting spells off. And so if that doesn't happen, I agree, like, trying to chase him down is just never going to pan out.
I mean, Nick just built pure tank. He didn't go for, like, the Aghanim's Gush route, right? He went Heaven's Halberd, Lotus Orb, you know, like, he just raw tankiness. He now has the level 20 talent as well, the plus 40 Kraken Shell damage block, so he's shrugging off 110 damage every hit.
His build makes sense. He just blinks in Halberd, Anchor Smashes TA. Even the Tiny, right? The base damage reduction on Tiny is significant. It just removes so much of their damage. They cannot win a fight if this happens, basically. And I think Wildcard, they're feeling the pain, you know? That's why they're chasing this Tide. Like, get this guy off the map, man. Little Nick is too big. Big Nick.
Really has. He's growing up, become a man.
This was not like the days of old. Lil Nick is mad. He's here to take his revenge.
Forged in the fires and the flame of NA Dota.
He really was, man.
All right, well, full out refresher. Things are looking very dark for Wildcard. I mean, either way, no matter the outcome of this game one, I'm just happy it's a close, seems to be a close series. Just because our previous series, which was Alpha versus 5 Rat 4 Staff, was probably the other series that was expected to be maybe even. And, well, sadly, that game 2 ended off of...
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, just ended off of some power outages. So, good to see that this other match, which is kind of the potential even one, is going the distance, at least for this game 1.
For sure. And, I mean, you know, signature heroes, right? B-God Sky showing up.
Yeah. He's definitely making an argument to ban it next game.
Yeah, I don't know if first pick Sky should be having this good a game, but it is B-God Sky, so we'll give it to him.
Run in.
Oh, that's a good target.
A very good target. A big team fighter without buyback. Shaggy, did he buy out his Shivas? He bought out the Shivas and didn't save for buyback.
80 seconds off the map. Wildcard might try and force base here. They have double damage as well on TA.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they gotta get something here, man. This is your best chance to, like, win this game they've had in a long time. Either force some mistakes or get a storm by. Anything here, you gotta find something. They have level 26 TA, so he has, like, he has multiple refraction charges plus his DD. Might be enough to keep him in the fight. Actually burst this Weaver. That's a double Ravage from Nick, and he smoked.
Ready to go. Ravage 1, locked down. Does get the save out from Marcy. Nick holds on to the second Ravage, though. So they don't waste that team fight, and it looks like Wildcard, that was enough. It spooks them. They actually are going to walk away.
That was an interesting jump. I don't know what happens if he just refreshes, goes again. They might just be able to burst TA, but yeah, that Alex save was pretty fast. Benefit of Marcy here. That said, they still have this refresh Ravage.
They're gonna run into Scourge Duck. He's silenced. Now he's ulted. Now he's dead. Oh no, the Ravage, the second Ravage being used.
Not enough.
Get the kill on the Tiny. It's gonna be worth it, but the Tendril didn't land in time. He gets off the BKB. A long hook shot comes in from Sam, throws down the clogs before he gets glimpsed away, holding the Tidehunter in, and now the trees. They rain down on the Tidehunter. 2 cores dead. No Ravages. I mean, Wildcard, if they force some buybacks here, they're turning this game around when it looked very dark.
The only way they kill this Weaver is if all the cores hit him together. The SMP just ran into him. I guess he just didn't expect them to be sitting there, but 4,000 HP for what? He's gone. And then you're ravaging to try and burst this Tiny. Just not enough off the Skywrath alone because Storm was still dead.
I mean, we saw that win rate. It was 90% to the favor of the cut. I feel like it, you just literally AFK in base and it would stay 90%. Shaggy goes in, gets the ultimate. They do get a lot of damage out for the Skywrath Mage. Not enough. Oh, it is. The Thunder Strike finishes them off in the end, but they're going to trade out the Storm Spirit, and they do have a buyback on the TA. Let's see if they want to push this or not. Glimpse back, but the jump forward from Alex. They want the kill on a B-God. B-God, he does. Ooh, nice Static Storm. Nick's going to go in. If B-God can get off some more damage, they might be able to get some kills, but Divine Llama pounces and finishes off B-God before he can actually get the regen out for the Fountain. Divine Llama actually gets a double kills Jubei as well for that. Now it's just Nick alone. They may not have the Templar Assassin, but well, the Weaver's coming up in a couple seconds here. We'll see if they can get any buildings off of this one. Certainly not out of mid. They get the melee barracks out of top. But Scourge McDuck is now on the hunt. Ooh, almost hit alone. Slowed down by the sticky napalm though, so he's just gonna back up, clean up the lanes. The cut, I mean, they almost need a timeout here. They need a breather because they've been kind of throwing away what was a pretty lock solid lead for them.
Yeah, I thought after that Roche, it was like game secured, but they are crumbling here in the last 5 minutes. And now you have a Tidehunter bought back. Doesn't have it for 6.5. Huge win condition on the map. I mean, you take him out and suddenly the fight's way easier. Your damage reduction's gone. This big tanky frontliner with stuns is gone. And there isn't any other control from the cut outside of this Storm pull, which, I mean, the Storm pull's great, but it's really the Ravages that are going to seal the deal. Man, what the hell happened in the last 5 minutes in this game?
I don't know.
Just getting
It's
caught
a
off
little
guard.
wild.
I mean, now you have some huge items coming out from the wild card. Like, we're talking about the late game scale. I mean, late game in Dota is always weird because you can just get these items that didn't exist 3 years ago. Like, now you have this random overwhelming blink on Tiny that puts him to 5,000 HP with a Daedalus. You're like, what the hell? This is a different hero now. You have Swift Blink on Templar Assassin. You have this Octarine Refresher on Bat with a Timeless Relic. So now you have like
free Aghanim Scepter, free Refresher
yeah,
Shard.
now you're getting even more. I mean, who takes any of this? Ag's Bat? Why
Okay,
not,
that's
man?
good. Yeah, because he finished up the Refresher. That Aghanim Scepter becomes way more value.
Oh yeah, you're talking about like 4-second duration double lasso getting double. What was that, like 4 seconds squared in a rope? I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's 16 seconds of disable. You're correct.
It's crazy. So we're in ultra late game. You know, ultra late game, no one knows what the hell is going on.
Well, actually,
all
it's
I know.
3.5 seconds duration.
Oh, he has relic. He has relic, brother.
Oh shit, you're
That's what
right.
I'm
It
saying.
is 16 seconds.
He gets an extra 20%. Do some quick math here. 0.7 more, 4.2. Blaze it. He's gonna be stunning some people.
All right. So what? It comes out to was 17.2 something.
Oh, the 4.2's the 4.2's quad now. I don't know. 16.8. We're doing some work.
8.4, 16.8. Yeah. Some real NA math going on here. This 50-minute game one between wildcard and the cut. It all comes down to the initiation.
I mean, even
Will
before
we
he
see
gets 0 lassos.
Yeah, will we see the double lasso? Will we see the Ravage doubled? They're gonna go for a low.
Okay.
He refreshes double
He's
Ravages.
gone.
He actually hits the Bat Rider. Oh no! Divine Llama does not pop his BKB before he blinks in. Eve has to just BKB teleport out because 2 of his cores are dead. We're gonna get the Mercy on top of that. So
Son.
Nick just boldly just treads out there into the middle of no man's land, leaves the safety of his base, and finds a massive team fight.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, you just blink stunned him. I guess it's that simple. Like, you just blink double stuns as Tiny. No save comes out. The Bat blinks into the Ravage without BKBing. A pretty bad mistake here from Divine Llama. I'm not sure what to salvage the fight, but that definitely hurt. Yeah, all that lasso talk for 0 lassos. Once again, this game getting turned around on the back of these Ravages. I don't think this Tide should just be able to do that, but I guess he does have Ninja Gear. That helps. I don't know. I think just kind of sloppy from Wildcard, right? Like, you have to be thinking, all right, this guy wants to blink Ravages. This guy wants to blink Ravages. Where's this blink Ravage? That's all you should be thinking. You should be ready for it. You should have a game plan.
What is the game plan? Because that first Ravage, I mean, it was a 1-man Ravage, effectively. He only got a 2-man Ravage because the Bat Rider blinked into the second one.
I still think the 1-man Ravage is like, good enough, though, right? You kill this Tiny. Is Tia going to commit in the fight versus, like, you know, Halberd, Anchor Smash, potential buybacks at their base? It gets weird when one of these wildcard cores dies.
So what, you think you can just never show? You can just never give the opportunity for the Tide Hunter to blink on you first?
No, you just have to be ready to interrupt it, right? Like,
okay,
they have multiple interrupts. They have a hook shot, they have the blink, they have BKB blink, and, you know, not blink BKB, but they have BKB blink lasso. They have, you know, potentially some TA trap silence, like any of this stuff, right? You just need to throw it on the Tide when he blink Ravages to buy time for this Tiny to get his BKB off. Or you buy like Aeon Disc or something, you know?
Ooh, hookshot misses. Maybe it's for the best. Scourge McDuck actually has an Aeon Disc ready to be assembled on top of the BKB and 4,200 HP. He's not easy to bring down.
I mean, I'm surprised. Like, this is a late game scenario where I could see Aeon Disc being pretty good for Wildcard's cores. It's not an item you generally want to buy on like these high damage cores, but in a scenario where the only way the cut are winning fights is if they blink chain stun you forever, it guarantees the BKB pop, which I feel like is good enough. There's not going to be some nullifier here from the cut. I mean, who's building nullifier? Nobody.
Yeah.
So now you're.
I mean,
I don't know. Like, you just need a way to break the combo, right? I don't care how you do it, but just have some game plan.
and it's all because the whole reason they need that in the first place is because there's so much damage coming out from Begon's Skywrath Mage. In fact, he's almost level 25, which I presume you're
good
going to
luck.
Mystic Flare damage.
Oh yeah, in this game for sure.
2,050 Mystic Flare damage.
And
On
he's also
top
got a
of being
Hex.
veiled and yeah, all that other stuff.
Yeah, he's a beast. The only thing they're really missing is his Disruptor Ags, which would just be the cherry on top, you know?
Yeah, true.
Because then if you Ravage and you throw the Storm on Tiny or something, like even if you combo break it, then it just doesn't even matter. You're just still stuck there forever. I mean, Nick's got an Arcane Blink too. Interesting.
I mean, Scourge McDuck could almost flat out buy a Moon Shard and consume it and still have buyback.
I mean, he's level 29. He is farmed, man. I mean, these is a late game Dota. It's all about who jumps who and who has buybacks. It's pretty much all that matters. Choose the right area to fight, get the vision, jump them first. That's what this game's going to come down to. That's where Rocket Flares... You know, Rocket Flare becomes pretty good. A little extra vision. Might just win you the fight. I mean, Sam's got a Hex of his own, too. So, you see somebody, you just hook in. Like, maybe you just hook Hex as Weaver or Storm. They don't expect it.
So instead of the Moon Shard, which he is 6 slotted, he's actually going to go for an Abyssal Blade and swap up one of his items.
Abyssal Blade? What is... Okay. Interesting.
I don't know what to think about that either.
Yeah, I don't know. Abyssal Blade. Do they... I don't feel like they need lockdown in the BKB. Is that the issue?
Maybe he wants a quick reaction to Batrider? Like if Batrider tries to jump him, maybe he can Abyssal Blade him first?
I mean, Abyssal Blade's never bad, but I can just see, like, you know, Divine or some just insane damage here, too. Oh, that's an interesting
It seems
choice.
like he just doesn't need to put out damage because Begon is the real carry.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, extra stun is not going to be bad here by any means. I mean, we see Wildcard kind of itemizing similar, right? They got a Hex on TA. Like, you just want good stuns in the late game. And Blink Ravage.
Blink Ravage, there it goes.
Got him again. The vision, man. You got to be careful where you're walking. Nick refreshes. He's looking for more.
Yeah, why not? And he just might find it. Wildcard, they're actually still going to try and take this fight without the Tiny. Maybe because they can buy back and TP in? It's risky, though. The element of surprise is gone. They've shown themselves. I don't know if they could... They should still do this, rather.
Man, I cannot help but feel like you just buy A on disc on Tiny here. And this game becomes so much easier, you know? Because then you can just run in and he doesn't want to Ravage you. And then you become a problem. Because you're still a problem as this Tiny, but not if you just get Blink Ravaged on a random ward. And it's too hard to find every ward. Like, you're going to run into some random high ground ward eventually.
Well, he's listening to you now. Kind of queued up, but maybe it might be too late. We'll see.
I mean, you can even slot it out after he jumps you. It just... It feels like it would make his game easier, because they don't have anybody else who's just going in. Like, it kind of has to be him. I don't know, maybe there's some weird itemization they could have done with, like, Shadow Blade Bat or something, but at this point, they just need A on this, the way they're playing in. SMD forcing the issue. Does have his Abyssal.
Yeah, he's got a few more seconds. The Tiny doesn't want to buy back with such a low death timer. So this is enough to at least get that tier 3. They found Shaggy,
Storm,
though. The jump in, the lasso.
Beautiful find.
Yeah, big pick off, and now the cut. They got to run. They got to get out of here, or
creeps
maybe
hitting
they
their
don't.
base.
They're still going to try and get a pick off on whoever defends here. And if it is alone, if he dies again... Okay, they're TPing out. They're getting out.
Yeah, too much info from these creeps in the base. Wildcard knows what's up. Oh, might be going to another... We could be going to the 60-minute plus here. Getting some Deus Ex Machina soon.
I'm not sure if... did you see that... China game that's happened where you had the Book of the Dead come back? Ponlo?
The Ponlo Chenrad, of course.
Yeah, the Ponlo Chenrad. That was a good one. We'll see
Written
what...
into the history.
what 60-minute items we're blessed with in this game. I mean, Mirror Shield would be pretty insane.
Oh, he's just hexing in.
Hexing pops the Aeon Disc, though. Forces out the BKB on the Templar Assassin without using a Ravage.
Pretty good poke jump. No Aeon on this Weaver now. He's burstable.
He's burstable, but at the same time, the TA. Oh no! Divine Llama thought he was going to be able to get the pick off. Maybe he's going to be saved though. Alex gets him out of there and he lives with just a sliver of HP until Shaggy wants to be able to hunt him down with the Shivas. He's going to be able to get the vision, gets the kill before the lasso comes out. Double pickup for the cut, and they're going to buy back immediately on the Storm Spirit. See if they can find something here. The Ravage going down. The follow-up with the AoE disabled, but they've lost their damage dealers. Another Ravage. Scourge McDuck cleaning up now. The Refraction's blocking so much with the lasso. It's now pulled in. They have the Weaver controlled up. They toss up in the air, and they're going to be able to bring him down. No buyback available. They're going to have to do it without the Weaver. B-God's going to be dying here as well. He does have a buyback, but it's going to be a 4 versus 5 now.
How the hell is he alive, man?
Just spawned.
This guy got ravaged like 8 times. He's in like 4 sky ults. I don't even know what the hell happened there. All I know is this Weaver just got hexed on the Sakuchi and bursted. He buys back, comes in again, and he just gets comboed off the lasso. No Aeon Disc from earlier, man. It actually cost him huge.
Watch that one again. Matter. Instant Scythe, the Ravage goes down, but he still dies to Alone with the tree tosses. Then the next Ravage comes through. I mean, Marcy was on top of the Templar Assassin, so you couldn't, I'm not even sure if they could hit him.
Yeah, that's just, I feel like they should all die there. You know, they're getting multi-Vortex into multi-Ravage.
Yeah.
Somehow he just walks out of that. I don't know, now you're in a situation where that's probably just the game. There's no buyback on this Weaver.
Yeah, no Ravage.
Some good pulls.
Without the Ravage, how does B-God get damage out?
They can Vortex him into disrupt their Ags.
They could.
Just don't.
They're gonna have to do it twice. He blinks away from the gush. Shaggy, lasso, great combination too. Double lasso, follow-up hook shot. They don't even need the second lasso. That's it. 2 cores down. They get the 2 supports as well. Divine Llama in the end gets the lassos that he's always dreamed of. And wild card. Once a 10 to 90 position that they were in, managed to claw it back from that 10% and get the victory in game 1. What a game.
He got the 16.8 at the end, man. The double lasso, he finds it. That was a crazy last fight. I still not sure how it went so bad for the cut. Just, they had like a 3 hero Vortex and the 3 hero Ravages and all that. But the Weaver damage, not there. Wow, what a weird last fight. That said, I mean, this Skywrath Mage, I feel like he's MVP that game, man. He was carrying so many of those fights for so long, and then he lost. So I guess he's not MVP. I guess I'll give it to, I don't know. I'll still give it to him. Honorary MVP on the losing team. I feel like B-God did so much work in that game. I mean, they end up losing it, but that Skywrath was first pick, man. And he was just destroying those fights, even the late game fights. Somehow the wild card pull it out, man.
Now it makes you wonder. I mean, if you were the cut and you won this game, like, oh man, now they're in an awkward position. They have to ban the Skywrath Mage or something, or what are they going to do about the Tidehunter? But now they've lost, and the Begone Skywrath Mage, even though he popped off, wasn't enough to get them the W. And that's got to be a pretty bad mental space to be in post this tough game 1.
Yeah, that's a weird game to lose mentality wise. Like, I kept thinking that they needed Aeon Disc on Radiant, and then Dire picked them up. And then somehow that Aeon Disc pop mid ended up cursing SMD where he doesn't have it for the last fight. And somehow no Aeon Disc on Radiant. They just power through all these Ravages and Skiles, and it doesn't matter. I don't know. You can't predict late game Dota, man. It's unpredictable. That's all I know.
It's true. We got the late game. We'll see if we get another late game going into game 2. Great way to be able to start this series. Let's see what happens.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everybody. It's game 2 after what was a pretty exciting game 1 between the cut and wild card. We talked about the potential of this being a series that could be evenly matched. Wild card, of course, being the favorites, but you never know what cut's gonna bring. And they actually brought almost a victory in game 1. Unfortunately, a couple of fumbles across the finish line and weren't able to quite make it. But they do get their hands on the Skywrath Mage again, Avery.
They do, no ban on it. I mean, I guess you beat it, you know, so whatever, you can let it through. We'll see if he gets the Tide combo or some other combinations. So that was the really big deal for that hero that game too, though. That was not a Skywrath that was just like, I'm gonna build Atos and run around and kill everybody, you know. He was really on the back of the Ravages and the AoE, so if they don't get something similar, then his impact might not be as high. And already, you know, they have this Marcy save versus it again. They also have Enigma, which tends to be a hero who does not care about Skywrath for a lot of the game, if almost ever. I mean, natural BKB buyer, AoE controller, summons hero on the lane. Don't really interact well with this hero, so I can understand letting it through. They do get the Pango answer to it, though, which was something we saw Sonics do earlier.
Yeah.
Which I think is solid.
For those of you guys who are looking at some of these players on screen right now and not actually sure who is who, it is actually in order, top to bottom, 1 through 5. So that's all the cores there on the top. It's the 2 supports there on the bottom, Alex and Sam. So that gives you a little bit better idea. Because a lot of these players, when it comes to these TI qualifiers, if you don't ever get to see them on land, you may not know actually who they are. So that'll kind of help you put faces to names and such. As you can see, Alone is rocking the cat burger shirt there in the very center of the screen. So these guys, they did manage to clinch game 1. It seems like they're comfortable playing against the Skywrath Mage in game 2. We'll see, especially that man on the right there, Divine Llama. Felt like he probably could have picked it up. I mean, he definitely stumbled a bit in that game 1. So we'll see if he does any better on the Enigma, is what I'm presuming. He's going to be playing alongside Alex's Marcy. I mean, that's a pretty potent 1-2 punch in the offlane, right?
Oh, for sure. It's a lane you have to think about, you have to be prepared for. You need the Eidolon clear anytime you play versus hero, otherwise you're going to be in for a rough time. And I do want to mention, you know, those wildcard boys, they're on boot camp, Cap.
Is Alone there with them as well, or
no? I don't think so, because I mean he was last minute, you know. But the other 4, the same location, I think, probably for the first time in that team's history, I'd imagine. So that might help them a little bit too. Like, I don't think it matters too much at the start of tournaments or qualifiers, but I think the deeper you go, it makes a difference because you're able to talk more as a team, figure stuff out, read people's emotional state, read how they're reacting to certain ideas, that type of stuff, right? You can build on it a lot more. So I think it's cool to see for them. I think it'll help them in this qualifier. Might be able to, like, you know, push them over the edge in some of these games. Like we saw last time, these games are on a knife's edge, man. It only takes, you know, 2 or 3% difference to win some of them. You might go to TI or you might get to that 2nd or 3rd slot over not getting to it.
Yeah,
so
it's like cool we saw Nouns for the first time. They had a boot camp as well last season. They did very well for themselves and only didn't make it to the major on the final couple of matches there. And they actually had stopped boot camping for the tiebreakers. So it definitely did make a difference for them. We'll see if it makes a big difference for Wildcard. Another note, they do have a stand-in. That is just the Wildcard seems like they had some sort of emergency. It was cleared. They are allowed to be able to have a stand-in. They'll have a loan for the rest of the qualifier. But that is something that isn't the norm. But you know, sometimes sometimes things just come up. Sometimes there are emergencies. So it is what it is.
Life happens to all of us. This is a very interesting second phase, though, because something's happened to this troll. Let me tell you that. He has no saves. And generally, this hero is not amazing versus Pango. You get disarmed and controlled in the fight. It is a very rough matchup. And like I said, he has no save from his support. I mean, you have like Marcy, the rebound thing, but that's not that's not really the save troll ones. You know, he wants help going in, like Omni Knight, Oracle type heroes historically. So it's kind of an interesting troll pick. I'm not sure why they wanted it here so bad. And now he's like, yeah, he's just going to get counterpicked even more. Now he has to play versus Razor IO, and we saw this powerhouse. It's a European powerhouse classic for a while now. Just infinite scale. Not much else to say about it. You know, at some point you just become too big of a monster to deal with the late game Roshans if you get them. Ags, Refresher Shard, multiple Eye of the Storms, you're tethered, you're perma-hasted. It looks like a rough troll game, man. I'm not sure why they wanted this pick here like so boldly. It's not the typical carry you take in the slot. Maybe it's
would
better
you say
than I
troll
give it
is
credit for.
more of like a last pick hero? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I like troll when I see at least, 2 or 3 of the cores, and I know what he's gonna get done. That's how I generally feel about the hero. Like, I don't think he's just some carry you jam here and you're like, oh, deal with troll, and the enemy's like, oh, what do we do? It's like, I just don't think about it like that. Like, I see troll and I'm like, oh, I can do anything to this guy. So conceptually, it's a very bold pick. The upside is like I mean, you are first pick. You have to show something. You're gonna save your mid. Maybe they're trying to force to see where this Pango goes, but they're not even really gonna get it. An awkward spot for Wildcard.
We did see this matchup actually, both the troll, but also versus the Razor in the Alpha versus 5-Rat 4-Staff game 2. And Alpha was winning that game with the troll.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe there is something. I mean, you're saying something's going on with this troll hero. I've seen more and more of this hero being run in some pubs and some pro games.
He definitely seems better.
Yeah. What do you know specifically? What is it about the troll that's? I mean, like the ensnare now goes through Magic Immunity. That was the change that happened. Is that it, or is it a meta change? Is it different offlaners are being run? What is it?
I mean, it's probably a combination of a lot of that small stuff, right? The hero just feels better. I don't think it's anything drastic. I think Agi carries are slightly better because of the laning's easier versus the meta offlaners, and I think the games go longer. In theory, Troll's a pretty strong late game hero. Like, he's an anti-carry by design, so if you get to the late game, he in theory is happy. That's super dependent on the core matchups and like supports, but I could see people experimenting and picking this hero earlier and like just trying to run him as a brawler. I mean, the upside for him here is the cut don't have a huge amount of team fight outside of Pango, and the control's pretty limited. So, like, let's say he goes in a fight, Marcy saves him from a link. I mean, he's, in theory, kind of happy. I can see some viability. It's just, I'm cautious, Cautious wariness about how early you can pick this troll hero and have him be viable without the right supporting task. And now you're throwing more on top of it. I mean, Shadow Fiend, this is a hero I think is super interesting. He looks super strong in the games I've seen him. I think this is actually a hero we're going to see a lot more of because I think he is very powerful and he can do a lot more now. But once again, is this the draft that is going to support Troll and Shadow Fiend to victory? That's the part I don't know. I could see it happen. Feels a little greedy to me. I can see it go. This is a very nice edge draft. That's how I'm going to phrase it. Like, it's going to destroy or it's going to look real bad. I don't think there's a lot of in between.
Well, do you switch up your roles now? Because Pango versus SF, that is not a fun mid lane matchup. And they are going to switch it up. It looks like Razor is now going to be your offlaner, or excuse me, your carry, a Pango the offlane, and mid high Shaggy Queen of Pain.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect that they're going to try and potentially force the lane matchups, right? There's a very high chance they try and force this Pango versus Enigma and the Razor versus the Troll, regardless of who's playing. They also have IO Sky, so they can maybe do some tri-lane shenanigans like early levels or like dual lane the Pango versus Enigma 1 and then TP down. I would not be surprised to see lane shenanigans come out from the cut because their lineup really wants to get these lane matchups. In theory, they have all three, right? Pango, Enigma, Razor, Troll, and their counterpick versus SF.
Is the Razor versus Troll matchup really that good for the lane? Like, in a game sense, Razor's really great against Troll, but is it really that good for the lane matchup?
I mean, I think in theory, Troll can do fine versus almost anything. Like the hero's just a beast of a laner, and it's like one of his upsides. But I think you're pretty happy if you're Razor. Like especially in a situation where you have some extra sustain. Like let's say they put Razor Io there, Sky can even start there level 1. You nuke this troll with like a plasma field, a Sky nuke, and then you can teleport Sky away, do whatever you want. I feel like I'd be pretty chilling in that lane, like with a stick on Io and just regenning through troll harass. I don't think I care. And I think if you don't care, then you're pretty happy, right? Because the matchup only gets better for you for a long amount of time.
Sure.
I think Troll's like spooky when he gets fast Javelin into fast Maelstrom. That's when that hero like destroys a lane, you know? I mean, I remember there's the famous game like way back where Miracle played Troll versus Timbersaw, and he went like literally 0 item Javelin Maelstrom with GHIO. And he just destroyed Timber. I mean, he just absolutely murdered him with the fast Javelin Maelstrom. So that's when Troll's like at his peak. Yeah, he'll decimate you with that type of the snowball, but you kind of need the right support to get there, and you have to not get abused early levels and have to be buying regen and stuff.
All right, we got predictions, but I feel like we could be seeing a little bit of first blood action, at least with the position that the cut's sitting in right now. But there is a ward that's going to spot them as soon as they cut over to the right here. In fact, Shaggy's already been spotted. So, in fact, they saw the ward being placed. So, already, player with the most D wards, I'm going to go ahead and say that's Sam. Or, actually, we've got 2 sentry. Oh, yeah. Put it on Sam. Sam with the most D wards because he's already got one.
Yeah, I mean, I locked him in instantly. I'm going to lock him in no matter what, because Sam got my back on that one for sure.
All right, total number of Roshan kills. Is it a long game or a fast game, you think?
This is going to be a long one.
Yeah. All right.
I'm putting in 4. I'm putting in 4.
All right, 4. Looks like we're going to have a first blood onto the Skywrath Mage. Wild card, they were patient. They set up for it. They get the bounty rune. They get the first blood, and they're going to get a ward, too. That is a really big start for them all around.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you didn't even use any raises either, so just going to collect the free bottle. Come to lane full with free bottle. Who won the runes, though? Did they win the runes, too? No, it went even. Still, like, first blood for Shadow Fiend's huge. It changes every one of his matchups drastically.
Yeah, particularly a harassment-based matchup where now he's going to get that Floss bottle, right? It's like now he's going to have the sustain that Shaggy probably won't be able to pressure him at all.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he has minute 0 bottle. This is rough for Queen. And again, I think the early pressure points of his Queen are like the 1 to 3, where you can abuse SF's weakest point in trading power. SF at the later levels just out-trades everybody. He's an absolute lane monster, especially with no small camp anymore. He just trades water runes, just spams you. So I can see Alone having a pretty good time here, which is nice because I think he's kind of like the center point of their draft in a way. Like, he's the big monster that's going to come online late. You know, Troll can go in and make some space. It's not really on Troll to carry the game. It's on this Shadow Fiend and at some point Black Hole, because there isn't a Black Hole cancel outside of Pangolin Basher, which is the big upside of this matchup. And another reason, you know, the cut did get the side lane matchups. They got the Pango versus Enigma, and they got the Razor versus the Troll.
Yeah, they just killed all the Eidolons with Swashbuckle plus Shield Crash. So Nick got to be pretty happy with that. All of a sudden, his CS looks a whole lot better than it was going.
I really wonder if Wildcard thought about these lanes, and I feel like they just kind of walked into them. The flip side is a lot of teams don't want to put Enigma safe lane. You know, it's just Enigma safe lane can be very weird. It doesn't feel great for the Enigma player, I think, a lot of times, and it's not that it isn't viable, but you'd rather be in this off lane where you deny, you pull the lane back, you play under your tower, and then at some point you like flip the script and you start shoving the lane in with Eidolons and pushing the tower. The thing is, Pango makes it hard to do a lot of this, so I could see an argument for you just swap the lane because you can't really play the offlane Enigma how you want to.
Right.
I don't know. I'm curious if they actually thought about it and they're okay with this, or if they just walked into it and were like, oh yeah, little Nick will play safe lane.
Shaggy. He's feeling the pain of these changed up raises now that they have this Turn speed and movement speed
slow.
With the jump in from Alex. No blink. I mean, the moment he got hit by level 2 Shadow Strike, I think alone it made the call. He was like, we can kill this guy.
He just ran him down. Quad raise. That last one did a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah.
I mean, that's also the early bottle. Like, it skewed this matchup enough. Alone was able to take advantage of it. Now, all of a sudden, yeah, you're in a scenario where SF's killing your counter pick.
They're going to go again?
Round 2.
Before he
Blink,
hits
like you
level
said.
4, they're just going to go again. Shaggy dying here. Oh, what a disaster. Missing the creeps, missing... I mean, this is twice now that Wildcard have won the matchup in mid lane. The bottle, huge. But this is twice now that Alex has ganked mid way more effectively and way earlier than B-God shows up.
And this is the game flow that Marcy wants, in my opinion. Like, this is where this hero shines, is you have some independent offlaner. First game, he had that bat that he just left. I don't know if that should have happened, but they played for it. This game, he has Enigma. Now he's already top. He's going to try and balance his lane out even more. Razor Death is huge if it happens.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pull him back with the dispose. Slowed down. He's definitely dead.
Man, Alex is destroying this early game.
Yep, that's a Marcy for you. It does leave Divine Llama alone, but B-God is only just now going to get back to lane. Maybe he's in range of the concussive shot, so maybe they can't get this kill. Silenced up. So at least they get something out of this situation, because all of a sudden back to mid lane again. Shaggy is level 4 now, so he's got the blink. He won't die to these ganks anymore. But still,
up.
what a lead they've given alone.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact early game wildcard ones. So your Enigma's going to have a rough one, but it doesn't matter too much if your SF and Troll are just having the time of their lives.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, the SF and Troll as well, like, they don't have hard saves for these heroes, but they do have this Sidekick. And Sidekick is a very powerful spell if your high DPS right-click cores are snowballing. Like, I think the best one's Lone Druid, because he just accelerates the game so fast, and then you just Sidekick the bear and, like, it's an absolute monster. But SF Troll, they're up there, right? I mean, very naturally high attack speed heroes that benefit from this lifesteal.
Do you think that you should max out Sidekick? Because I was watching some of the Chinese matches, and they're still maxing. They used to do that, and they are still maxing out Sidekick, even with the rebound change.
Yeah, I mean, they've always done it, right?
Yeah.
I think it makes sense this game.
Shaggy, blink on cooldown for a couple more seconds. They do have B-God TPing in. They'll be able to get the counter kill onto Alex, but Alone is now level 6.5, where Shaggy is yet to hit level 5.
Poor Shaggy, man. He is just getting abused. Absolutely ripped up by this Marcy, man. I feel, you know, if there's one hero that does it to you and does mental damage at the same time, I feel like it's Marcy, even after the nerfs. It's just so annoying. You just hear this stupid whistle and then you're gone. And you're like, oh. And then you know what's going to happen again.
Yep.
Shaggy blinked in here too, man. He is aggressively fighting for this rune, and I feel him. Might get the bottom though. His blink.
Oh, he blinks ahead of him and gets the haste rune. A big pickup, because now they can probably get this kill onto Alex. They got to be a little bit careful.
Well, they brought the whole squad.
Rotation from Scourge McDuck. They really want to punish this mid lane, but Shaggy still dies. Alone is super low, but Scourge McDuck has nothing left in the tank.
Shaggy, not like this, my man.
Oh dear, he's gonna live off of one tick too. He goes down to 25 HP on Alone.
And SF, that first blood. Don't want to give these away, man, especially in these matchups that are very either-sided. And, I mean, I like the idea of the cut to just bring numbers, try and bail out this matchup and get this quap back in the game. Like, I think that was the right idea, because their skirmish power on the runes is stronger. Like, in theory, SF's not that good versus the numbers if he has to split raises, but he's just too far ahead. And lives with 25 HP. Now, he brought numbers to try and bail out the quap. Didn't bail her out. Even rougher for your side lanes. Eves hasn't been touched. He's facing an empty lane. He brought the pressure off of the Enigma, who was probably the one pressure point that you could poke. You know, B-God can kill him with the Pango. Rough early game for the cut. They're gonna have to claw their way back here.
So you were talking about the troll build earlier, and you were talking about this timing, how you get Maelstrom, Javelin, Maelstrom, you feel really strong. He's going to be going Battle Fury this game. Do you think that was always the case, or do you think this is a product of the fact that he has been total free farm?
I mean, I think it's totally fine in this scenario. I think it's also a fine way to build the hero. Like, I don't think you have to rush the Maelstrom. I just think I think theoretically the hero's at a maximum where he's like destroying his lane with early Maelstrom, you know? Because then it just pays for itself, basically. But the Battle Fury fast is obviously
Big
so
Sonic Wave on 2, but it's not enough damage
right
by itself. Scourge McDunk is going to die. Now the Troll is getting the lockdown onto the
Not
Quap
again.
instead. Alone wasn't able to do anything there. At the same time, B-God and Lil Nick did gank. They set up a kill on the Enigma. So they got something out of it, but that mid lane fight was a disaster.
I mean, it's still just this SF living with slightly extra HP. Belt of Strength and Raindrop doing the work. Didn't even get the rune. The DD went to Jube there. Probably not ideal. SMD's game is hurting now. I mean, this is 2 deaths that he went to mid to try and bail out what was happening. He has absolutely no game. The upside is, yeah, Lil Nick putting in a lot of work here. Another kill, 3-0. They are feeding off this Enigma.
Yeah, really well done. Killing him off of the TP. Now he's going to come back alive. No cooldown, so he's going to have to walk out to lane. My question is, when does Nick start getting involved in the other lanes? Because he is now level 7. Next Rolling Thunder, is he going to use it to try and shut down the Enigma again? We're going to rotate into mid and try and kill the SF. Jube.
I think you got to try and kill one of these other cores. Like, you got to pressure this troll off the lane, or you got to kill this SF somehow. It's hard, but the other upsides, you're talking about Lil Nick rotating. Oh, what about this B-God Sky, man? This guy's level 6 3/4.
Yeah, seriously.
Like, he's almost level 7. He's absolute Chad, man. He's on his way to fast Athos, so very different from last game. Last game he had the setup, he just built the damage. This game he's building the setup because they lack the stuns. I agree with the itemization. Fast Athos on this hero is scary. You're gonna force wildcard cores into a situation where they're rushing for BKB, or he's just solo killing them with how many levels he has.
Shaggy, blink. Whoa, you're really
Like,
giving me a heart attack there. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, decent pick. You're gonna slow the Battle Fury farm a little bit. Sky TP mid, level 7.
Okay. What can they do with this? It's not like
know.
Shaggy can really get aggressive, and their other support is an IO.
This is the
So no
awkward
real
part.
stun or anything.
How do you use the strength, all right? And you have it,
Yeah.
but you don't have the other cores who can set it up. It's just Pango. So back to Pango he goes. We'll pop the smoke here. Could be a good fight for Cut, to be honest.
Rolling Thunder. If they can get B-God to drop his ultimate, oh, he's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And there it is. Shaggy finally gets his revenge. Blinks in, Sonic Waves, finish off the SF. Should be able to get the kill on Alex as well. Nick, he does hefty amount of damage. Some good impact on his second Rolling Thunder of the game.
Like, they just gave it to him.
Yeah, they did.
Like, you're smoking into the 2 strongest heroes for the Cut, the only ones that are activated, which are this Pango and Sky, and the only ones who can kind of activate each other. And then you're giving it to him on a stairwell.
Yeah.
Of all places, like, the SF just gets chain locked. Very awkward smoke. I mean, maybe they were thinking the Pango wouldn't be there, but even so, like, I think you should be happy just abusing the lanes here. Maybe just baiting Enigma, right? Like, all you have to do is read where this Pango's gonna go, and you just counter his play. And you're pretty happy for the wild card because you're stomping the lanes. Now, disastrous smoke. Puts you on the
They
back
get
foot.
range. Ooh. I mean, B-God's here now, so they can turn around, kill the Marcy and get out. They gotta get out, though. The Cookie's coming in. 2, Black Hole into 2, but at the same time, B-God dropped his ultimate. They are gonna be feared away here, but Nick, he had the shield crash still going, so he's pretty healthy.
turn.
B-God stuck in the side
ult
here,
at
turns
3.
around, throws out whatever damage he can at this SF. The SF's pretty scary. Uh-oh, the physical damage, it might overwhelm Nick. He needs to get this chain stun perfectly, but Sam comes through on the side. Now Shaggy shows up, but the stun comes out from the Cookie. A double raise. Alone lives through it all. A double kill for him.
What a monster, dude. This Shadow Fiend going absolutely ham in this game. 8-1. Just cleaning up the fights. No one can touch him. The other spells, not amazing. You know, the Black Hole isn't, it didn't last as long as he wanted it to, but it still did the job. Sets up the SF ult. Well, this is going to be a scary Shadow Fiend.
I mean, the funny part is they probably could have just reset, you know, a 1 for 2 off of Sky dying, but then Nick took so much magic damage there.
I mean, his ult was coming up. I thought it's a decent re-engage. Just, they rushed it a little bit, right? If he just waits and then his ult's up and he just rolls in before he gets double raised, he's going to live for a while there. It might even just kill the SF. But Alone just mans up. Says, stay in your place, little Nick.
Yeah. And that death on Nick is pretty important because he is the highest net worth on the cut. In fact, he's been going more of a damage style, so he's already got the Diffuser Blade. He's going to go back for the Blink Dagger afterwards. I feel like a damage build on Pangolier has got to be pretty good this game. I mean, he's a great matchup against Troll. You can go, if you can get both Disarm and Bash.
Yeah, I don't mind him gearing up for the late game. The flip side is he's kind of all their setup as well. It puts a lot on his shoulders this game in terms of setting up the fights, dealing with this kind of crap, you know, like random skirmishes that none of their other cores want to tank, and then if you want him to scale and deal damage as well, it's a big order for little Nick. We'll see if he lives up to it.
Well, I guess Kiss is traded out for Rolling Thunder. Even though Kiss is longer cooldown, I feel like that kind of benefits Wildcard because I don't think the cut can fight if Rolling Thunder's on cooldown, you know?
It's hard. It's hard for sure. Depends how strong Shaggy thinks he is. Which, I mean, he always thinks he's stronger than he is, so maybe that doesn't matter.
They do trade out the safe lane towers, though, so Scourge McDuck getting this last hit. That'll help him recover a bit on the net worth, but you could see he's still 1,500 net worth behind a Troll. A Troll that is building a Battle Fury, has a Battle Fury, in fact, so is only going to start speeding up that farm cycle.
Yeah, this is one of the fastest phase Battle Furies I've seen in a long time. He had it like 13 and a half. He is going to accelerate quite fast this game. Nothing is going to touch him for a long time. And Alone, he's cruising to a very fast BKB as well. So Wildcard's going to hit a very nice timing. Blink Enigma here. They have to get something done with this Atos. This is the big power for the cut right now. Is they have this early Sky Atos on V-God. You can solo kill anybody.
Ooh.
Nice Blink, though.
That was a reveal of the Rod. They know now that there had to be some vision there.
Yeah, that's a big blink out. Like you said, now they know the ward's there. Now they're gonna smoke up. They dodge that Atos reveal, slowing the Skyrat's timings down. Well, they see him.
Can they catch Nick?
Got
Straight up Malefice into a black hole that also catches B-God. Really good positioning there from Davai Lama. Very nice. And really good use of a high ground ward too. A freshly planted high ground ward that gets them 2 kills like that. Even if it is a pretty defensive ward, it's, yeah, as you said, super worth.
Because you're shutting down the 2 tempo setters from the cut.
Yeah.
And that just means more time for Troll and SF to vacuum up the map. Even Enigma vacuuming up the map you're totally fine with it. Like, Wildcard are not in any rush this game. They are happy to use Black Hole for 1 or 2 kills. Chill, reset the map, shove the waves in, hit their next wave of item timings here. I think in an ultra late game scenario, the game gets weird because you have Io Razor and Queen of Pain, you know? And you have like some Bash or Pango. But for a huge time, they're not worried.
Oh, he actually doesn't have TP, but what an ultimate.
See you later.
Alone SF. Now, he might not get out, but what a combo by him. The Sonic Wave. Oh, forced out to away. No way. The Rolling Thunder is going to be able to cook
up to the high ground.
The high ground. Nick is able to jump on top with a swashbuckle, though. They do get the 2 kills. Shield crash down into the low ground to continue to slow down Sam. Now the Troll is here. Instantly pops the ultimate. No disarm either from Nick. Bad timing for him as he tried to swashbuckle to save Shaggy's life, but instead gets himself caught up in the same wave.
Even more gold for this Troll. He's very happy about that. Sad for Alone there because he loses the big streak, which was... That's a lot of gold going. Who'd it go to? It went to Lil Nick. So Lil Nick got the 470 plus the 280. Almost 750, basically 750 to his pocket there. He's gonna be pretty happy about that. Like, that's a win for the cut, you know? Getting this SF off the map and claiming his streak before he got to BKB. Because now he has BKB. That play is not as guaranteed. But still, what an ult turnaround there on the reload. I don't know if they expected that, because they kind of just ran right into it. Alone was happy to clean him up, though.
And BKB is going to be super effective because what stuns do they have? They have the Blink Dagger on Pango, but you can't chain stun anymore. So it's only a 1 second stun, 1.25 if he gets level 2. That's not enough to get out the damage of Mystic Flare.
No, it's got to be the Basher. I mean, that's like the big item here for Lil Nick.
Yeah.
Because he is super farmed, so he's going to get it at a decent time. It's the Basher and it's like the Razor damage, right? The reason Razor's so strong is in a BKB-oriented meta, Razor's like the ultimate early BKB user. Because he fights your BKB, he just drains you, and you can't win the BKB man-up trade. So Scourge McDuck has farmed his way back in this game. He has his... He can man up here versus SF, just drain him with the IO sustain. Like, you have mech on IO. That's the type of scenario they want.
There's no black hole yet. They're committing for the... Oh, Nick barely got the last hit on that tower ahead of Sam. Blink backwards, Rolling Thunder back in. Shield crash. Alone's going to pop his ultimate and just go ahead and drop it. But Scourge McDuck, the BKB battle. You said the Razor wins this one, and he clearly does. He kills the SF. Now he runs down the Troll. What a black hole, though. Catching out on 3 with the Troll. Cleaning them all up with the Battle Fury. The relocate forward. Oh, no. Poor Jube.
Where'd he go?
I mean, he went forward instead of backwards.
What? Why'd he go there?
I don't know, but either way now he's in the same place no matter what, which is in the hands of the Troll for a 4th kill to this team fight. Damn. A team wipe on its way as B-God chased down by Divine Llama. Let's see if he can get the distance. TP out. Malphus not going to be up.
Damn, Divine Llama's had some sick holes this game, man.
Yeah, he really has.
All of them with like a Blink Rush, which is... the Blink Rush definitely paid off. It's not an item build you see a lot on Enigma. Like, usually you go earn Wraith Pack or Vessel or BKB Blink. You just went earn Blink, hit the holes, the Troll Cleave on top.
They just won a big team fight. Is this move a mistake, though? Ooh. Alex almost died to Roshan there. If that was a bash, he was dead. But they dropped Roshan super low, the cut. This is an opening, no black hole.
No Snapple, no hole, no SF ult, no Troll, no BKB. If they force it here, they can get it with the IO
2
attack
supports,
speed.
Very low. Alex had a healing salve. Sam, though, just got beaten to a pulp. They're going to go for it. They're just going to rush this. And wild card, nothing they can really do.
They have Pango around the pit.
All right, well, that's an Aegis for Scourge McDuck. Alone, challenging, gets hit by the Rolling Thunder. They need to get off the BKB and an ultimate. He's going to be forced to use the BKB now. Turns around with the physical damage. Kills Nick. No, saved by Jube. What a save from him. Scourge McDuck on the run out here. Does have his BKB for the second life. Jube, meanwhile, stuck inside the pit. Finally gets fined. Finally gets killed. Alone, BKB going off, but immediately the lockdown from Eves is there. Just sat on top of the Razor and popped the ultimate. Instantly, Jube couldn't get the relocate out. Looks like the Enigma could be in trouble here, but B-God Nick, they have to play the distance, and, well, B-God, he gets a little bit too close to Eve. Shaggy, keeping him kited. Shadow Strike, no mana whatsoever for Eve. A blink forward, and one more nuke should do it. There he goes. Ooh, is that a BKB on the tail end? It was. Now they're kiting out, and SF, who also doesn't have BKB, they're going to jump forward. Nice use of the Shard ultimate. That's going to get him on top of Nick and get the kill. Really well played by Alex and Alone coordinating that one together.
Yeah, kite that.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I mean, nice way to salvage the tail end of that fight between the Pango Quap, kiting it out and getting the Troll kill. He got mana burn. He couldn't pop BKB. Welcome to the new patch. Yeah, welcome to the new patch. You know, 50 mana, stick on cooldown. Pango doing some work, so pretty awkward fight for him. He feeds another streak away. These streaks are going to mean a lot this game. Shaggy got the Troll one. Dude, 1,100 gold for that Troll.
Oh, he doesn't have BKB? It's on cooldown for 2 more seconds. Alone's dead.
B-God.
B-God, what a timing.
What?
I mean, he...
No, he died to neutrals.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh.
B-God, for what, man?
Oh, that feels bad. Still, though, what a move. I mean, he had to have known that BKB timing to, like, the T. If he shows up 2 seconds later, that is not a kill.
I mean, how do you even get there? So, I mean, that was just a god tier move. Gets the solo kill, BKB CD, but, I mean, obviously, you know, Gaben doesn't let you have anything fun, so neutral is going to clean it up. No gold XP for you, but still,
I mean, that's pretty
some
sad
momentum.
because, yeah, I mean, he would really like to have his Blink Dagger right now so he can combo with Nick. But instead, he's going to be left a little shy.
Yeah. Well, sometimes life doesn't reward you, you know?
Yeah, you do everything right.
Slaps you in the face.
Yeah.
Says, do it again.
Feel like there's a personal story there, Avery. We talking about your career or what?
No, man.
Do everything right and still don't give
No, I did everything wrong and got rewarded anyway, so I have nothing to complain. I have nothing to complain about in that regard, you know. I'm a Dota player, I'm a caster. Life's good, you know. But sometimes, sometimes life slaps you in the face.
Smoke up from Wildcard, Blink BKB. Is the Basher? Is it coming? Yeah, it's coming. Okay, so they do have an answer to BKB Black Hole. It's a one that's a little dependent on RNG. I don't know exactly the numbers on Swashbuckle. I feel like it's decently reliable, but you know, it's there. I feel like there's a decent 20% chance you don't get the bash.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, man. What are the odds of that? You know, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. The downside is if you hold a Pango.
Yeah.
I mean, then it's absolutely free. Maybe you get a reload save off, but these reloads take forever, man. 3.5 seconds is basically the entire hole, so it's pretty brutal. He's just hitting high ground here with sidekick. Nobody home.
A wild card special, Eve going high ground, knocking on the tier 3s, just for a couple of seconds, gets some decent damage done, then backs off.
An insta smoke, cross map smoke. This is a long way to run. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I get the idea. You want to close out the map and force them out of the last spot they have, which is jungle.
Let's see if Shaggy gets caught or not.
The Shaggy 50-50. Well, he's out of there.
Blinking into the trees. I mean, the outpost got taken. If that's not a bright, flashing neon sign of get the hell out, I don't know what is. Megan, he's got to play a little bit of lane cunning shenanigans, trying to buy some time for his team to get farm. Beacon does have his blink. Is there any other big items coming in? I see nothing coming in for the cut anytime soon. I mean, AC is a long ways away for Scourge.
Yeah, ideally Wildcard want to force the fights here. Like, they are very happy taking fights right now. This Troll's... he's just a beast, man. He shreds everything. They have a Hurricane Pike on SF and another Force on the snap, so they can break Link for him, which is his big threat. Ideally, the cut want to force us to the next, 10-minute block, the next Roshan.
I mean, this is interesting.
They can kite him out.
They cut the creep wave and popped the glyph, so, hoping backdoor protection would come up, but Eve actually got so much damage thanks to the fervor stacks he racked up.
I don't know if that damage is that good, though. Like, does it... I feel like you'd rather just get map control and vision and just be farming. I get bringing them back is decent. I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing them back, but I think you poke, tap it, and maybe even not with everybody. Like, you just do it with the troll and you're just farming. Because I think just building the biggest lead you can into the next Roshan is what wins you the game. Like, tier 3 damage, who cares, you know? That said, if the cut all come back, then you're happy. But I don't think the cut all have to come back. So it's kind of like a game of chicken, I guess.
Yeah. Shaggy's not sure what he's going. He had Shiva's queued up because obviously there's a lot of physical damage on the side of Wildcard. Vision would be nice too, but now it looks like he's changed it up to BKB.
I still think in a late game scenario, the fights get weird for Wildcard outside of Black Hole just killing the cores. Because this Pango, Razor, co-op, they're going to kite you out.
They're going to run into each other.
Well, who found
who? He got the bash. Okay.
Oh, it's a haste.
He has haste, but he got hit.
He did BKB.
Gets out the BKB now. Nick, not going to try and go for the swashbuckle stun, nor should they. A hasted BKB SF is not going to die. They saw a lot of heroes, so Eve goes for it again. Hit that high ground.
Yeah, more tier 3 damage.
Bashed. He can get the tier 3, but will he pay the price on the way out? No. Force Staff gets him out of range real quickly. And everybody from the cut is back inside their base again.
All right. I mean, that's like that type of thing is worth it. You bringing them all back, you get a tower. I guess he's just strong enough to force the issue.
Well, looks like it's going to come down to this next Roche.
Yeah. As most things in Dota come down to these days, you know. Roshan is a very healthy lad. Drops a lot of net worth. He invested wisely in the early patches, I guess.
All right, Shaggy is going to go Shivas.
I mean, it's a good Shivas game.
It is a really good Shivas game. But I'm just looking at these items because I'm like, the cut needs to win this next fight, and I haven't seen an item that changes the nature of these fights. It feels like it's entirely down to just different execution for the cut.
Yeah, I mean, the items that change for them are like, it's like pushing their cores past the threshold where they get killed. It's like, you know, this Razor has an S and Y. Is it that crazy? No, but 3,000 HP with some IO heals, maybe he gets reload out of a hole instead of not, you know?
Sure.
And then the fight gets turned around. Like, that's the big thing for the cut. They just want to get tankier on their cores so the fight can be prolonged outside of this black hole or the 2 core BKBs. And then the reload can do some work. The bashes from Pango add up. And then Skywrath actually gets to interact with the hero. That's their goal. You have to just bait out some spells, survive, reset the fight, and you're going to win the fight after that. But you have to be tanky enough and position well enough that happens.
I assume giving up Roshan is a no-go here. Because it looks like they're giving it up.
This is not contestable.
Okay.
I mean, you have to just go in this pit, like with Pango, and then you just BKB black hole the Pango, and then... I don't know what you do. I don't know what happens after that. I think it's too hard to fight into the wildcard lineup when they're positioned like this.
Okay, so instead they set up for potential pick-off here. 5-man smoke on the enemy side of the river.
And this troll has Aegis now.
He does have Aegis. Oh, Blink
Is this
instant
the poke?
ultimate. No bash either coming out from the Pango to relocate out, though. They are going to be able to reset.
All right, this is pretty good.
Over
This
the
is pretty
side.
good.
Jump over. Oh, what a toss on the troll. Gets him on top of the Scourge McDuck. Razor. He's
Black
going to get
hole.
Black Hold alongside the Quap as
Both
well.
of
No
them.
relocate to be able to get him out, and no bashes whatsoever. Where's the
Oh, it did
Pango?
reload.
He's on the side. They do manage to get the relocate back into play. Shaggy throws out a Sonic Wave, but it doesn't actually get a kill.
Damn. I mean, pretty good reloads from Jubei here. He got, you know, this troll ult and BKB baited. Then he actually saved Quap from the black hole at the end. But obviously, I mean, Scourge McDuck just gets sent into the abyss here. BKB black hole, no cancel from rolling Pango. Troll just hits him to oblivion. It's a rough team fight, man. If this hole does not get canceled, it's just Razor has no game, I guess.
Yeah. It seemed like Pango and B-God Skywrath Mage were playing on the left side of the fight, so yeah, they were rolling after the Snapfire there, I guess, and nobody was there to stop the black hole as a result. And now we're in a position where it's going to be wild card forcing the final lane of barracks, and the cut perhaps not even being alive fast enough. Eve, okay, they do have a glyph, so maybe it is going to be enough. Wild card are just going to back up. With the huge lead that they have right now, no point in forcing anything without black hole.
Yeah, pretty much 2 lanes, 20k net worth lead. Still have Aegis for 3 minutes. You can literally just wait out the black hole cooldown up in 90. You're still going to have a minute and a half of Aegis. You just force the last lane. Pretty much cleanup mode for the wildcard here after that fight. I mean, Cut need to find some weird type of engagement or pick off.
Kind of have to force something now.
I mean, I guess you can pray for a high ground defense with the Basher hole cancel. Save some buybacks. That is another route. Like, you can save a Razor buy.
Oh,
You're not going to wait for it, though.
They don't have a glyph. So
Yeah,
if they're
your
not
base is
around
just
their
dead.
base, Wildcard have shown they will, if they think you are not in your base, they will go high ground.
I mean, they're about to go. I mean, they have Refresher Enigma now, too.
Oh, yeah.
So they're going to have double hole in 40. Even if you bash him, he might just re-hole you. And then what are you going to do? Bash him again? I don't know.
Which for me, it almost, again, I feel like the cut has to be the ones that force something now before that black hole does come out.
Yeah, but you're forcing it into Aegis here. It's just rough. There's too much. There's enough utility on wildcard too. Like they have a Lotus on Marcy plus the Shard. They have 4-staff Glimmer on Sam. Lincoln's on this troll now. There's a lot of just spell blocking link break that, yeah, just run in, man. Like I don't think Bees is afraid of this Razor at all.
Need to break the Lincoln to get through the Lotus Orb. Shaggy, Sonic Wave to the back lines. They do get a nice ultimate out from the Pango, but it's not enough to kill any of the supports. Meanwhile, the blink away from Shaggy, away from the troll, but at the same time, the physical damage overwhelms the Pango. Now Scourge McDuck without a BKB, a relocate out, coming out in a second, but it's not fast enough. A jump in, Shaggy with the re-life, but the re-hole for his second life, and that is going to be the game right there. Mega's on the way. They have some buybacks, but honestly, I don't know if it's worth trying to buy back. 3 versus 3 would be the call.
As this TI calls, you fight it to the death. Double core buyback. No black holes, I guess.
Cookie doesn't quite land. Just keeping them close would be good, but they don't have any stuns to stop the DPs.
That's the awkward part about this lineup. If you fall behind, it's hard to make plays and come back, and the team fights become difficult. There's just so much weight on Little Nick this game. I still think if they made it to ultra late, you know, it becomes interesting. They just don't get there. This troll accelerated the game. I mean, you had a free lane, free game. SF going back to the free bottle. 15, 5, and 15, man. Alone just destroyed this game. Never looked back.
Yeah, it's like you said. Divine Llama just, in that replay, just BKB straight up black hole the Pango solo.
Yeah, I mean, you can black hole anything. I mean, you might have not even had to black hole in this fight and they might have won it. Like, the right click damage coming out, there's just nothing contesting it. Yeah. The Scourge can't even link anything, man. This troll is either Lincoln's, Lotus, there's 4 staffs waiting. All right, here's the Desperation Smoke. They do find Enigma. He's gone.
They do. Get that kill, Rolling Thunder, chase after. Alex trying to get away with the Ogre Seal and the 4 staffs and all kinds of things. He actually does put Nick in an awkward spot. Actually gets the rebound out to the side. This is too much mobility, man.
That's a rough one. That's like your dream scenario. You find Enigma, he's gone. Free fight, and you get nothing.
They have to go back to defending. All the Megas swarming all over the place. They don't have the best heroes to clean out Megas either. Razor is not very proficient at it.
I mean, plus Mega creeps. You have these Mega flag bearers now, you know?
Oh, damn.
They have magic resist. Pretty annoying. Yeah, and nobody ever thinks these things, but do you think he gets a larger flag?
I mean, it doesn't seem to connect to his body, at least for my replay. I don't know if it's bigger, but it definitely is not attached to his back.
I will say he gets a larger flag, you know.
Okay.
They upgrade the flag when he gets the promotion.
1200 HP, 39% magic resistance. That's a big boy. Mega flag bearer creep. He's coming for you.
I think the flag is bigger. Well, I'm looking at it, man. Kind of interesting. Anyway, last fight.
Cookie, rebound. They're just sending creeps at the cut. Seeing if they can just find that opening stun.
Find Enigma or bust. And good luck.
Yeah, he's smoked up in the back lines right now. Smoke is gonna fade eventually, but they still haven't seen him. He's hiding behind that tree area where they don't have vision.
Let the creeps do the work.
All right, here comes the Rolling Thunder. Goes for the troll. Hopping through. There's the black hole. Any counters whatsoever. The Sonic Wave pushes them back. Nick does get the bash, rolls away with a swashbuckle, but nailed alone. 1,000 damage. Crit comes down from that one. Another cookie actually breaking the static link, and he pounces immediately onto the Razor. Anytime that Razor shows his face, Troll breaks through that static link, just blinks straight up on him. And a celebratory black hole as Divine Llama and the rest of Wildcard celebrate a chance to get a little bit closer to qualifying for TI. They are now in the upper bracket semifinals, where they will face up against the winner of our next matchup, either Nouns or KBU US.
A pretty convincing win in the end. Game 1 was a little iffy, but I think this game was... I think they had a pretty decent draft advantage as long as the lanes don't get crushed. They just have more stuns, more setup, more utility, like better BKB timings, especially if the lanes don't get crushed. This is a pretty hard execution game for the cut. Still not a huge fan of Skyrath. I think this hero is just... I know B-God's a god on it, but I'm telling you, man, it's hard to win games with this hero, like at a certain point. It's just hard.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't think the flag bearers help him either. These laning phases are kind of weird for the hero. That said, they had a very good start in the 2-on-1 versus Enigma. It's just, how do you translate it into anything in this game? The other two lanes just went way too bad. There's no play for Lil Nick and B-God to make versus 13-minute Battle Fury Troll and 16-minute BKBS Evers lane.
Yeah, unlike game 1, which the laning phase felt a bit more even. This one, way too many things went wrong at the very start. It all started with the first blood for the SF. Got the first bottle. Rotations from the Marcy destroyed poor Shaggy in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
And it does mean that the cut are going to be knocked down to the lower bracket, where Shaggy is going to face up against his former team in Arkosh for elimination. So that'll be interesting.
Good luck in the grudge match, I guess. I'm sure Slacks will be watching with bated breath, hoping the right person wins. I don't even know who the right person is, but good luck to him. I mean, this is the start of the qualifiers, right? Anything could still happen. I'm not going to rule anybody out, but that was a rough start for the cut. Time to go back to the drawing board, I think. I don't know if the same Skyrath is just going to push you through here.
All right, well, we'll see what they come up with, as I believe we'll be casting those matches tomorrow. But for now, we still have one more series to head to. It is going to be KBU US versus Nouns. We'll see what kind of shape Nouns is looking at, as they are definitely going to be the probably the best team to contest Sonics for that first place slot for this slot automatically into TI and not the last chance qualifier. We'll see whether or not they're in good enough form to do that against KBU after a bit of a break.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome to the last series of the night for the North American qualifiers for the International. It's going to be KBU US versus Nouns, and this is definitely more of a David versus Goliath matchup, right, Avery?
Yeah, I would say so. I think Nouns are probably the team on the other side of the bracket that's going to make a run, if a team makes a run, and potentially at that first seed slot. Like, I think Sonics is only afraid of Nouns in this qualifier, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I think Wildcard can put up a fight too, but I think with the stand-in and historically, like, Sonics has beaten them most times, right? I think Nouns is the one team that has shown they can upset some of these bigger dogs and build some like structure and system of their own, even if it's a little weird at times, even if, you know, Moose plays some hipster heroes or Z-Freak's doing some weird support shenanigans, like, they make it work, and they've come to be a real team. So,
all right, well, you can see they're a real team when it comes to the logos anyway. They got all their shirts on. Apparently not in a boot camp like a LAN center like last time, but they're still boot camping nonetheless.
Yeah, is that your house, man, or are they?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm curious about. Maybe we'll get in an interview sometime. I'm curious whose house they're staying at right now.
Oh, it looks nice, man. I'd go there. I mean, I've boot camped in many houses myself. You know, some of them amazing, some of them rougher than others, but it always brings you.
What was the worst boot camp? What was the worst boot camp you ever had?
Oh God, dude, you wanna start that story, man? I mean, if Brax is watching, he knows. We went down to Florida, and Brax messed something up or something. We had nothing. We had no reservations at the LAN center. We were staying at this random Airbnb that only had like 2 or 3 beds. We left after like a day or two because we figured it was better to play from home. That was the roughest boot camp. It was like some guys. The B&B was called something too. It was like fucking Jake's Surf Shack or something. I don't know, man. It was a disaster. It was an absolute unmitigated disaster. So I'm happy to see we are no longer in those days. And this is a long time ago. We're talking way back in the day when NA Dota was in its infancy. You know, now everybody's grown up. They've matured. We are no longer in the surf shacks of the world.
Yeah. Well, right now on your screen, you've got KBU, and they have been a squad that has been together as a trio for all of the season. Annihilate, Sunlight, and Warden have all been playing together for the full season. They switched up their carry. They've got Realm now playing. I think it was added in the second season. But in the third season, they added in their 5 position player. They'd swapped out, I think, their 5 every single season this year. And now they've got this 5 player who has the long Chinese character name. And his name is Chen. That's what they call him. That's what all his teammates call him because that's his actual name. But apparently, the list of Chinese characters, Annihilate said it translates to something like Soaring Dragon, Rising Phoenix of the Sun. Which is a baller name for sure. Maybe a little bit too long to actually list.
No, I want to hear you say that full every time, every team fight.
And here he comes, Soaring Dragon, Rising Phoenix of the Sun. Oh, the team fight's over. All right.
Yeah, well, you can't win them all. I mean, that's a pretty badass name though. I mean, it's probably shorter in Chinese, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. Well, it's also a lot of Chinese characters still, so I feel like even in Chinese, it's got to be pretty long.
But usually you can say it more compactly, a bit faster. I'm sure it's our burden, not his. And
well, I'll be calling him Chen. I welcome you.
I will be calling him Soaring Dragon, Rising Phoenix. I will call him Soaring Dragon at the start of the fight, and after the fight's over, I will call him Rising Phoenix of the Sun.
Okay, so what happens if he loses? the fight? Because I feel like Rising Phoenix
we'll call
is a
him
nice
Chen,
to after
and
you
we'll
win.
move on.
Oh, okay. All right, our openers for the draft. We had an Undying first pick, which this hero got a huge buff. The decay, when it wears off, no longer restores the HP value, which means that this hero is even more annoying when it comes to harassment in lane. But also kind of functions as a decent offlaner now as well. I toyed around with that one. I've seen some other people try it out. Mind control style. And doubt Nouns is going to be doing it here. It seems like it's very in vogue to be running these 5-position melee healer types, Undying, Omni Knight, maybe even an Abaddon. Those are currently big meta right now.
And for good reason. Like the sustained teamfight heals just seem to be nice with a lot of the agi carries. You also fight a lot of the melee 4s really well, which was meta for a decent amount of time. Like here, you know, you have Tuskar. Tusk's pretty bad versus Undying. It's pretty bad in the lane, and most of the time it's bad in the game. Like there's some circumstances where you can obviously burst them with tag team punch and stuff and feel great, but Tusk is going to do that to most heroes. In any other circumstances where Undying gets his spells off, it's a rough matchup. You just end up getting stuck in Tombstone. So these types of things he has going for him. Like you said, the regen changes help. But, you know, classic Nouns fashion, early Faceless Void. Who the hell knows who's playing it? It's there, though. Could be Moo.
Yeah, that's the thing about Nouns, is that they do like to do some tricky things. Moo is always going to be playing, well, not always, but there's a decent chance he's going to be playing some offlaner that is definitely not meta, but it is a new patch, so what exactly is meta? I guess we're going to find out. I feel like the hero on the other side, though, KBU just picked up Death Prophet. I'm convinced that this hero is just straight up broken. I was saying that this hero is like the replacement to your Viper, Razor, you know, like ranged offlaner. Like, I feel like this is the hero that's number one, and it functions as a really good fight position as well. As we saw from the Eastern European finals, where Bet Boom ran it 3 times, 3 openers with Death Prophet.
5.
Twice
they ran it lower
5.
too. Seneko, he just jammed it all the way to TI. So I agree. This hero looks very strong. I do feel like it's broken in the game, so I'm hesitant to say it's broken just because it's only been such a short amount of time. People haven't encountered it, but this hero is definitely a powerhouse in the first 20 minutes for sure. Like the amount of damage these siphons do, the extra move speed you eventually get is just, she's crazy, and she's always been strong on lane. So yeah, I feel like this DP is a first phase hero right now. KBU gonna get its second phase, and then Primal Beast. I like me some Primal Beast. Let me tell you that. Primal Beast is like, you know, a New York Brooklyn pizza. It's just, it's good. It tastes good. It delivers. You know what I'm saying, Cap?
Yeah.
Get this weak California square thin crust shit out of here. I'm talking meaty, greasy. Get in there and get the job done. Get this deep dish out of here, man. Deep dish is like, I don't even know deep dish of Dota is some fake hero. All right, Primal Beast is the real deal, brother, okay? I think this hero is strong. I think he's strong, and I think it's people figure out how to use him, how to itemize him. He's going to go up real fast, my friend. Real fast.
Okay. He is another hero that definitely takes advantage of the kind of similar to Marzi, where you can just kind of rush an early BKB. We saw Razor, you know, like that was a big deal. Last patch was Razor being able to just kind of like jam a BKB refresher over and over again. So Primal Beast kind of fits that. I do feel like Primal Beast falls off at some point in time, but it's a great snowballing hero for sure.
My one issue with the hero is his scaling is very weird. I don't think it's been figured out. Maybe it doesn't exist, but it definitely hasn't been figured out that well. And you can definitely get in these games where you go 10-0 and you die once and you just lose. Yeah, and that is his downside. That part I don't like about him. You know, that's like, you know, you put some bad toppings on this meaty boy. But in most other circumstances, I feel like he's the strongest snowballer in the game right now. Almost like if he starts getting kills and he just gets off to a lead, he has the highest strength gain, does a crap ton of damage. Like, this hero's a beast. You gotta think about him. I think he also has some versatility. Like, I think he can go a lot of roles. So I'm curious to see who's playing it on Nouns. I mean, it could be Moo, could be Gunner, could be Z Freak, it could be their coach. Like, nobody actually knows with this team. So see what happens. This is a meaty draft. Undying Primal Beast.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's definitely got some heft to it. And Death Prophet no longer doing percentage-based damage means that she would have been super effective against this lineup. Maybe not so much anymore. We'll see. Do they have a damage problem at all, do you think?
At a certain point, no. I mean, Lina DP in theory are pretty good what Nouns is proposing here. Like, it's going to force the Void to aggressively Chrono or Primal Beast to just run in. Then you're setting up your Tusk Jakiro team fight. As long as your DP's tanky enough to survive, or your Lina can skirt on the edge of the fight. In theory, KBU is pretty happy with how this draft is conceptually developing, I think. Maybe the one hole in the armor is just the overwhelming tankiness, like in these early fights, and this maybe Mirana ult, letting them take the fights with vision. Because if Nouns gets a fight with vision, you can just jump in Chrono Lina or something. I mean, it's kind of just like, what do you do after that, you know, in a late game scenario? So I think those are the two problems KBU is facing right now. But otherwise, like, this DP Lina, in theory, have a pretty good time right now. It's forcing the Nouns cores to jump very deep, which is, it's kind of playing into KBU's lineup a little bit. That said, if there's a hero that's good at going deep, I'm telling you, man, it's this Primal Beast hero. Ooh. He's a chunky boy.
Radiant team pick.
Dawnbreaker.
All right. A little bit more beef being thrown in there. A big question of where the hell, because it could still, I could see this being a, you know, Gunner mid Dawnbreaker or a Primal Beast mid Gunner. You know, I could see Moo playing any of these heroes off lane.
No. I know this team by now, man. I have been debated enough over the DPCs that I know this team. I'm gonna tell you what's happening. It's a close stability Dawnbreaker, Gunner, Primal Beast, Moo Faceless Void. Done deal. I'm locking my prediction in.
I actually think Moo wants to play the Primal Beast, and it's mid Gunner Dawnbreaker.
All right, we'll see who's right. Ursa, last pick. So there's the hero to chunk through this tankiness with all the stacks. One of the best carries to do it. I like that pick. All right, I'm immediately wrong. What do I know, man? After 10 seasons of casting this team, I still know absolutely nothing, apparently.
Well, we were, you know, we met in the middle. We're both a little bit wrong. We're both a little bit right. It is going to be a mid Gunner Primal Beast. That shouldn't surprise anybody too much. Gunner, like, Moo likes the hipster offlaners, and Gunner is also the guy who's like playing mid Tusk. Primal Beast comes out. I've seen him play Primal Beast. I've seen both of these guys play Primal Beast, so it really was kind of a toss up between the two. So
I knew
but it
Gunner.
is going to be a normal
Gunner was
faceless Void carry.
Honestly, I feel like I was right until the Ursa, and then they just didn't want to play offlane Void into the Ursa, because that's just, I mean, what are you doing with your life at that point, right? So, but I feel like Gunner, this is the exact type of thing Gunner will do, you know? Some new hero, nobody knows anything about it. He's probably got some weird build. Like, he'll just go mid, lose the lane, and then try and make stuff happen. That's like a Gunner classic, man.
Do you think he does lose the lane against Lina? I mean, the whole idea of mid Primal Beast is you just pop trample and then you just kind of like run over the lane, shove it into the enemy.
I mean, his lane can't be great for him. I feel like you just get right clicked and Dragon Slayed forever.
But if you get right clicked and you get your I don't know his ability names, but the third skill, the passive, that also has an active ability. If he hits you too much, then boom, you pop that, you get a bunch of armor, you get a bunch of damage, and then you deny and take every single last hit.
I guess. I don't know, man. I mean, who knows anything about mid Primal Beast matchups? Let's be honest here. Probably is like
if you're doing your research leading up to these qualifiers, I would say you were the expert,
is there anything to research on mid Primal Beast?
Yeah,
there's a little bit. I've seen a little bit recently, but I'm not gonna know these matchups. I just know conceptually you probably should have a rough time against Lina. Almost nothing beats. I feel like Gunner also just loses lanes, you know. Well, loses them, but he just doesn't care about the lane. He just cares about the rest of the game. So
he has literally told me, I don't care deaths, I don't care lane. So
Yes, it's the Gunner way.
That guy learned a certain philosophy of Dota. I'm probably gonna attribute it to March, back when he played on that Ginnis Brews team in Southeast Asia, and he came back a changed man. You know, he started playing a real sacrificial mid laner, and which works great for this team because Moo is a pretty greedy off laner. It was large reason why Digital Chaos made that strong run at TI6. So.
Yeah.
It does have some nice synergy on this team. He's already leveled up Uproar, so he's ready to go for the harassment.
I mean, I've always said it. If Nouns play around like the theoretical synergy of their players, I think it's very good for them. It's just a question of does it work in the meta? Like, does having a more sacrificial mid work in the current meta of Dota? For the last 2 patches, I think the answer was very clearly no. In this patch, maybe it's a little different. Maybe it works a little better for them. I'm interested to see if it pans out. I mean, that said, Gunner, it's not like he's sacrificial. It's just he's not the player to play like, you know, Shadow Fiend Lina mid and just farm for 40 minutes and then win. It's not really his style. He likes to run at you and smack you in the face.
I think they all challenged I Annihilate to a duel. I think I just saw that correctly. I'm pretty sure the entire Nouns team just challenged I Annihilate, which I have no doubt that, I mean, I Annihilate, he's been a mid laner who's been in the scene for a very long time, so I'm sure he's got some friendly relationships with some people on Nouns.
Yeah, and Danny's been around forever. Very chill guy. I'm sure there's no animosity. Just some psychological manipulation of the early CS potentially. You know, your brain starts thinking about these gauntlets slapping you in the face instead of where am I keeping the lane equilibrium, and then you never know what can happen, right? You know, suddenly you're behind. All of a sudden, Gunner's got 4 and 4 off the first 2 waves. Was it the gauntlets that did it? I don't know. Pay to win.
Or was it the Uproar?
It could be the Uproar.
I'm telling you, man, like, I hate laning against this hero. Because we just had a full Uproar stacks with the trample leveled up. He doesn't go for the dive underneath tower, which it would have been a close call. There was a fairy fire on the Lina, so.
Good call. That damage, though.
Yeah. I mean, he was holding on to it. He had 4 stacks ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, this hero's just an early game monster. I don't know. First blood on Mirana. Not something you see every day coming out from an Ursuline. Especially with a Wraith Band. They just chased him down.
On a Mirana, you know. Caught him pre-level 2, I guess.
Nice first blood for this Ursa. I mean, this Ursa's really the linchpin of their draft in a lot of ways. Like, they want him to be able to convert on the DP ults, either with Roshan's or the space from the towers going down, and then eventually he's the guy who's going to kill these tanky heroes. I mean, DP and Lina aren't bad at it, but I feel like he has to be the sauce at the end. As Sunlight chased down by zombies.
I mean, Husky, like, he is mango. This man is challenging any combatants in his gladiator undying suit he's got going on. He's just been nonstop decaying KBU and fighting for every bit of CS. And Death Prophet kill that probably wasn't expected, but Husky's impact is, even if he didn't get that kill, is still kind of ruining this lane for him.
Very hard to beat Undying on these lanes these days. The new version and just how much damage you can do. It's just hard. Even a lane that is equipped to deal with them, you're still probably going to break even at best. Assuming... Yeah. I mean, like, Undying can always sacrifice his net worth to basically deter aggression. So the carry almost always has a decent time. Unless you're just chain killing them somehow, which...
Realm is dead.
Luck. Yeah.
Big kill right there.
Arrow connects, I guess, and so much for the first blood. I mean, Nouns are pulling ahead in these lanes. Like, the lanes are going very well for them outside of that first blood. All 3 of this top CS for them. Pretty much the exact type of start you want to see with like a Primal Beast lineup. Because this hero will take advantage of any lead you have. Like, he will take it and run it into the ground. Quite literally.
Nice Primal Beast pun there.
Thank you. I've been working on them all week. That was my research, you fool.
Yeah, it's good analyst research. I like that.
Yeah.
MMR Tourist trying to deal with this Undying, but it's close to be like he's totally free farming. Meanwhile, he's left with a 12-1 CS score, lowest of all the cores right now. That's Undying for you. Even though Tusk is one of the better 4 positions, I would say right now, but it's just not enough to be able to contest. They're gonna go for the Tombstone kill, and they'll get it. Spirit Siphon healing up a good amount. This is the power you're seeing right here. The flat damage, flat heal makes a big difference in the lane now. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're gonna go for the kill onto Realm. Almost had him.
8 HP.
I mean, even if he doesn't die, they're still going for it. Oh, he got him. Oh, he didn't.
The Wraithband armor.
Yeah, just enough with the Tango healing him up. He regened enough to be able to survive through it all.
Oh, Noun's putting the pressure on these sidelings, man. They're making KBU feel the heat. I think this DP is getting to the point where she's kind of untouchable, but they have a really good start. They'll get him eventually. Not even an arrow, just right-click them down. You want more? Moo.
Yeah, trying, but that's a little ambitious. Jakiro is not the hero to dive at full HP under tower. Meanwhile, the Tusk rotates into the mid lane after they chased the Undying back. Undying TP'd home. Tusk thought, okay, now's a good chance to be able to gank mid. Fortunately, the Primal Beast, highest strength gain in the game. Not an easy hero to bring down.
Yeah, 4.3. They told Centaur to get the hell out of here. New boss in town. Pretty low for this rune contest. Gonna try.
Charge through. Bumps him back. No rune. Gunner now in trouble as a result of that. The Tombstone is out. It helps, but it doesn't stop Primal Beast from dying, but it might be able to get the counter kill. Annihilate dies. Arrow slides on by. Doesn't actually hit Warden. Husky, he's got a Windlace, but he's not faster than the bootsed up Tusk.
I wonder who that favors. I mean, I respect Gunner going in there as a bold move. He will pay the price. Still, like, the Undying kill, just getting the extra XP on these supports, pretty nice. Undying Mirana they really want extra levels somewhere because they're not traditionally... I mean, Mirana can farm up some jungle, but this Undying hero, anytime he gets involved in early kills, he's super happy.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's almost worth it for Nouns.
Well, you know Gunner isn't mentally put out by dying, for somebody else dying.
For sure. He might be put on, to be honest. You can power him up.
He's like, hell yeah, I got the kill on the enemy mid laner, but you died. I don't care about that.
All this man cares about is inflicting suffering. He's willing to do it at whatever price. Going for the early gank.
Yeah, they're going for the dive here. How does KBU respond? Any TPs? Do they find him? He's in that hiding spot to the right. Moo doesn't check it out. Gunner, they know he's somewhere. TPs are coming in now, though. Hot inside the ice charge. Ooh, with a beautiful ice path. Who are they going to go for? They're going to go for Gunner, but Gunner still had his Q up, so he was able to just scooch on by that shard, no problem.
Onslaught, Cap. Onslaught.
Yeah, that was actually my research I should have been doing, is memorizing the abilities.
Implant these in your brain. There's gonna be a lot more of them. I mean, this hero's annoying in the early game, primarily because of his tankiness, but also just he can go in and out so fast. You often don't have the lockdown for him consistently. Oh, arrow bottom.
Lance, Realm is dead. Maybe they can get the kill on Jakiro as well. First hit bash. Yeah, that makes it a whole lot easier. Gunner shows up with the onslaught.
All right, Gunner. All right, calm down. Calm down. I know you want to kill some people, but we don't have to TP the whole brigade, you know?
He apparently just doesn't want to spend time in lane anywhere. Just only rotations nonstop. And this is a hero great for it, right? It's a hero that has its own initiating tool.
Yes.
Both pseudo stun thing, but also mobility spell. It's a nice combo.
It's like Earth Spirit mid, you know? You don't really want to just sit mid. You want to run around and kill people. Get some action going, get some momentum. So it's a good hero for him. He's making some space. Faceless Void didn't really want to stay top for Exo, which will clean up this tower. Instead, look at the trade, which I think, once again, Nouns is pretty happy with here. Void's going Midas, so he doesn't really want to fight too much outside of coming in for cleanup duty. That said, you know, this Death Prophet, yeah, she had the early death, but Sunlight's come back a lot, and this hero is terrifying in the early game. He's having a pretty good one. Falcon Blade, Phase Boots online. Their lineup's just going to want to fight around.
Tourist onslaughted into the pulverize, into the slam. There's still, though, the Spirit Siphon going strong. He still has a couple more charges. He doesn't have a way out of this, though.
The hell is
he heals
this?
so much, but there was nobody else to help him. He was surrounded by both heroes and zombies.
Yeah, we see the power of these siphons, oh man. Like, my god, this hero's insane in the early game. But they will bring the numbers
100 heal a second for each one that's going on. That's pretty tough to eat through.
I mean, we did caster curse him, but otherwise he's been having a decent time. That's it.
I mean, I don't know if that's a caster's curse. I feel like that's, if anything, that whole thing proved us right. Gunner, oh no. Trying to go for that double damage. Fortunately, there is the Moonlight Shadow, which they do not have detection for. The double damage turnaround, though, still trying forward the pulverize. Anybody to stop it? LSA comes out. A Chronosphere that doesn't actually hit the Ursa, but hits the whole back line. No, Realm, he wasn't able to chase down Gunner, and now they're able to get and close the distance on top of that Chronosphere. And Martura still has plenty of Spirit Siphons. Bash, bash, bash. What the hell was that? Costa Bile turns around. LSA, Annihilate, only able to clip one. The other two get the kill.
Costabile, Midas, he doesn't care. He's going to clean up the fight on top. Undying putting in a huge amount of work as well. They didn't even have Tombstone for that. He's just 2,000 HP with the ult, punching them all. And of course,
coordinated honking from Nouns. That's pretty obnoxious.
That's what you get for being at boot camp. You know, you can sit there and discuss these things all day.
Yeah. Good way to call the enemy team clowns without having all chat.
Very true. You can also do that in the post-game interviews, you know? That's the other route.
True.
As we've seen before.
Javelin pickup, so we're going to have a pretty fast Maelstrom for Costa, the way this is going. Mid lane, they do have Exorcism. See if they pop it. Let's see if they can win this fight. Oh, it is a lot of damage already on the Death Prophet. Spirit Siphon 1 is out onto Gunner. The Pulverize, though, isn't doing quite enough damage. Now they've got Costa here as well. He's run out of Spirit Siphons and too much damage again. There just isn't enough in the tank from KBU. They lose the fight, get broken, and get run down by Nouns.
Man, that fight didn't even necessarily look that bad. Like, they're all standing in macro. They killed the Tombstone. DP still had, you know, a Siphon left. And still, these heroes just shrug it off, man. They're just too beefy.
Yeah, they may not have damage problems later on, but right now when the Lina and Ursa are not ready to fight, really, it becomes pretty apparent that they just can't fight through all these strength heroes.
Yeah, their lineup has a bunch of like cheap nukes, but cheap nukes are pretty bad versus these high HP totals in the early skirmishes. Yeah. I can understand them wanting to make this mid move. I think it's conceptually the move you want to make. Just they don't have the cores who can come in and give them the extra damage to pump it up. Like Jakiro's kind of bad in these early game circumstances where he only gets one round of spells off and then the fight's decided. I mean, also Costa is. I mean, he's played amazing this game. Like, he owned his lane, made the right rotations, took a tower, joined every fight with a Midas, and still had high impact. Dilation's done a decent amount of work. He is mega farmed. Jeez,
this is
GPM.
Costa when he looks the best, right? Like,
yes.
He was playing, what was it, Lifestealer? That Lifestealer game. Remember when he got into the fight around the mid lane tower and just was like nonstop right-clicking people for like 10 seconds, picked up a bunch of kills. Like, this is a guy who also plays a very active style for his position, and when it goes right, it means you get turbo farmed. Gunner gets ganked to the mid lane, and Moo jumps on top of that one, trying to save him. And now in danger of, well, at least taking a bit of damage on his way out. Still, though, not enough for KBU to take that mid tower. You could see Nouns putting a heavy amount of responsibility on the whole team to show up and defend mid tower at all costs.
Another Void teleport. They do have the damage for Primal Beast that time, throwing the whole kitchen sink at him. They are respecting the Chrono Tombstone. I mean, if Lina can't engage in the fight, they also don't have the best Tombstone killer. I mean, Lina Ursa. But Ursa's, You know, Ursa's on catch-up duty, which she's been doing decently well. Still, I'm worried because these games where Faceless Void has this good a start, I feel like they are very favorable. This hero does not typically lose that easily from such an ahead position. He's just because he's such a monster late game.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason for that, right? This hero isn't supposed to be ahead by a significant amount of net worth.
Yeah,
like,
not by
you
this
should be
amount.
even, if not a bit behind, because you just don't have the same kind of farming mechanism that other heroes usually do.
Because the big upside for KBU's lineup is they can abuse this cooldown. They can abuse Chrono with the Ursa DP, forcing early Roshans and early map control with the Aegis. But if Costa's this farm and he's joining fights without Chrono because he's so farmed and can do so, then you have a problem, right? Yeah. Now you're in a scenario where you do this Rosh and suddenly they might contest you without Chrono because they can do it with Tombstone plus Faceless Void being able to join the engagement. So KBU might be forced into a bit of a slower game here just because of how strong he is. Like, they're going for the Battle Fury on the Ursa, BKB on DP. Probably need to wait for this next round of items. Then maybe you can take a full 5-on-5 fight. Even then, it's going to be hard. Now its team fight is freaking strong, man. Donald, Chrono, Tombstone, Primal Beast. Mirana ult on top of it all.
Yeah, it's funny how they've got a bunch of melee heroes, but they do have ways to get damaged inside of Chronosphere, or at least combo with it pretty nicely. Tombstone, great example of that. Dawnbreaker has the Solar Guardian, which, as long as you don't land in the bubble and get it slightly afterwards, it's a nice chain stun to follow up.
And of course Arrow, right? So yeah, I agree. They have some nice ways to use Chrono as a utility spell on top of the fact that Costa's so farmed and he'll kill everybody in it anyway. You're always happy to see that. It just makes the enemy's game that much harder. Of course, there's no hard saves for this Chrono either. There's no Wyvern or, you know, Shadow Demon or something in this game. So whoever he Chronos is, they're screwed, man. They're just stuck there.
Yeah. Oh, they push mid lane, take that tower, re-smoke it up. Nouns apparently feeling like this is the time to invest the most amount of resources with their double smoke movement. They're going to try and catch KBU somewhere down here. Now, KBU is playing the hard right side of this jungle area, but if they get baited into popping out, like they do here, it's going to be a fast death. As the snowball save, couldn't even get it off in time. The pulverize was constantly mini-stunning him, so he just didn't get off the snowball fast enough.
I mean, they were done no matter what, but that pulverize is annoying, man. People aren't used to playing against it. I've noticed it a lot. Like, the mini stun and the AoE, it catches you off guard. There's not enough reps versus the spell. The benefit of new heroes. People, it's not in their, you know, memory bank of 20,000 Dota games that they played versus every other hero.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Who's going on? His carry style Dawnbreaker build almost has a Deso complete.
Yeah, I mean, this lineup it's going to come together in the next few minutes here for Nouns. Like, they have a full lock-in on their Undying, Vessel on Mirana. So their supports have some nice items to fight the sustained battle that is kind of deciding these early engagements. And then, of course, all of Nouns' cores are scaling pretty decently here into their BKB timing, which is going to match what KBU is going to try and put out. I say that, and they're still a decent way away. I think they're in split push mode, man. No way you take a 5-on-5 right now.
Yeah, it does seem like it. Highlight. Constantly playing top. May get caught by Moo here. Doesn't actually have the mana for the Starbreaker, and Annihilate's trying to dodge it. Arrow, but they actually don't know that all these trees have been cut down.
He's out.
The courier spotted him maybe, but he's totally clean, in and out. And Costa, meanwhile, did die to the gank at bottom lane. So great exchange there for KBU. The first real W, I think, of the game for them.
Yeah, huge turnaround. They got the biggest kill on the map, 800 gold, going to their Ursa. Absolutely vital for him. And especially just picked up his Battle Fury. Now they're going to get mid tower off it as well. very large exchange in terms of momentum and map control. And putting the support chain stun to use while they can, because he was closing in on that BKB. Now he has to sit there with Midas off cooldown. 300 gold from it, pretty sad. That was a very good timing kill.
Gunner seeing a lot. These Moonlight Shadows have been really value. Pulverize leading things off. Ice Path trying to help, but obviously doesn't save Warden. If anything, he's just got to think about himself.
That's another nice little combo with Mirana Primal Beast. You just charge in, pulverize, and then you throw the arrow. And it's pretty much guaranteed a lot of times. It's like one of the low CD ultimates where you can actually play with arrow, not feel bad about it.
Yeah, and then that hero is then stunned after pulverized, so you can trample afterwards. One of my biggest complaints about Primal Beast is that it's kind of awkward, this onslaught trample combo, because you want to pulverize right away, like Gunner does here. Grabs him, arrow doesn't hit in time. The BKB from MMR Taurus is going to help out big time. They've already killed Moo with the Laguna Blade. Now they look to run down more beautiful shards. There is going to be a pretty nice Chronosphere in response. They're trying to deal with the Tombstone at the same time, though. All the damage stopped out, and Annihilate couldn't finish off the tomb either. Left it with just one hit, chased down by the zombies. Ursa almost suffering the same fate there, but was able to blink out.
Man, that shards looked so good, and then it just baited him in for the clump.
Yeah.
Chrono on top of Tombstone on top of Maelstrom procs for days. This Faceless Void, he just has too good of a start. He's causing him so many issues. Imagine he's behind in this game, right? Like, these fights look so different.
Sure, yeah.
Instead, he just goes in and he cleans them all up in Chrono. His DP doesn't have a chance. No armor, no survivability. I mean, they get Moo. That's worth something. It's not like a total loss, but again, they're the lineup who wants to be setting the tempo with the early Roshans for the Sursa.
Yeah.
Every time this Void gets to join the fight and win the fight, that becomes a little bit harder. Because now we're in the period, alright, no Chrono, no Undying, no BKB. Are you hitting Roshan? No. So you feel kind of bad.
And there's the lineup that doesn't take early Roshan.
Instead, they're smoking into them. No Chrono smoke.
Yeah, they're just going for it. Sounds relentless in that regard. The smoke is going to break. They get the initiation onto the Faceless Void. Great combo. Punch into the Ice Path. Meanwhile, Gunner runs into the back lines with his onslaught, but he doesn't really get a whole lot. The arrow, oh no, the Lina caught out by an arrow. Gunner collects that kill pretty quickly. They deal with the Tombstone. Realms is able to get that and the Undying kill. So all around a 2-for-2 trade-off. I'm going to say that's to the advantage of KBU, but it would have been so nice to be able to keep their Lina alive. Great arrow from Seafreak.
I mean, that arrow salvages that fight, man. If he does not hit a 5-second arrow on Lina, I have to imagine that fight goes a bit more KBU's way, and then you're looking at Roshan. Because that fight's pretty much the dream, Like, Nouns is taking you with no Chrono and Void insta-dies. You're pretty happy about that. And still, you can't win it hard enough to convert it into objectives here. So Nouns are going to be content. Continue to farm, push out the map. Now Chrono's back up in 10. They have the ability to smoke, contest the Roche, or try and fight for it themselves. All about the vision game and the pit control. Kaya on this Primal Beast. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem with the hero's scaling, right? He just does a bunch of spell damage.
Yeah. He does do a lot of spell damage, so I guess this build kind of makes sense. And going in.
Ice Path buys him a few seconds, but literally trampled into the ground by Gunner and his dominating Primal Beast. And Nouns? Are they going to be the ones to take the first Roshan? Ooh, that's going to feel real bad for the Ursa lineup.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. Like, KD just hasn't been able to force it. Now you have to fight into this pit, into the Tombstone. I just don't see it happening. Nouns are having to clean up more.
Don't let him blink away, Gunner. Comes out of the pit. Gets the pick off. They go right back to completing up this Roshan. I want to talk about this Lina build. We may not see it in completion, but he is going to be going the Aghanims build. We saw this being used in Eastern Europe. I think maybe it was GPK or somebody who was using it. New way to be able to build the Lina, like actually focusing on spell damage rather than the right-click build that has been so prevalent lately.
And this is the new axe, right? So this is, it's not really the old pure, it's like you get this flame cloak and you're flying and become a, I don't know.
I mean, all your spells do crazy amount of damage.
Yeah, you get 30 spell amp, you get the resist, so you're a lot tankier, which seems decent in this game. I think also the unobstructed movement is pretty nice in terms of, like, if you can ever run over a cliff and kill Tombstone or maybe make the Chrono hard, it seems pretty good in this game. So yeah, we've seen this build a lot more. Aether Lens into the Ags, with, you know, whatever other items you want along the way. It's an interesting take on the hero. I think it looks really good some games, and other games it looks really bad.
Okay.
I've not been impressed with the consistency of this build yet, but I will say the games it looks good, like it looks really good.
Yeah. And I guess that's something that's a big difference between the physical damage build of the Lina, right? I would argue that's a pretty consistent build, right? Like even in losing games, you do output crazy amounts of damage, and it just kind of like evenly just keeps on scaling up, nice and nice and nice. This Axe build, it hits certain peaks and valleys, that's for sure.
Yeah. The physical build, you feel like you have a late game you're playing towards that's going to be scary, almost versus any lineup. It's going to force the issue. They have to deal with you. This build can be dealt with easier with the right lineups, I think. And that's why I'm saying, you know, in the right game, like you can't deal with it, then it becomes very annoying. And you're the spellcaster running around, nuking everybody, chunking them. They can't hit you. It's like a nightmare. And he does have the physical to back him up, right? He has DP Ursa, so we'll get caught here, but...
Ironhide's been doing this play. I saw him doing it earlier up at top lane, where he's trying to cut the side lanes, and part of the way he does it is he just kind of burrows his way through the trees, tunneling through with the LSA. Gets found that time, though.
The mole has been caught.
Yeah.
And eradicated.
Those things are, moles, they're damn slippery little creatures. They're hard to catch. Nouns, though. They seem to be experienced exterminators, constantly sweeping back and forth, trying to catch heroes. Oh! Couldn't get the swing off in time. A first hit bash might have caught him. Maybe could have chronosphered as well, but Costa not quite quick enough on the fingers.
Yeah, maybe got, you know, pathing a little bit. Either way, KBU back to the slippery ways, trying to rat this game out to the next round of items. I'm not entirely sure what's going to push him over the edge. I mean, I guess it's just Lina Ags. They have the Ursa BKB. I mean, he would really like Basher. I feel like it's a little too far away right now.
Yeah. With
how much space they're losing and how fast they're losing it. They're going to have to take a fight soon. Because you're going to have a BKB on Dawn. You have a mech and Locket on this Undyne. And Z-Freak almost has an Ags. So he does have an Axe, actually. So once again, like the tankiness buildup here from Nouns it's getting out of control.
Run, Danny, run. Made it all that way just to TP out. I'm not sure if he hit a single creep, to be honest. But hey, he drew a lot of attention. I mean, somebody on KBU is farming on the other side, at least.
Yep, puts him up to the Basher on Ursa. Which it might guarantee the burst kill on one of these targets. Like the game plan has been jump and kill this Void, which I agree with. Aegis out in a minute will free up that opportunity again. Basher helps secure the burst with the Tusk and the Ice Path follow. And then you take the team fight after that and hope for the best. I think if Void doesn't get jumped and he chronos you, you're in for a rough time.
BKB complete for Moo. Use the rest of this Aegis to pull those down at tier 2. Get themselves the outpost. Now from here on out, Nouns can kind of chill out, control the map, and play for second Roshan, I assume.
Yeah, no need to force Iron here. Get in some weird situation. I'm showing mid for KBU here. Again, no saves for Chrono. Yeah, there it is.
Oh no, he tried to blink snowball save it, but instead the touch just blinks into the chronosphere. And Realm, well, he tries to jump the back line at the same time, but with his 2 cores or 2 allies already dead anyway, he's not left with a whole lot to do. Everyone's just gonna get run down except for the Lina, who didn't even come close to that fight really. And Nouns, well, maybe they don't need a second Roshan. Maybe they can just keep taking objectives and team fights around Chronosphere and end this game early.
I mean, nice attempt of the snowball save. If he's really fast and they get that, potentially game winning. I don't know if you risk the game on that, but this is a very interesting way to try and bait out the fight and take it. They definitely had the idea in mind. Just Costa too fast. And I mean, there is no other save. He can just chrono anything. Any core he sees, he just chronos him, and it's going to be a good fight. You're going to drop Tomb, you're going to arrow somebody, you have Donald to bail you out. Pretty straightforward for Nouns. They pretty much just see anything.
God, that was a rough one for the Tusk. I don't know if he thought he was going to get the Walrus Punch on Costa, or if he was trying to get the Snowball save. Either way. It's their only real move against this Faceless Void when he goes for the initiation, right? Because as you said, they don't have a save mechanism besides the Snowball. So he's either got to get a perfect Blink Snowball save right before the Chrono goes down, or he's got to hit him first and get the Walrus Punch, and then maybe the Ursa can chain it with a bash or something.
I mean, you got to hit him first, man. I'll be realistic. Like, I don't think I've ever seen someone Snowball save a Chrono jump in my life. Like,
well, maybe you haven't seen me play Tusk, but fair enough.
I've seen the Tusk King play it. I don't even think he's doing it.
5-second arrow, but they're on the other side of the high ground. Kind of hard to just run through that tunnel of death that is that staircase. So maybe they'll go through now. Seeing some heroes in the mid lane.
What do you think about this Ags build on Primals? I think they're going to hit nothing with this smoke, but
I cannot tell if this Aghanims is good or not. I've only been able to build it once. I feel like it's only good if the break mechanic is good. That is what my gut says.
I mean, in theory, it does a decent amount of AoE damage. In theory.
Yeah, in theory, if you have the Uproar stacks. That's the weird part, right? Is that, like, most of the time, how Primal Beast is going to be initiating is you're going to Onslaught in, maybe you pop Trample as you Onslaught in, you grab somebody with Pulverize, bam, 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 and you want that guy to die in that period of time. So you're not actually using the Aghanims part at all during that period of time. It's only after you get hit in response to your initiation that you can then pop Uproar and start doing some damage.
It helps them extend the fight though, right? Like,
oh, for sure, yeah.
Which I think is one of the hero's issues. It's like, what happens after everything you talked about happens? You know, you charge in, you lift the guy, you hit him. If he doesn't die, or even if he dies, what happens in terms of your teamfight impact after that? I think like this Ag Shard is an interesting way to try and, you know, spell magic damage, build him, rely on your HP for survivability. You're just like hurling all these random waves and rocks around. I mean, the damage adds up, right? He has like Sange and Kaya, so he's amping it. I think it's an interesting way to build the hero. I think it's viable. Well, I think it's very good in the right game. I'm not sure how else you scale a hero.
Well, yeah, that is the problem. I think it may be the only real build for the hero, just because I don't know what else you really build on him that feels good.
I don't know. Divine Rapier.
Like, all the damage items you could build, like, Trample doesn't take advantage of them. It's really only spell amplification.
I mean, I guess you can just go like a Refresher, right? But it's not even that amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's an interesting hero. That's why I said, like, I think people have to figure it out, try some stuff. But I think this build is an interesting way to do it. And here's Roshan with a shard for somebody.
Give him the rocks.
Gunner.
Yeah.
Yeah, my boy.
All right. So now they gave this just a free, like, pretty decent buff, which is now the rock split into 3 like it did in Aghanim's Labyrinth. So now he throws a single rock and then it bounces into 3 different rocks in the back lines, which, you know, just add some more chaos, like Invoker does with his meteor. You know, you just throw some shit on the ground. Maybe it lands, maybe it doesn't.
I feel like the spell's a little underrated. Like, I don't think it's anything crazy, and it can be kind of hard to use. But if you do land it, I think it's decent. I mean, it's a 1.75 stun. Not insignificant. It like randomly catches people sometimes on the split.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you know, you'll never complain about getting another stun, right? Like any new ability that stuns, you're like, okay, that's great. Stuns are great.
Yeah, I mean, unless my team grease me, you know, I'll never complain. Oh, arrow hits smoked.
Well,
they
that
ping it
makes
out.
Things very awkward. And it completely ruins the smoke move of KBU.
Z-Freak sends a message. Says, I know what you're up to when you're sleeping.
He knows when you're hiding your base. He knows when you're pushing out. He knows whether or not you've been bad or good. And nouns.
I thought it was naughty or nice.
Well, whatever, man. I mean, this isn't a 1-to-1 to Santa, all right?
I mean, that was what I set you up for, man. You ruined it. What
the hell?
No, he knows when you've been naughty or nice.
I thought you were just complaining about your teammates griefing you, and now you're griefing me? Hello?
Nah, it's all good. It's all good.
Hey, they're making a move. Oh no, the Moonlight Shadow is ruining it all! Oh, he sets up for a free Starbreaker hit. A big swing that kills the Jakiro and now gets the Pulverize on top of the Ursa. No chance for an Enrage. Oh no.
Not the move.
They were running outside their base. I saw on the map, I was like, oh, maybe they'll catch Moo. No, it's Moo who catches them. Once again, no answers to the Moonlight Shadow.
They're just getting outmaneuvered this game. Inability to take the 5-on-5s unless they can get the earlier Aegises and Snowball with their DP Ursa. Just never happened. Now these laking fights are just impossible.
Yeah.
Too much net worth. Gunner be blowing bubbles, man.
Yeah. Blowing bubbles while he's charging around.
Aegis still up for 2, full butterfly on Costa. I wish you the best of luck, my friends. You shall need it.
I mean, they have no chance of being able to burst him down, I think.
It's gotta be. I mean, they have Abyssal Ursa. Right, punch. And he's eaten.
Okay. Ooh, he managed to get off the snowball at least. No save, though, for this Death Prophet. As Costa's able to run him down with the BKB Chrono. Now the buybacks, though. This is KBU, their last chance to be able to hold Realm. Going for the kill onto Gunner. He's so damn tanky and he's onslaughting away. He's actually used the Ogre Seal Totem to be able to jump away instead. Now the Faceless Void right in the middle of everybody. Gets stunned up a few times. Snowball hit as well. MMR Torres is getting a lot of Spirit Siphon in. Here comes Gunner, though. He grabs Annihilate. Gets caught by the Ice Path, though. Annihilate wasn't able to get away in time. Costa runs him down and should be able to get a little bit more as looks like MMR Torres dies underneath the tier 4s, and it's all left. Chen, a Fountain Farm that Costa really wants to go for. Time walk and hits him. Reverse time walks out. Lives through it all.
Rising Phoenix.
It is no longer a Rising Phoenix. It is a Phoenix that has died in the egg, died before rebirth, and that is going to be it for game 1. I mean, we set up this series to be able to talk about whether or not Nouns was looking in good shape, and I would say from this game 1, coming to the TI qualifiers looking pretty good.
Yeah, they look pretty solid. They are definitely going to have a very strong idea of what they want to do this qualifier. I mean, just looking at how these guys are playing pubs, like what they're playing, this Undying is not just something random. Husky's been spamming the save supports, the Undying Chens. You have these cores spamming this new crap like Primal Beast, right? They're going to have this team is going to have a very clear idea of what they're going to play, and they're probably going to assert it until someone deals with it, which might end up being Sonics at the rate we're looking at. Because
I would argue this is a team that takes advantage of newer patches the most because they are typically so innovative with their ideas, right? They're the ones who are willing to experiment the most, which means I think with a new patch means you're the first to find the good stuff.
Yes. In a lot of circumstances, that is true. And I feel like sometimes they overboarded a little too, you know.
Oh,
like
yeah.
you get a little too fancy, you know, we're gonna do this and this and work it with this and this, and then it's like all over the place. I think this type of draft is what they should be aiming for. Like something that makes sense to me. They have a lot of interspell synergy, strong lanes, like some new stuff, you know, there's this primal beast, but they have this synergy to back them up. They're not trying too much new stuff, and they still have scale to fall back on. They have good team fight. They have pick off. Like this lineup can do everything as long as you don't get crushed on lanes, which is always true anyway. Pretty hard to do that into Undying Dawnbreaker, right? So this lineup to me is very well rounded, and while still having the new stuff that they want to assert against people. So to me, if they go in this direction, they're going to be a big threat in this qualifier. Like it's not easy to play into these types of lineups in high pressure situations either. You're thinking something like Undying, Faceless Void type lineup. If we go to a situation where these guys go deep and you're in a grand final playing to go to TI and you mess up once, you get Chrono, Undying, Tombstone. These types of lineups can do very well in these like high stress qualifier situations. So it's very interesting to see on a meta level as well. It's an interesting approach. Could prove out very well for them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that meta develops and how the series develops as we head into Game 2 right after the break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real. we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Well, what is our last series of the night and what could be our last game of the night? KBU versus Nouns, game 2. Nouns looking to be in pretty good forms, and KBU, well, they're going to have to bring a something a little different if they want to be able to take down the clear favorite in Nouns, Avery.
Oh, for sure. They're going to need some more team fight or better lane execution, one of the two. I think you'd rather go the better team fight route. Just don't get out HP'd. Don't get out AoE spelled. I don't know. Make the game easier for yourself, you know? I mean, these things sound simple and maybe contrived, but a lot of times, if you're the underdog, you just need to either come up with something crazy, and if that doesn't work, then you need to come up with something that gives you the highest chance to win, in my opinion. So, again.
Well, I mean, that sounds a little straightforward. What gives you the highest chance to win? You think that's team fight?
I think for a lot of teams it is. I'm not going to say that's true for every team or every player. I think it does vary, but I think just having, you know, putting yourself in a position where you're at least comfortable in the draft, being like, we can win fights later, we can scale well, we can do these things, makes most teams and most players more comfortable, right? The more you go in that direction. It's a reason why at TI a lot, the deeper you go into TI, things shift more towards later games with heavier team fight and heavier scale, you know? It's just kind of a natural progression for people in high stress situations, which TI quals are. They are very stressful. Even if you're very favored or you think some match is super easy, still TI quals. So it's what you play all and train all year to do in a single, like, you know, 3 or 4 day period. So make it easier for yourself. You know, don't stress yourself out. Don't put yourself in a position where you have to crush lanes to win or something like this.
Right. And Nouns, well, they've certainly gone the team fight route as their opener of Enigma and Death Prophet in response to the Marcy. So I'm going to assume this is 3 Enigma and that we're going to be seeing a 5 Death Prophet, though the roles are kind of open. The response from KBU is to get the Rubik, you need some sort of answer to the Enigma. Obviously, stealing Black Hole is a pretty good answer.
It's definitely nice. Potentially means they're open to playing this Marcy core. That's what it kind of tells me here, because otherwise I think you just take a core here, like whatever you want. You want the Pango, if you want, I don't know, like the Dawnbreaker or whatever other Enigma carry your answer you might have. Sven, I don't know what people like, Gyro, but I'm just saying, like, taking Rubik here tells me you're thinking about Marcy core, because otherwise now they're just going to ban whatever cores they're most afraid of, and you're going to have to take these cores basically blind anyway. You're only going to see one more support. So you're just losing out on a high-value core pick.
If it is Marcy core, where do you think it's viable? Because we've seen, like, Gunner play it. He plays it mid. A lot of other people have tried offlane Marcy.
I think it's mid or offlane. I just don't think it looks amazing here. Like, is core Marcy that good versus Enigma DP? Especially if the DP is support.
10 seconds remaining.
It can snowball lane super hard and you get fast BKB and you're a monster. That is one route. I'm just not sure I totally believe it. And now I think you're in a position where this phase is pretty awkward if you just have to take 2 cores here. I mean, there is still Pango in the pool, which I'm surprised Nouns didn't ban because it looks pretty juicy here.
Well, I'm gonna say that it is both their supports, and they just put themselves in an awkward drafting position. You know,
yeah, that's what it feels like.
They just first picked a Marcy. They saw Enigma. They said, okay, what do we want against that? Rubik is one of the higher value answers against that hero. You want something that pierces BKB immunity, and well, stealing Black Hole does that.
Yeah, I don't know. This phase is not very obvious for me now. I mean, you can just do like Pango co-op here and be like, screw you. But I mean, I like the bans. Like, I think Visage and Beast both would have been pretty annoying with 3 bans behind them. I think the Dusa ban makes some sense if you're going to spend here. I mean, Faceless Void would have been nice, but of course they were afraid of Noun stealing it. And I mean, the Sven can still go support too, right? They have a huge amount of flexibility here. Definitely a weird spot. I mean, you need some physical hero, like for sure, that cuts through his DP and deals with Enigma. There's not a huge amount of those.
But then you're drafting physical damage into the Sven pickup.
Yeah,
like the Sven seems really nice from Nouns in that regard.
That's the annoying part. I mean, this Enigma Death Prophet Opener is annoying enough, but then you throw the shield on top. It just makes this phase hard. It makes it really hard. So, see what they come up with. I guess there's still Dawnbreaker, which is like a Sunlight classic, and it's pretty good versus Enigma. You can get the job done with the single target burst versus DP. I wouldn't be surprised to see Pango or Dawn +1, basically, because I don't think there's a huge amount else that's giving you the answers you need here. Weaver.
Okay.
Huh. Alright, I don't know what's going on anymore, but this does not strike me as the Weaver game.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it is kind of curious. It does offer some physical damage, and I think it probably does alright against the first two heroes. And at least, like, Sven will have a hard time hitting Weaver. I'm not sure how good Weaver's going to feel about hitting Sven, but they are going to go for the Quap that you suggested.
Yeah, so I was like half right. I mean, I like the Quap here, because it gives you the scale and, like, the burst you kind of want. This Weaver pick is interesting. I'm going to wait to see where they put it and what they do with it. Because the problem is, I think it's good in the world where you play, like, it's good versus core DP, I think, but Nouns is not guaranteed locked into that. And even if they are, you have the Sven Shard, you have the armor, you have these Eidolons, which can be hard on the lane for Weaver. It goes both ways. If you're snowballing and you're killing them and you can, like, bug the Eidolons and, like, just run the ending over with bug, it's cool. It can also be that you bug him and the Eidolon just kill the bugs and he gets like 100 gold off it, which is pretty nice. So it's a weird matchup. I generally think it's Enigma favorite though. Like, I would not want to play carry Weaver into Enigma a lot of times. That's why I think they might end up doing it, but
in response to the Queen of Pain, they go for the Ember Spirit, which, you know, seems to have a pretty decent free game here.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. Not a lot to like chain stun. And, I mean, your Marcy Rubik maybe get it done. There's a lot of interrupts. There's a silence interrupt. There's the Sven shield and stun. Yeah, I mean, it's a very solid pick. Like, yeah, it's going to be annoying and it's going to do okay versus Queen. I mean, nothing destroys Queen, so just get something good for the game. Some more lockdown for Weaver. Solid pick.
Really good setup for the other two heroes, right? Like Ember Spirit Slight Chains into Death Prophet Silence or Sven Stun. Like that, that'll be a nice little 1-2 punch that they don't have the most traditional initiators right now, so you did kind of need something that starts or at least sets up for somebody else to go in, and Ember Spirit is kind of that.
Yep, he's just a skirmish starter for them right now, which if you end up with Death Prophet Enigma supports, you really need. If you end up being able to take another support here, then you're still going to feel good about it, because Ember, you know, it basically works with anything. So it is a very solid pick. It'll make their last pick pretty easy here.
Yeah, what do you think it is right now? Because it could be like Moose Sven, could be Enigma support, could be core, could be Death Prophet core, Death Prophet support.
I'm done trying to guess where these guys are going to send heroes, man. Every time I do, I look like a goddamn fool. So I'm just assuming it's mid-Ember. I'm going to stick with that. Be one for
I'm going
to
say they want... I think they need an initiator. I think the 4 position is the best place to find it. So I think they're just doing somewhat normal route and going a off-lane Enigma and some melee 4 that's going to start fights.
Yeah, I can also see them go Mirana again. Mirana's kind of interesting. But it's not that initiator role. Oh, Clinks. Alright.
That deals with Enigma, right? Well, in lane.
In theory, yeah. I mean, they banned Dawn Alk, which were the other 2 I was thinking they would take in this middle phase, but it's kind of scary to do that. So they got to go with, like, what's ever left. And, yeah, I guess Clinks is interesting here. I mean, it gives them some tankiness, which is kind of what they lacked.
remaining.
and extra physical damage, something to play off the Weaver bug. It could still be like 3 Marcy, right? They can do like a 3 Marcy support Weaver, depending on what Nouns commits to here. I definitely like them taking a carry here. I think they needed to take a carry. I don't think you can play carry Weaver on this game and be happy.
Yeah, if you did 4 Weaver, you could go like a Solar Crest build, and they would have like a lot of physical damage minus armor combo.
Solar Crest is okay. I think Vessel is also solid, right? If it ends up being core
sure.
DP, so you don't have a Vessel buyer. And I think you like need Vessel versus Hero now. So that's like the nice thing. I mean, you can also do it with Core Weaver. They can do any of that with Core Weaver as well. That'll be interesting. I feel like Nouns is going to take a carry here, to be honest. I feel like it supports Sven or offlane Sven.
Yeah, that
I mean, there's like Spectre. Is Spectre a hero, man? I don't know. Am I crazy for suggesting Spectre?
Spectre get any changes?
I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen the hero.
It got a damage nerf on Dagger. But now it applies the Desolate on hit with the Dagger if they can be desolated.
I mean, it's also like Naga PL. Oh!
Good call.
It was too good they saw the same things I did, I guess. I don't know what they were, but they saw them.
All right,
I mean,
so it is
looks
going
like
to be 5 Death Prophet, and they're going to be doing support Sven with the Enigma. So they actually have the armor combination with the Eidolons in lane, which sounds really annoying.
Yeah. I think this looks decent. There's a world where you can play like 5 Enigma and the 3 DP, but I don't think it's that great of a DP game. So I think you just put the DP 5.
Yeah.
Enigma sucks up the Rubik counter. Like Spectre's job is to kill this Rubik, right? And Spectre Haunt kills Rubik, and then Enigma has a free fight. He can get on top of the Clinks as well. It's a hard matchup for him for most of the game until he's like 6 slotted or something. But at that point, you're a Spectre lineup, so you probably don't care. I don't know. I like the pick. Again, it's a lot of very heavy HP and team fight for KBU to fight through. This reminds me of like you were saying like the Eastern European lineups, right? Or like an entity lineup. These types of Sven shield plus these super high damage cores, like very tough lineups to team fight into. I'm worried about KBU's damage if the lanes don't go snowball again, which I feel like every time you play offlane Weaver, you kind of want the game to snowball. I don't think offlane Weaver does much in the games that don't snowball. Feels very lackluster to me. So I feel like they're in a similar position.
Game 2, Nouns versus KBU. Let's see if KBU with a different roster is going to be able to put up a better fight than they did in Game 1. We've already got a quick 5-man smoke out from them, from both sides, actually. Though it's pretty funny, the philosophy difference here. Everybody's running out to their lanes really aggressively on KBU. Meanwhile, Nouns is Congo line. You know, they're straight down mid altogether now.
Yeah, and like this Clinks is leaning top. I wonder if they're dodging the matchup? Which doesn't make sense to me, but maybe.
Yeah, why would they do that?
Oh. It's a good question. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean they are, but usually when people do this, it's like they're leaning that way. Because, like, Sunlight's sitting bottom with this Weaver. So he definitely is heading bottom. Maybe they think they're dodging back, or maybe they just feel that Clinks is going to do pretty well up here versus Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's a Clink. Like, Clinks is going to be somewhat happy with the lane either way, right? Like, either Burning Barrage on Eidolons, which maybe it's good at killing, maybe it's not, I'm not certain. But Annihilate actually takes a lot of damage here. He's forced to use his Fairy Fire early. And, well, it's too late to go back to the fountain, so he's just going to have to burn through all his tangos. Oh, dear. That is 3 bounty runes once again for Nouns. I'm a little bit surprised. They got the 3 bounties last time, so I kind of figured KBU would, like, stack one side. I feel like that usually happens. When you lose out on the bounty rune game, you're like, all right, screw it. Let's really make sure we get 2, and they just stack one side or the other, you know?
I mean, your heroes are pretty bad at the rune.
Yeah, that's
true. Yeah, you could have, like, 5-man somewhere at least, or, like, got an aggressive ward out.
They did it again. Here it comes. The mass challenge is all running at an Annihilate.
Deal with the gauntlet, sir. It has been thrown.
Watch I Annihilate, not die, and get a Rampage with a Sonic Wave and win all those duels at once.
That would be a bold prediction. I give it a low probability.
Yeah.
Anything is possible in the world of Dota 2. See how these lanes pan out. Maybe they have a better idea than I do. I don't think this Enigma Weaver matchup is that good, but like maybe they have an idea of how to play it and it'll be okay. I mean, I don't like Weaver gets stomped or anything, but I think over the long run, like you have no Eidolon kill. Weaver does not kill Eidolons. Eidolons kill the bug. So I don't see us progressing that well.
Yeah, it seems like a very defensive idea playing against Enigma, right? Like, he shouldn't ever die to this lane, but you're not farming Eidolons, which is normally what people do to counter this hero. And they're actually going to be losing first blood here as Warden gets chased down. Just a Malefice into constant right clicks from the Eidolons into a Stormhammer. That was pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're already having trouble. Like, if you can't kill these Eidolons, they're way too powerful. These things do insane damage. They guarantee split. They last a decent amount of time. Moo has the Passy, so he's just sitting here regenerating up. Zefreak has Headdress doing the same thing for him. You're losing out on the efficiency, and you're losing out on the equilibrium, and now you're losing out on the kills.
Well, they are winning top lane really hard.
Yeah, they're doing decent. I mean, Coast has 3 CS. He's struggling. I mean, he's a Spectre, man. I don't know. This hero... Does this hero care about the lane? I don't think so. If I've learned anything from watching Ana Spectre at multiple TIs, it's that the first 5 minutes mean absolutely nothing for this hero.
Yeah, no, that does make sense. Jump forward, dispose, pull him back in. I'm not sure if, well, actually, he knows Spirit Siphon's on cooldown. It's level 1, and he just used it, so.
Yep.
Not a bad go, I guess. How's mid lane going?
Yeah, I was going to say, Nouns are winning the lanes they want to win, which is this Ember. Gunner's doing pretty damn well. Bringing the heat to Danny, actually. No blink, he's gone.
He's dead. Oof.
No dual win for you, sir.
Gonna miss a bunch of CS as a result. Now they're actually gonna lose Chen as well. The Marcy dies, and Husky will live thanks to the Fairy Fire. MMR Taurus is actually in trouble. He's level 1 Shikuchi, so there's no way out of this one. Nice bloody block in from Moo. Turns around, does what damage he can to the Enigma. Might be able to trade out the kill, but Warden actually can't stick around. The Eidolons do far too much.
These Eidolons just out of control, man. I don't know. This kind of looks like how it was panning out to me. This lane does not sound fun for Weaver. Because every time you Sakuchi, you can't show your face. You're going to get stunned into Eidolons and you're going to stun again. It's just a rough one. A rough lane setup. I mean, yeah, you get like this Clink Spectre matchup, but again, Spectre was the free lane, right? Like, Spectre's never going to like win her lane. And even that said, she's doing fine. She's actually just farming up here. A bit of a laning disaster for KBU. Not what you want out of this type of lineup.
And not the first time they've had a laning disaster.
Nope, it is not. Gunner's a level ahead mid, man.
That is not supposed to happen against the Quap in any matchup.
No. And Ember with this kind of start is like... He's one of the most insane heroes in Dota, honestly. This hero just takes the game over. Absolutely, 1v5s. So Gunner is pushing into, you're going to have to deal with me territories. Yeah, Clink's not doing much better.
And look at all those bugs.
Yeah, see, this is all the gold you can
farm the bugs.
He just got like 150 gold off that. And he's like, oh, thank you. Bug me again, sir. It's so good. It actually feels so good. You get 6 Eidolons that all kill the bug, and then it's literally 200 gold.
Yeah, and like what, you maybe trade back an Eidolon or two? Like the net worth exchange is well worth it. Ooh, nice rebound back into Husky. They get the kill, and Realm should be able to back out no problem. Meanwhile, looks like Zefreak got super low in the bottom lane, but he's free to leave the lane. It's so pulled back that the Enigma is going to be able to farm just fine underneath tower.
Yeah, Moo's chilling. Death Prophet kill is nice. This is the one lane they can snowball and create a pressure point on. with how much this Clinks is harassing the Spectre and forcing DP to have to man up. Because their other lanes are not going well. This mid lane's only got worse, man. Danny is going to base again, which means free 6-minute rune for Gunnar on top of his level advantage, on top of his 1,000 net worth advantage he's created. Damn, he just took him to town.
Oof, he really did. Gunnar showing why he is one of the best NA mids right now. Really only being outshone by CCNC and Bryle lately.
Tough competitors
Grab.
to surmount.
Yeah. Annihilate. Blinks backwards. He's okay. Bottom lane, meanwhile, getting pressured by the siege wagon.
Yeah, they do get the kill, which is nice. Prevents some sort of dive action. Still, level 5.5 on Enigma, level 4.25 on this Weaver. You're gonna have an early black hole potential. She's gonna force Rubik to stay down here, which, I mean, he's not really going anywhere anyway. Still, I can see this Weaver dying here in the next minute or two.
Well, this is a no stun lane, so Realm is free to TP back, I guess, to the tower. So he's gonna have to be a little bit skittish until he gets his level 6, which is coming in soon. You know, you were talking about I think during the break, right? The Enigma and maybe higher value because of this flag bearer creep, but you can't actually deny it. But well, you can't deny it by using the ability on it, but the Eidolons are still great for controlling CS and specifically for like actually right-click denying that flag bearer creep. So there's definitely still some added value even if you can't one-shot it.
And they get the regen. So
yeah,
it's a nice hero to abuse Zora. And Gunnar implementing his strength, double kill right off the bat here. Instantly back to mid, misses nothing.
Yeah, there really wasn't anything. There was nothing that Clinks or Marcy could do about that one. Gunnar was just going to clean it up. And now, ooh, he's going to get him. Trying to run him down. When's the next light coming up? He doesn't have the mana just yet. 3 seconds. There he gets it. Just with a straight up run him down right click.
Jeez, man. Gunnar. They have families, bro. Chill. This guy is just destroying, man.
Absolutely no mercy.
Insta back to mid. Soul kills the mid for a second time. Where'd the rune go? That's the only thing he didn't get out of all this. Invis for Rubik. I mean, Weaver TP's mid just to take the death farm because he doesn't want to be bottom. This is an absolute shellacking in the early game. I don't know where you create a pressure point. This is the problem with these drafts. Like, you have 3 single target cores with not a lot of setup. Super dependent on your supports, but you lost the lane, so your supports are kind of under-leveled. Like, where do you go to create some action? You got to bring numbers, and you got to bring a lot of them. So 4 heroes to bottom. Make the magic happen.
Marcy in some trouble. They do have the Weaver coming in from behind. Missed the rebound stun. Z-Freak not going to go down so easily, and Chen is still... He's going to die for sure. MMR Tourist, Shikuchi. Well, he doesn't have his ultimate, so he's going to have to rely on the Shikuchi to get him out of here. But Moo, if he wants to, he can black hole, but he doesn't need to.
I mean, it's the right idea with the numbers. The problem is, yeah, there's Spectre in the game, who insta turns the numbers advantage, plus Ember Spirit, who's happy to join any fight with the start he's had. So this is a game where it's even hard to get the numbers advantage. I don't know, not a lot of play options. They're shrinking fast here as well. Just need levels. You need levels on the supports. More than anything. You need this Rubik ult. You need to, like, Quap ult. Alright, big kill top if they get it.
Yeah, really nice. That was a must-have. I mean, you cannot let that Spectre play bottom with the Haunt and then TP top lane and let that go unpunished, so.
Yeah, I agree. It's a necessary kill. Oh, Moo, gonna hold bottom.
I annihilate somewhere in the trees, try and hide away as Gunnar hunts for the kill. The black hole is going to be good enough to be able to get the kill on the Weaver, but Gunnar, well, the chance is coming up. If he could only close the distance, won't be able to get that kill, but no, not the Rubik either. Neither one will he be able to run down, but he will be able to get the Marcy, it looks like, or not. Marcy jumps away.
Marcy things.
Marcy things, for sure. That was a pretty big ancient stack that I just saw. Unfortunately, they don't have a hero to clear it for a bit. Quince kind of needs Maelstrom before you could do something like that.
It's not as big as you thought. Only a double.
Oh, really?
It's not anything to cry home about. And, I mean, I guess Klinks is the one hero they can play around. Like, they can side kick him up, and he does a crap ton of damage. He has his Javelin now. This hero did get buffed. He's a lot stronger in these portions of the game.
By the way, the phrase is right home about it. And also, the song is good or bad. It was that. It wasn't naughty or nice. The song, you're talking about bad or good because it's good for goodness sake.
Well, yeah, but isn't it he knows if you're being naughty or if you're being nice?
No, that is not how the song goes.
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm Jewish. I didn't grow up with Christmas songs.
He pulls out the, wow, I'm Jewish. What can I say?
I don't know these songs, man. What do you want me to say?
TP away, Realm. It'll be the second. Oh, no, he didn't even make it. I was going to say it's the second time he's had to TP away as soon as he shows up in lane, but this time it's a TP of shame. Jump in, rebound, a kill on a Sven is not going to make them feel any better. They have to use the Sonic Wave to ensure it, but meanwhile, they lost their carry. They lost a tower. It's rough out there for KBU.
Yeah, it's rough. It is very rough, which is why I said there's nothing to cry home about. Because that's about all they're doing in this game, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot to cry about, and at least they got double damage rune. And these Quaps coming back a little here. Just the collapses are going to be insanely strong here. Chains into silence, into the haunt. Yeah.
Cannot get the blink away, and the Marcy who tried to save him is now in trouble as well. Warden still in the slight, trying to buy himself anytime he can. Another slight, another bolt, but there's just too many heroes from Nouns here, and they're just a bit too powerful.
Oh, that was Couriers.
Oh, that's something. You get anything off the Courier, though?
No, but take what you can get. Because Gunner's taking everything else, so... I mean, these collapses
they
are
got a tower.
insane. They have Vlad's up already on Enigma. They have the Haunt to back it up. DP ult with, like, Fluffy Hat Arcane Boots already. Of course, the Ember's out of control. He throws Sven Armor on top. Again, there's just no way this lineup takes these early 5-on-5s with how strong they are.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Highlight's still trying to go for a Witchblade. I don't even know if that's... I'm not even sure if you want that item this late.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty late here. I mean, there's not much else you can go, though.
Oh, he barely clipped him with that dust. That was like max range dusting there. Fortunately, Warden's here to bail him out at the cost of his own life.
Yeah, that wasn't much bailing. That was adding to the sinking ship, but it's just not much.
Realm was already getting out of the pool, and Warden just dove in. I'll save you.
Someone has to pay the price, he says. Whole mid.
Okay. They get the chains afterwards. They do. Very nice. You got him. Soaring Dragon, Rising Phoenix, fly away.
Fleeing Marcy. Another rune for Gunner. I mean, this game's getting out of hand very fast. Like, you're about to have no map left because these Nouns cores are going to be strong enough they can hold areas on their own with the backup of Haunt and like one support. When that happens, pretty much nowhere to go. You have to fight your way out of the cage they put you in. And again, the KBU lineup is just not that amazing at fighting out of the cage once they're put in it. So 3-man smoke down mid, insta popped, Gunner invis. Pretty sad.
Well, Marcy will go ahead and jump on that grenade.
Oh, you got
Honestly,
a
I'm a little bit surprised they're not farther behind net worth wise.
I mean, 5K is significant in this meta, the way solos work.
But it's 3-17. I'm surprised they're getting any farm anywhere on the map.
I mean, Klink still had he had like a fine game, you know? It wasn't like they stomped all 3 lanes and the game just ended. This Klink he's still decently strong, you know, he's level 10. He's got his Maelstrom, almost level 11 actually. He's pretty high in net worth, considering the game state. There's still something to fight around here, but it pretty much has to be him. I don't think the other 2 cores are doing much. You gotta just sidekick this Clinks and barrage him into dust. It's your best game plan. Because I don't see anything else. Like, unless they clump for like 5-man Sonic Wave.
Yeah, they really don't have the big team fight that you started off the draft saying like
that's what I wanted. Yeah,
that's what you want to see in the game 2. That gives you, especially as the underdog team, a little bit more comfort. If you are down like this in the laning phase, you do have ways to come back just through the sheer big team fight. But as you said, group up for a 5-man Sonic Wave doesn't even necessarily sound like a game winner. Speaking of that, Quap, top of the Malphus, blinks over to the side. They do manage to get the kill on a Husky, and if they could back out cleanly, Annihilate. Ooh, he's actually good underneath the tower. They didn't want to dive that deep. Not bad.
Ooh, find something on the back end if they can. Looking for Gunner.
Ooh, the slight blink away. Damn.
What the hell? He went Blink Dagger. That's pretty cool.
He wants to keep up the aggression, man. Non-stop.
I don't know. Is this actually that good? I mean, I'm sure it's okay, but it does make him squishier than he could have been. You can do cool stuff like that, I guess. Oh, Moo got caught.
Moo is dead. Husky shows up, 3-man silence, but not a whole lot they can do with the follow-up here, not with any cores.
Is this what they want, though? Some weird type of fight where Clinks gets to kill people. And there's another one.
All right. Pickoff after pickoff for KBU. All of a sudden, 6K gold lead shrinks to 3K as KBU continue the hunt. They know once they've got Nouns down a man, they can just kind of keep pressuring and keep poking. Look for more.
I don't know. That was an awkward last few minutes for Nouns. Maybe the pause messed with him, but KBU finally, they get behind their Clinks, who is their biggest hero in this game. They start fighting with him. Some pickoff leads to another one. Suddenly Marcy's doing Marcy things. Clinks getting the big gold. Quap getting the big streak from Ember. I'm not a fan of this Blink Dagger on Ember. I think it's very awkward. Considering he could have, I feel like he could have just cemented the game with like some, traditional scaling items, right? Maelstrom Ags or something. Or even just BKB Rush, whatever you want to do. I feel like it gives them a window back in this game. Like, now you have a room that you can just get farmed on your heroes if you win 1 or 2 more fights. Witchblade's up for this queen now. Not as squishy as she was. Interesting development, Cap.
Yeah.
Very interesting development.
Little wrinkle in the Nouns world domination game plan here is they just looked like they were going to get the fast 2-0 and be able to move on to the upper bracket semifinals, which they already know their opponents, and with their sights ultimately set on being able to contest Sonics in the upper bracket final if things all go according to plan. But step 1 to step 2 has already had a small little wrinkle, as the game is now evened up a lot more in net worth. There's still the big danger of there's just so much team fight on the side of Nouns. I feel like KBU needs to be the one with the net worth lead.
Or the numbers, right? They can get pickoffs that lead more.
Look at that blink dust. Again. Gunner. This blink dagger has done way more harm than good.
Yeah, it really has, man. Like, that's why I just don't understand the blink this game. Because do you want to just blink into this lineup? Like, I feel like you want to play with the ball of your team, right? And you don't need to be some crazier initiator. You just build to be tanky and scale, and then you at some point you go with this Enigma aura and your Sven aura, and you force a Roche with an XO, and then you're pretty happy. Now, Zember's died twice, and KBU are the ones doing Roshan, which is a very bold move, but I think it's the correct move in this game because they're gaining all the momentum and just using it. Now they're not
take some risks.
Risk pays off. Aegis for Clinks.
They reap the rewards. That means this Aegis will cover this small little window where he doesn't have BKB. And Nouns. Okay. Blink Dagger gets a kill. I'm not certain that the Blink Dagger specifically was required to get that kill, but
no.
I'm just saying that it did put him in some bad situations, trying to find the upside of this item somewhere.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, I think certain games it could be good, but it's shifting too much weight to his other cores in a game where he was like the strongest hero.
Yeah.
And I think this was a game Ember literally just 1v5. It's just Maelstrom, BKB Ags, and you're like whatever order you feel comfortable doing it. If you're gonna get to that at like 25 or 30, and the game just implodes. And I think he was in a position to do that. He was like 6-0. And now you're in a position where you're borderline lowest net worth core with like way more minimal damage output. It's just awkward. A nice rebound stun.
Yeah, really good. Gets on to 2, but there's no follow-up from anybody else. The Spectre ult went out, and everybody else from KBU ran away instead of running in.
Dire's bottom tower.
Caught off guard a little bit. Pay the price. Trying to get to this Weaver BKB. Klink's BKB close. Yeah, that's going to be the big time for KBU. Is this Aegis good enough to get them to the triple BKB? Which is where they're probably very confident to take the straight 5-on-5. Every time Nouns forces this 5-on-5, it's still pretty hard to fight into it. I mean, you got Wraith Pack, you have Sven Shard plus Warcry. There's so much EHP on this 5-man ball.
I do like your point about Gunner's build, especially since we just came from a patch in a meta that basically every core needed to be ready to carry the game, right? Whether you're safe lane, mid, or off lane, like everybody needed to be potentially be the guy that was the anchor to the game that could like hold it down for everybody. But smoke, rotation, telekinesis into rebound, really nicely executed by KBU. Quick, clean kill on a core on top.
Pushing towards those BKBs with every little step. And yeah, I agree. Like this, I think the blink, to me, the blink is more interesting if you went, like he's going Orchid now. If you went Orchid first and then blink, that seems more interesting to me because that's like a support killer build or something, you know? And the Orchid will create the snowball momentum in the game. Like you're going to kill this Quap and Weaver for a long time with this Orchid. You just Remnant it and Orchid them and they're dead. And then it gets you to your next item. This blink doesn't do that for me. So that's my issue with it. But I think we talked about it enough, you know? We'll see how it pans out. As Weaver, Sunlight found again. Too aggressive, Sun.
Yeah, Mr. MMR tourist. Gonna be sent back home in a body bag.
Still haven't gotten to use this Aegis. Only a minute 30 left.
They may never get the chance with all these pickoffs happening. Now it's kind of awkward. By the time the Marcy comes back up, they've only got a minute left on the Aegis. And that's a very small amount of time to kind of force the right team fight.
I mean, it's just an awkward Aegis. Like, their lineup wasn't really supposed to get it at that point. They didn't have BKBs. They weren't far enough ahead to force the 5-on-5 with it. So, pretty hard for them to get use out of it. Still, it feels bad. It's probably just going to expire here without getting to bait out at least something.
Yeah. On the upside, he is... Well, yeah, he's going to kind of try. Build a little damage, seeing if Nouns want to be able to take the bite here. Nouns just trying to kill him from a distance without committing too much. Papa Dust, Realm starts backing away now.
Yeah, the right decision. No need to give him a fight off the back of that. Aegis expiring in 30. Spectre just gets to farm up jungle. It can join at any point in time. You're winning the economic war. Nouns happy to wait this one out.
Really nice ward. Gets a lot of information about Nouns here.
Yeah, I'll get the D ward too eventually. I mean, Quap got the BKB. This timing is being hit here.
Think you should wait for the Scotty or not?
I don't know if you can. It's too hard, I think. It depends how Nouns are playing the map. Like, if you can keep split pushing the map and you feel like you're trading, then sure. But if the map closes out or you're losing too many wards, like, it's more of a feel thing. I think you should fight with this Quap BKB, though, from my perspective. Not easy, but maybe at least look for something, you know. They're going to bait the Weaver here.
Baiting the Weaver and the Clinks. It makes it a little awkward. They don't quite find the initiation. Now they do. They get on top of the Enigma. They need to be able to kill him quickly, though, as the Spectre is now coming in. The Black Hole goes off. It catches the Quap, and there goes the damage dealers. Oh, no.
All that timing for nothing.
Yeah, they hit all those BKB timings, and they kind of fumble the initiation, and, well, don't use the BKBs as prescripted.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Time lapse, barely going off in time, but he got hit by the silence on the way out. Looks like they lost vision. Either way, it doesn't really matter. That was a team fight right outside of the base with the Exorcism going. Husky lived through the team fight, so now you can put that Exorcism to good use on the buildings.
Strength of these auras, man. Wraith Pack, Sven Shard on top of the Spectre Scotty. I'm not even sure that was a winnable fight now that I'm looking at it. But yeah, just fumbled initiation. Like, they had this great ward that never got dewarded, and they had the smoke angle. Just couldn't grab that Enigma. If that Enigma gets grabbed, it could be a very different fight.
Attempts to get a TP out, but...
Ooh.
Is that a gem dropped as well?
Oh, that's Huskies, so it is theirs.
Oh, okay. Speaking of Husky,
yeah,
Spirit Siphon, give full heal. God, that ability's so good.
Yeah, every time I see this hero, it just looks stupidly annoying. Like, why would I want to play into this, you know?
I mean, the fact that it, as a 5 position, I think it's particularly interesting because it gives you something that, like, what other 5 gives you that kind of objective taking power, you know? I actually can't think of one.
Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, a
The
5 position.
OG objective taker.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a 5 position, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember once upon a time, Zhao 8 won a TI with some support Rasta on his team, so we might disagree with you.
Yeah, I think Zhao 8's drafted 5 position Shadow Shaman anytime soon.
Well, I mean, if he's listening now, he might do it just to spite you, so I wouldn't put it past him.
Hey, Avery's such a disciple of Zhao 8 that he thinks Zhao 8 is like omniscient, that he's listening, that he knows and sees all.
Yeah, well, it seems like Now's due too, man. Cleaning up the Clinks, cleaning up the Marcy. I'm just saying, I wouldn't put it past him. That's all I'm saying. He watches a lot of Dota, he studies a lot of games.
Yeah, you think he knows whether or not you've been naughty or nice?
He might. If you get cold this year, blame Zhao 8. Am I allowed to say that? I don't know. We're getting into murky territory here.
Now it's going to take a Roshan for themselves. Aegis and a Shard. Who gets a Shard?
Gunner, I
Gives
guess.
the
He just
Ember.
took it.
Okay.
I mean, I guess, what other Shard is there to give, right? Well, I mean, DP one's pretty good. But generally giving Shard to 5 is not as powerful unless it's like a very reliable one.
Nice.
Whole bottom.
Black hole. Super easy.
Yeah, Tumbler Toy. Getting the job done. There's just no traction left to gain in this game. The ball is too strong.
Nobody's really close to him, and he's just going to go ahead. Well, I take that back. I guess I forgot there's a Spectre in the game. So there's always somebody close by. Realm will barely live through all of it.
I don't know if his team's going to be so lucky here.
Marcy four-staffed.
Yep, now your map's closed off, so now you have to fight the ball, and the ball that was once a tiny pebble has grown into the mighty boulder.
You know, normally it's the other way around.
Yes, well,
the boulder gets, chipped and worn down to a smaller stone.
We all know in Dota time passes backwards, so such are the ways.
Is that official lore?
I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, I don't know. Elder Titan probably stapled the world some wrong way or some crap. the flow of time got messed up. I don't know how this shit works.
I mean, honestly, it's probably the only way that Dota lore makes any sense is if time does go backwards.
I think KB
immediately with the Ags jumps, pounces,
like
kills Warden.
Backwards.
Yeah. Time to go back in time to the draft screen. They're gonna fight this one out.
Four-man
Sonic Wave hits 3. Really good burning barrage as well. They got 1 kill out of it and brought another support low, but now it's time to retreat. Fortunately, the Clinks was able to get away just by the skin of his teeth. And, well, everybody else is not so lucky.
Damn. I mean, 4-man and Sonic Wave almost got the Dream 5. Honestly, not the worst fight. It's just, these fights are damn near impossible, man. I mean, just so much EHP to cut through. You need a bigger burning barrage.
Yeah, what's bigger than a barrage? A machine gun? A machine gun barrage. What's a bigger quantity than barrage?
An atomic blast. Need a Death Star ray.
Well, if you can't tell from our conversation, this game is looking pretty over. Nouns have better late game. They've got a Spectre after all. They also have an Enigma. They've got better team fight. They're up by 16,000 net worth. They are the clear favorites of this matchup, especially after game 1. And they are currently 1 lane at barracks up. But KBU not going to call it quits just yet. TI qualifiers, after all, dreams, hopes, and dreams are built around this moment.
Absolutely. Never surrender. Never give up. Realm,
Jumps
jump,
onto Realm.
fight for your
Realm's
life,
pretty
son.
Tanky. He's pretty tanky. Barrage going through. Coast is actually getting a little bit low. He does have the Aegis, though, and even if they do work through him, he'll come right back. Buyback now. Clinks also has a buyback if they want to try and hold this one. He's going to go for it now. They don't have the immediate initiation anywhere, though.
Exo's going down. No black hole. Aegis out. If you're ever going to find something, it's probably now. Sonic Wave back up. I mean, you're missing 2 heroes, but... Man, the gunner's just in.
Blinks in, gets the kill on the Rubik, running him down underneath the fountain. Meanwhile, the stun underneath the Midnight Pulse. Poor old Clinks left alone to die as the rest of his team huddles underneath the glow of the fountain.
Just too little, too late, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, Sunlight's going to DC here, but they're going to call GG. The old rattle bones wasn't enough. But we had a pretty good game, I will say. Like, the Clinks looked solid.
I do have to wonder, like, what is... That's dispersion for you. I do have to wonder what it looks like when they're fighting their lanes differently, right? Like, we talked about how, like, maybe the Clinks versus the Enigma. The Enigma had such a free lane against that Weaver. I don't know what they thought that lane was going to do against an Enigma, but it did not accomplish whatever that was.
Yeah, maybe they thought the, like, bug Eidolon interaction is better or something, or maybe they thought just they can get more out of level 1, but my impression of that matchup is not that happy for Weaver overall, especially over the long run. Maybe the Clinks doesn't do much better. I mean, Clinks had a decent time, but again, like, it goes back to that idea of if you're going to play offlane Weaver, I think your game plan is to snowball the game. Like, offlane Weaver is not happy in these games where he's behind and he's having to build items from behind and try and have it impact. It's just very awkward for the hero and his game flow. So, yeah, you have to find some way to make that laning phase work better for you with this type of lineup. If it works better for you, I think we saw the power in that mid game of, like, the co-op Clinks combining with the damage output, the sidekick barrage going to town. The damage is there, right? It's just... at the time the damage is there, the defensive auras are there for nouns. You have Wraith Pact, you have Sven Shard, DP has a mech plus fluffy hats. I mean, at that point, you're just throwing, you're throwing bullets on a wall. The wall's too thick and too tough.
Throwing bullets. That is a funny sounding but fair analogy. I don't think bullets are too effective if you just throw them. All around, this is going to be a 2-0 for nouns where they clean it up pretty quickly. I was actually just taking a look at the because ultimately everybody understands what the NA qualifier is about. You've got a clear first place, you've got a clear second place. It's going to be a question of who's going to be taking third, and very likely like who is going to be winning in that matchup between the first and second.
Whoa! Wait a minute here. A clear first and a clear second.
Yeah,
I think Nouns would have issue with that one, sir. I think they have said every season they believe they can be the top team in the region. And I would argue last time they were, right, until tiebreakers, and they crumbled. But
true.
that was due to boot camp concerns, So I don't know if there's a clear favorite in this qualifier. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. A little murky.
Wow. They're definitely not cutting the boot camp short in this bracket, and we can go ahead and take a look at that bracket to see where Sonics, Nouns, and everybody else are currently sitting. You can see it's going to be Wildcard versus Nouns in the upper bracket semifinal. That one is definitely going to be super interesting. Looking forward to watching that. Then Sonics versus 5 Rat 4 Staff, and now we're going to get all the Division 2 teams into play for that best of 3 matchup. So we're going to have Felt versus Dog. We got Alpha versus C-Dub. I don't even know what that name is. Cut versus Arkosh. So we're going to have Shaggy versus his former team, and KBU, who just lost here just now. They're going to be matched up against Eternity, and we'll see who gets to crawl through that lower bracket. I mean, that for me anyway, is I'm almost looking forward to that more than the upper bracket. Like, who is going to be able to scrap their way through the lower bracket and potentially get that third spot to the last chance qualifier? That for me, for NA anyway, is going to be a pretty fun thing to watch.
That's true. It could be anybody outside of Arkosh. Like, I think anybody could make that run and, upset somebody in a high pressure situation for that last slot. That's the beauty of the wild cards, man. They're entertaining. Puts you in a position where do or die every day. Make it work, unless you're Arkosh. So I wish them all the best, and I look forward to it as well.
Did you ever were you playing at the time when TI still had the wildcard series?
I don't know. Was I? I don't know. I didn't play in them, so I don't know. I don't think so. I think those were discontinued pretty early on, right?
Yeah, they were. Well, I'm glad they're back in a pretty cool format in the last chance qualifier. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the schedule is for tomorrow, because we've got a few days of the North American qualifier to get through. We already talked about how tomorrow we're going to be seeing all the lower bracket matchups, and here they are. Suns Fan and Syndern will take you through the first 2 series of the day, and me and Avery will cover the last 2. So we'll start off on that Cut versus Arkosh match, which I know Avery is super looking forward to covering that one. I know he's a big Arkosh fan, really loves watching all of their games.
Yeah, I mean, Arkosh, they are almost a team.
well, if you knew some of the inside dynamic, I'm not even sure if you would. I think most people would actually agree with that. I'm not even sure if they're a team anymore.
Yeah, that was a compliment. You all think I'm bashing on him. I think that was the higher end of what I could have said.
Yeah, you actually
Slacks
gave us
is happy. I'm praising his squad, so we'll see. We'll see what they can do.
All right. Well, it was a pretty fun day one, I would say, especially then the opening series, opening game rather, that we got to cover. We'll see what all the lower bracket craziness has to offer us tomorrow. But for now, we're going to be calling it here. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys for the rest of the North American qualifier tomorrow and the following days.